So much snow and ice and everything. Why not do some snow and ice and other stuff on these? Not quite. I guess these are just, I'll just call them Khanites. I forget what the name of the warband is because the box is not sitting next to me anymore. But they are on some icy bases here. Just chunks of Sculpey that we carved up. We'll either go with some kind of snow there or maybe water. I'm not sure yet. It doesn't really matter at this point just now. We'll get that figured out. Now that this was very fun. Again, that is just one big old chunk of Sculpey right there. I thought we could sort of paint them like something like this here, where you have all these interesting little facets. Now I also have, since cobalt blue was so interesting on a recent miniature, I thought we'd try and maybe use it on this one. And this is a color I haven't used in, wow, can't remember when. It's been months, months and months and months. Now imagine phthalo blue is not phthalo blue, but Prussian blue. We'll be using that. And cerulean blue, that is another color that sort of got taken over by Prussian blue. But there's your indigo blue. So I just wanted you to see, while all of you consider all these blues, well, first of all, they're all pretty darn translucent. You can see their different color temperatures, right? More of a green there, more of a red there, sort of in between, more neutral there, very much more towards the green with the cerulean. You're going to see these a bunch as we go through the session tonight. And we actually have also on the palette, that went somewhere, the interference blue. Let me see if I can actually find that here, because that is, there it is, interference blue. That was something that we used. Where did you go? You're right over here. Armored Wolf, how are you doing? Yeah, it was kind of well, the internet's just been weird. Facebook's been weird. Instagram's been bizarre. So there's some of your interference blue. That's actually some interference green. Hey, Nessie. Hey, Megan. You know, now that I think about it, let's throw some interference green out there too, maybe. Which means I'm going to put that in a whole different spot over here. Let's shake this stuff up first. Queez and Mini Dreadful. So Megan and Queez, how you guys doing? Mini Dreadful, welcome back. Hopefully you've been doing okay. Oh man, Nessie, I meant to send you some pictures of some of the work areas that I've been able to create. I mean, it's all very crude at this point, nothing complete, but at least we have some separate areas. Now, I'm finally able to really look at this thing because this stuff is all dried. And I think we definitely want to do some of that blue and green over here. Hey, Ryder, how are you doing tonight? Happy Monday and all that. Now, this one, I think I'll paint the base separately and then just get some of the pre-glaze on this, and then we'll just stick this thing on here. So I think this is the only 40 millimeter that we're dealing with here. I just cleaned up your paint area and put the oils in a neat way. Yes, I saw your oil brushers. Was that a set, or did you just get individual ones? Yeah, these are whatever the one, well, I guess it's now also part of the starter set. So whatever that is, that's what these are. But we have some cobalt blue out there. We even have ultramarine blue as we welcome in Kendon as well. The Canaanites, I think that's what we should call them. So Ryder, I hope that you're doing good, and Kenan. So the Khanite Shadowstalker warband. Well, they're gonna be ice walkers tonight. That's what they are going to be. And what we'll do, we got sponges, right? We got brushes over here on the palette. You got yourself your opaques, not quite as much with the yellows. I think you can see. Got your off-white over there, the off-white yellow, your quick dry white, a little bit of cadmium yellow light, touch of Terra Rosa. These are the usuals over here. Your umber, indigo, Van Dyke brown, a little bit of the black there. This is where it gets interesting. You got your indigo, or sorry, you got cobalt blue here, ultramarine blue here, Prussian blue here. It's been so long since I've seen these on the palette. I was like, what the heck are these guys doing here? There is some Egyptian violet on the palette. You also have your interference blue, interference green. We'll get into those type of things as we go along here. Mr. Fattest Cat, how you doing? Mr. Fattest Cat, there was a company that was supposed to be working on that. I was supposed to have some kind of samples to test by October. Last I checked, we're darn near closer to this October than the last October, so that's a little bit disappointing. I'm just going to assume, and we all know what the first three letters of that are, I'm just going to write that off as a loss at this point. I don't think that's ever going to happen. I'm glad you're doing good there, Ryder. Oh, you got some of the Mecha Green. Yes, that Mecha Green is fabulous, is it not? I absolutely love that. Yeah, Ryder, it's well, even now, Kathy, that book that she keeps recommending, I guess people all over the world are buying that thing, and we just like, man, we should really, we need to get cuts out of all this stuff that we keep recommending here and that people keep buying. Now, that's kind of an interesting color right there. That's ultramarine blue, right? Well, an Amazon link wouldn't be bad either, because then we would have like an army of very vicious warriors or something like that if we had an Amazonian link. We'd probably have poison darts too. All right, let's get a little bit of Prussian blue into this now. And I'm just going to let this sit on here as long as I can. See what the heck happens. Hey, I don't know what's going to happen. Does it really matter? Because it's oils. You don't like something, take the makeup sponge and it's all gone. Hey, MTLEs, welcome back. Nice to see you again. So yeah, Mr. Fattest Cat, I was very excited about that. We were talking about it here for the longest time. And then, well, things happened and all of a sudden I didn't hear anything more about it. I haven't heard a peep about it, oh, for months. And by months, I mean 5 months, something like that. I'm glad you could watch while at work. I'm glad you can watch while you're work. And we're just doing some ice here. Where's that? Oh, here it is. So it's kind of a little bit like this. Kind of a little bit like the Achibot. How are you doing? Bot Nessie. Oh, and there is a new chat reward thing. Well, chat point, channel point thing, whatever the heck those are called. I don't even know what those are called. But there's something. There is something there. It wasn't a brand. It was just actually, it was a miniature company that was working on it because the idea was that they had made paint lines before, and we were having all kinds of meetings. Now, a lot of the colors that I was testing, not all of the colors that I was testing, the reason I was testing them was so that I could show them the data. I even sent them some of these. I even sent them a couple of the oil brushers for chemical comparisons, all kinds of stuff. And unfortunately, it would seem that, now I could be wrong, because again, we all know what the first three letters in assume are. Who knows, it could have been worked on all this time and I just don't know. Yep, Fosgrimmons, this is oil paint on miniatures, and one riser is taking the plunge. Look at that. Look at that. So what we're going to do here is we're going to hit to our brand new thing because Dr. Gun go pew pew. Dr. Gun, thank you so much. Now, speaking of oils, oh, did I wish I had oils for this? I wish I had oils for these guys. It would have taken me probably 35 to 40% of the time it took me to paint these stupid things. This is not all of it either. This is not the whole thing. This is a portion of it. This is just a portion, because there was actually 20 of those guys. And there were several of these vehicles. So this is all the Mechanicum. All this stuff is Forge World, by the way. Every single thing here is Forge World, with all of the brutal aspects of Forge World that go right along with it, with basically no instructions. Okay, think of how fun it would have been to do all the shading on there with the oils and everything. Oh man, that would have been so much fun. And then there's this thing. Then there's this. That's basically like painting 4 Land Raiders. Now it's more like painting 6. That giant ray gun on the top, it weighs a couple of pounds. Oh, and wait, there's more. There's a pilot with a giant telescope thing. So yeah, that and all of those tracks that you see, that's about almost 2 inches wide. Those are all hollow on the inside. You have to paint all of the interiors of those, all 4 of them. So that's 8 surfaces you got to paint. And that is articulated in the center. So that was, oh my god, and that's only a part of it, Dr. Gunn. That's just a small part of it. Let's see. So faucet, I'm going to show you some of the previous thing, and you can go back and watch all of the sessions that we've done. Now, actually, here's another one. This is actually on a YouTube channel right now. This was also done in oil paints, like we're going to do now. And this is a similar thing as far as these facets here. We're going to be doing something very similar to that. Now, here's some other things that we have painted in oils. Large things, busts. Well, we've got all kinds of fun stuff. Horsies, because this is the cavalry channel. We painted more horsies here. More horsies. Just go back and check out all of the highlights. Like I said, all the previous videos, they're all there. Now what we're going to be doing also tonight is we're going to be working with some interference oil paint. Because see what happened here? Although that will be fun to have on our Khanites here. So we're going to do stuff just like that. As we welcome in Valfera. How you doing? Well, it was interesting Sunday, Valfera, because I must have spent at least 4.5 hours shoveling snow, pushing out people's cars, doing all that. I was up on ladders for at least 2.5 hours just knocking snow drifts off of roofs. So there was that too. And I'm telling you, yep, these are all going to be icy bases like that other one that you saw there. I'm just going to do this initially as some water. So we'll do some indigo where that water is going to be. Now we're bouncing around between Prussian blue, cobalt, and ultramarine blue. When's the last time you got ultramarine blue? Ooh, there you go. That is a blue, well, some kind of beverage, but ultramarine blue. There you go. Let's see. Yeah, Valfera, oh my goodness. Every time I turned around, I was hearing that, well, you probably haven't heard that sound as much as we hear it here, but the sound of car tires spinning and engines revving and all that kind of stuff, that would be people getting themselves stuck in the snow because they should have just left their vehicles where they were, and instead they're trying to get a little bit adventurous, and then that's idiots like me go over there and help them get their vehicles out. Now, the other thing that was also happening, again, last night, boy, and I wish I could have gotten the photos for you guys just so that you could see it, but I was able to get the main gaming table. Now has its electricity. It has a backdrop in place. There's a lot of fun stuff going on there. I also have a filming area for the War of the Ring board game that we're going to use as our strategic map, right? I actually, the photos that you saw today on Instagram, those were taken in the new photo booth. And I also have an area for the printers. The printers are sitting in the new area with lights and electricity and hopefully more space. So yeah, now of course I'm still going to be sucking on cough drops because the amount of dust that I keep kicking up is just staggering. Oh, thanks for the cheer, Ryder. Here, let me get you a little bit of this. Thanks so much, Ryder. I appreciate that. And thanks, Fawcett, for the follow. I appreciate that. Now, here's another little thing that one of the several things we were working on yesterday because we wanted to create a new freehand pattern for one of our 3 chief, not 3 chiefs and 3 kings, and they're 3 different tribes or clans, whatever you want to, whatever the Candish guys would be, clans, tribes, I don't know, probably tribes, I guess. So that's one of 3 that we have to create. That was one of the things that we were painting. Was it Saturday? I think that was the Saturday show we did all that kind of stuff. Oh, now see, it's the same photo booth. It just got moved somewhere else. because where the photo booth used to be, that is where Kathy moved a bunch of stuff when she moved her areas around. So yeah, we had to that area has just been kind of floating around. Basically, it's been sitting on top of a laptop for the last several weeks now. And finally, it has its own spot as we welcome in Robosh. How are you doing? So Fawcett, the oils is something that I've been using for about 4 years. Actually, not about 4 years and 2 months, something like that. And I'll show you some of the stuff that we did back in the past. But as we keep moving along with our journey with the oils, we just keep discovering more and more and more tremendous things that you can do with it. What we're doing right now is something that we actually call the pre-glaze, where we're literally just kind of throwing some colors on here. I think we've got a little, here we go. So basically you almost end up with something a little bit like this, except instead of the paint being dry, the paint is wet. And then we can take advantage of that. Altered Man, how you doing? Glad you're doing good there, Robosh. Glad you're doing good. Here, let's start throwing a little bit of this into here. Oh, Robosh, we paint them all the time. Let's see, where's our... Because we just did this one, what, in October or November? Something like that. We did this one just a couple of months ago. Yep, we did that one on the channel. And we've also painted Italian tanks. We painted all kinds of stuff here on the channel. Hey, Jack. Welcome back. How you doing? I do believe we also painted this one on the channel right here, too. Here we go. Let's see, doing the herdstone. Oh, the herdstone. Yes, I think I still... Oh, yeah. This will be probably getting sent out tomorrow, but there's your herdstone. There he is. Sparking Gandalf's ganja. So this was all done in oils. We used our fluorescent paints in there, too. Oh, my goodness. Oliver Ghost. How you doing, Oliver? Nice to see you again. But Robosh, between the commission stuff and everything else, people, if there were commissions as far as vehicles go, well, we'd be painting those, but I don't see those happening anytime soon. Plus, we're trying to get all geared up for our filming of our Lord of the Rings games. So there is that as well. Now, we're just going to be, again, there's nothing, when we do this, we are not looking for any specific colors. I just want to get some different ones out. I just threw some cobalt blue on here. We're going to find out what happens with cobalt blue if we leave it on there a little bit longer. Does it actually do anything, or does it do nothing? My guess, notice how I didn't use the word assumption anymore. My guess is that not much is really going to happen with that. Like, at all. Let's see, Jack just ended their shift, and they're going to get some sleep soon. Oh, okay, Jack. Oh, that's okay. We'll be here for a while. We may still be here when you get up. We may still be here. Mr. Fattest Cat, that's stuff that I just do in private messages, Instagrams, and Facebook messages, that sort of stuff. Let's see. So Altered Man, it's just commission type stuff. We used to do eBay things, but then eBay became Feebay, and that just made it not practical, so we stopped doing that years ago. But we've been doing the commission stuff since, oh gosh, 20 years. At least 20 years we've been doing the commission stuff. Beef in the Hole, I have to say, I was super excited about it, and I just grow more and more trepidatious just with just kind of how things have gone. And no, I try not to listen to anything, because there's obviously tons of stuff out there as far as the rumor mill goes about what's happening with the show. I'm a little bit concerned with some of the things that I've heard. Mostly because I don't want it to be another kind of a Game of Thrones things right off the bat. And of course, I think that's another one of the reasons why everybody's just so interested in Lord of the Rings, right? As far as the game goes, because hey, new show. Now, Beef, have you heard anything? Oh, no, let's leave that on there for a little bit. Leave it on there for a little bit. So, Beef, have you heard anything just in the last couple of weeks or so that sort of piques your interest about it? Something that's I don't know, because the last I've heard news was at least 2 weeks ago or something like that. Hey, Achilles Blade, how are you doing? Let's see. So I hope you're doing good. And Pun Expected, welcome back. Now this is stick. Now, of course, there was some of the Prussian blue that worked its way in there.
Hello, little hobbit. Spark my gun.
Thank you so much, Demi. That is appreciated, and Gandalf appreciates it too. Oh, that will freeze my ganja. That won't spark my ganja. That will definitely freeze it. Yeah, it has to do with kind of the production and who's involved. It's who's involved with it and that sort of thing that just it gets me a little concerned. All right, there we go. So that's a quickie little sort of a pre-glaze on your base there. Now let's hit these bases really quick before we get to the pre-glaze on the miniatures there. And you notice we have all these different sizes of sponges. That's handy because yeah, it can get in here into some of these tighter to reach spaces. Oh, well, hey, folks, be sure to give Pun Expected a follow so that the next time Pun Expected is live, you don't miss Pun Expected. Now see here, a lot of that's being wiped away. A lot of that's being wiped. Well, maybe not as much as I thought. That's the ultramarine blue and the cobalt blue. Now, of course, Sculpey is a super absorbent surface. If this were plastic or resin or something like that, it might not be adhering quite this well. Now, the Sculpey clay we're talking about, this is ye old, just your basic white Sculpey clay. Now, this is you can see you can bake these thick. The sheet that I was working with here was at least 2.5 times the thickness, as you can see how thick that was compared to this. So we do lots of different thicknesses. Do we have one more left? Yeah, we got one more left. So we'll be working on these 4 guys here, just like we worked on the Warcry Warband. Oh gosh, what was the last one we just did? The guys with all the glowy stuff. The Scions of Flame. Yeah, Scions of Flame. We just did those guys. So some of this blue, it's staying behind more than I expected. I gotta say that. That's a little bit more than I expected. And also, these guys, they're spindly buggers. Holy smokes. They are very spindly. So we're gonna have to really be dainty and delicate and all that kind of stuff when it comes to taking away the actually yeah, see there not oh see that surface is not quite so absorbent and way more of that comes off. That's a lot more coming off. So it's again not unexpected. This is why we talk about staining colors versus not staining colors, right? Ultramarine blue, cobalt blue, them ain't staining colors. Egyptian violet, it's a super stainer. It literally is a super stainer. And you can see how much of that stays behind in comparison to some of those blues that did. So I think we're all pretty much caught up on the chat there. If I missed a question, somebody can go ahead and fire that again. Yeah, just take this stuff away, and I have no idea what this is actually supposed to be. It's like it's a cloak, and it's also like a spell effect. So not sure exactly what everything's supposed to be. You ever try out and not pun expected. I well, let's just put it this way. One of the reasons I have not been getting a whole bunch of new paints to try them out is just when I started to get the vibe that the folks that were supposed to be working on the paint line weren't really working on it anymore. And I said, well, I can't justify shelling out lots of dough for just trying out colors as experiments when maybe the folks I'm doing the experiments for aren't really doing anything. So yeah, if you're wondering why there hasn't been a whole lot of new of the same colors in different brands, that's kind of why. I said, well, I'm through doing research for folks that ain't doing anything with stuff that I'm researching. Let's see. Achilles blade, yeah, it's you bake it on a ceramic tile. You want to definitely have it. Every oven has a different sweet spot, and not every oven. You don't always bake it exactly at the temperature or time of the instructions either. That's going to have a lot to do with it. It's also going to have to do with maybe how fresh or not fresh that Sculpey is. So you might be getting a batch of Sculpey that's either a lot older or something like that. I've just noticed it myself. Sometimes a batch of Sculpey that's been sitting around for a while sometimes doesn't work quite as well. And sometimes you bake it for 15 minutes instead of 20. Sometimes you bake it at 170 instead of or 270 or instead of 285. It all depends on the oven. Hey, Trash, Rama, how you doing? Yeah, Trash, I think maybe Big Acrylic must have gotten to him. So there's a little bit of a pre-glaze right there. Yeah, Big Acrylic must have gotten to him, and they have turned traitor. Maybe that's what happened. Let's see. Yeah, it's big. I still have to figure out what graphic do we use for Big Acrylic. We have to do a graphic for for like a merch shirt or something like that. We have to do some kind of a graphic for that. I don't know what that graphic is yet. I think it was just the regular Sculpey. And again, you got to do it on that ceramic tile. If you do it on the metal, it's going to get overbaked, and that's going to make it rubbery. So that's pretty much the sign that it's been overbaked, is when it's rubbery like that, which means maybe you don't bake it quite as long just because maybe that's how your oven is. It could just be that's how the oven is. Valfera, that stuff's not going to work the same. We did try the Daz clay, and you could sort of cut it, you could sort of do things, but there's so much fiberiness to it, it's not going to work the same way. So yeah, you could not do any of these things with the air drying clay. The air drying clay also shrinks and cracks and does all kinds of other nasty things that you would definitely not want to have happen. So it's pretty much Sculpey. Hey Sammy, how you doing? Oh, an old Tammany Hall politician.
Little hobbits, spark my guns.
Thank you so much, Apex Gang. Fast Gandalf says, hello, little hobbits. Spread my concha. Yeah, Trash, that's a good one. Kind of an old Tammany Hall. Well, basically sort of a Monopoly type of a guy. We'll have to do an old Tammany Hall illustration because that's not like there's anybody around who's going to say, that's our logo. So I like that idea, Trash. Just remind me because I'll forget 5 minutes from now about that fantastic idea. So you could see there's purple up there. It all looks kind of the same, right? That's just how oils are when they're dark like this. And remember, the vast majority of oil paints are transparent. Now we're going to leave that sit on there as long as we can. Wolf Woman, welcome back. How you doing? Looks like Sammy's going to lurk. And as Armored Wolf says, Sam, lurking is permitted. It is permitted. Oh, What do we miss here? What did we miss? Velfera says, wife's not as understanding as you. She's not going to let me near her oven with my modeling stuff. That's okay, Velfera. You don't need the oven. In fact, I would actually, especially in the summertime, now where you are, I'm sure it's like 100 degrees or something like that. My suggestion is a toaster oven, because we have one. Toaster oven. Actually, there's a video that I have. It's the same one it's on the YouTube channel about baking Sculpey, and it's a toaster oven. Because your toaster oven, well, they're cheap, and if it's a dedicated thing for just baking Sculpey and stuff like that, well, okay, you spend 80 bucks on something that you'll just bake your Sculpey with. You don't have to worry about your oven anymore. So that's an option for you there, Valfera. Oh, let's see. Yeah, Achilles blade, you'll have to, like I say, you're going to have to put it on different shelves of your oven. You're going to also have to experiment with baking times. Because maybe you have to just bake it less. Because that if it's rubbery, that is typically a sign of the over baking. Apex King, basically the best way to paint white is to, I don't want to say avoid white, but white is only a tiny portion of what you're going to be doing. So here we've got ourselves something that is white, and that will be Shadowfax right here. And as you can see on Shadowfax, there's tan, there's some bluish gray. Look at some bluish gray there. Look at you see even almost like an orange type of a color here. There's actually some purple down in here. That's more of a blue. Again, look at that. You can almost see the orange in the hair. When someone looks at this, they'll say, yeah, it's a white horse. When you look at it close, there's hardly any of this that is white. So that's going to be the key to painting white, just like the key to painting black is, well, not really using black. See, Etchybot has it right there. So Achilles blade. Now, I don't use the toaster. Gosh, I should have been using the toaster oven over the summer, but I kind of forgot about it. But the toaster oven can be very handy. I would give that a shot. I'd give that toaster oven a shot. And it's not like the Sculpey ruins it. You can use it for other stuff too. Now some of the super cheap ones, it's not like you can do a whole lot of Sculpey at once. But then you're not looking to do as much of it as I am. So, hey Ozzy, how you doing? Now, I'd say appreciate it, and in Tennessee it does get to be 107. It does, yeah, Valfera, that's because I was trying to bake something. It was actually it was kind of like the Great Beast of Golgoroth, only even bigger, and it was made out of Sculpey, like an idiot. I made it out of Sculpey, and I baked it several times because I was adding stuff to it. And yeah, that made the house really hot. It's in really hot. Okay, so there's two of them there. Hey, average painter, how are you doing? So Achilles blade, I would get those. Just try that out. Maybe just bake it for less time. Yeah, let's do this one. I would bake it for less time. Oh, look at that Egyptian violet staying behind. Look at that. Now that's where we're gonna make sure we have a bunch of these sponges. Oh, look at that. Look at what just happened there. Let's see. So again, I think you saw the texture of it here, and we'll just break off some there. So that is typical your white Sculpey texture that you're looking for. Hey, Vetbod. Let me see. What else did we miss? Hope I did. Hey, Bantha. How you doing? So, average painter. I hope that you had yourself a decent Monday. that there wasn't actually too much Monday involved, because sometimes Mondays just have too much Monday. Today had way too much Monday, unfortunately. That was a little bit too crazy for today. Let's see, 2 more weeks until you and then you can set up the painting area. Well, I'm sure that you're going to be counting that down, Vetbod. I kind of got a flavor for that when I was trying to create all of these new areas that we're talking about here. Look at that. Look at all that fun. So again, instead of just that, now it's not just the fact that there's value there. There's color there, and it's color that we can use. We can do something with that. We can do something with those colors now. And again, depending on how much of this I take off, that's what I can add to with our lighter colors. Thank you so much for that sub, Wolfwoman. That is appreciated. Thank you very much. Picking up a whole bunch of those Song of Ice and Fire minis there. They are really handy for that. We, well, you know how much we've painted the cavalry figs here, especially those, but even the other ones. You know, you want to try out your medals and such, and cloaks. Well, I can't go wrong with those, can you? Now, Wolfwoman has those wolf emotes. Yeah, and sorry there's not more emotes. I keep trying to make them, and Amazon just keeps saying nope. So I keep trying to make them. Let's see. Yeah, Achilles blade. It is the sculpey stuff. If you're looking for a specific texture like that, some folks they just have to work a little bit more at it. Now, let's put it this way: there was one oven. Say we were pet sitting for somebody, and they had this. I just called that oven the cauldron because the next thing you know, the fire alarm is going off. All this stuff is happening, and the cats are freaking out and everything else. And well, what the heck is going on here? And it's because the oven was somehow cranked up to, I don't know, 500 degrees or something like that. And the Sculpey just basically caught on fire. We still have that stupid metal tray. We still have that stupid metal tray that where the Sculpey caught on fire and all this crazy stuff was going on. Yeah, let's just get a little more of this taken off here. And then we'll grab our stupid plastic glue here. And we'll just throw that thing back on there, I guess. I'm telling you, these things are so spindly. That is definitely... that is very irritating about these things for sure, that they are just so darn fragile. And that was glued on there. Believe me, it was. Yeah, let's get to some pre-glaze now. Average painter was able to get some painting in, add some dark to the British infantry. Honestly, that's there. Well, who was it that was already suggesting that they should be sending us stuff for all the Lord of the Rings figures that people are getting because they're watching here and there's all this stuff about the Lord of the Rings and well, how many war bands have we painted up here now? We did the Corvus Cabal, we did the Scions of Flame, right? And of course, we're always talking about all the other. We did the Osiarchs several times, right? Let's see, where do they go? Where did those things go? Let me get there. Oh, Scions of Flame. Yeah, there we go. And then we did. Where's the? Well, of course, Balrog, Witch King, that king. Then we did the Corvus Cabal. All of this painted on stream. I could swear we painted some other Warcry stuff too. Oh, duh. Prinkles. We painted. You forgot about me. I am Prinkles. No one forgets me. Yes, Prinkles, the Ultra War Kitty. Oh, thanks, Wolfwoman. Thanks for watching that. Now, I know that sometimes the older videos probably look so much different than the new ones. And of course, we keep learning stuff here all the time. So it must be kind of interesting if you're bouncing kind of back and forth between, oh, I don't want to call them eras, but they sort of are. It has to be kind of interesting to see the differences. Hey, Massive Cravat, how are you doing? Now we're going to throw some cobalt in here now. Yeah, so the Corvus guys, that was I think the first warband, like the full warband that we painted on the channel here. Then the Scions of Flame, that was a challenge because we had to find 8 different colors. Literally find 8 different colors for the object. No, technically 9. Like Nessie says, Baratheons have tons of armor. The Tully Cavaliers, actually the Tullys, I think would be really good with the interference paints, like the interference green and that sort of stuff. I think those could be really good with that. All right, Massive Cravat, you have a good lunch break, and hopefully the rest of work is not too stressful. I think we're all caught up. Yeah, I think we are. TJ has painted the Iron Golems and the Untamed Beasts so far. So we've done here. Let's because I've got some Patreon series too. Here we go. So we painted. Oh gosh, the Cipher Lords. We painted those. And these are on the YouTube channel here, the Untamed Beasts, right? So there's a bunch of videos on YouTube about the Untamed Beasts and the Cipher Lords with their bases, all that kind of fancy stuff. That's one of our Patreon series. Also did 2 Splintered Fang. So there's Splintered Fang on YouTube, and then there's also the Splintered Fang that I did for the Patreon page. Oh, yes, the murder chickens. The murder chickens, that's right. So we did a little ice, and then we did a little fire, didn't we? On the murder chickens. Oh, and we painted, what are those called? Are those the Furies? The guys with the other guys with the wings. Where the heck are those? Those are way up here. Let me see if I can grab some of those for you. Here they are. Nessie remembers these. This was like the final death knell of Payne's Gray, but we did a couple of these guys on the channel. Remember these? So yes, I forgot all about those. Those were pretty fun too. Speaking of not black, let's see, the pictures he sent look mostly Stark and Boltons with some Lannisters and Kickstarter stuff. Oh, thanks, Jack. That the Raptorixes, also known as murder chickens. So I think we've got our darker colors in place there, and well, with pretty much the last of our sponges here, we'll go back in and we're going to take away some of this. Yeah. So those were the, I think they're called Furies, right? The 2 guys there with the wings. And if you remember, one of those was done in Payne's Gray, and then the other one, well, mostly Payne's Gray. The other one done mostly with Indigo because we wanted to, I was curious and I wanted a direct comparison between the 2. And that worked out pretty well. Wow, we're really, it's kind of interesting because it feels like I'm using a lot of sponges here, but it's really just, I think it's 3 sponges that I cut up. Maybe just 2. This is another thing that'll be different from the early days when we had the different type of sponges, like I think we had the eyeliner sponges and all that other sort of stuff. And then we just sort of migrated to just regular old sponges like this, but then chopped them up like this. And that's been very helpful. Again, for reaching all these small little spaces here. I mean, we can't get to absolutely everything, but we don't have to get to absolutely everything. Just a good portion of it. All right, so There we go. And we can also now turn our brightness up a bit more here. And I think I can even turn my light on one level higher. So which one? That one we got to leave dry for a little bit more. Well, you have a good night's sleep there, Jack. Yes, the Steino Res primer. So I used mostly just a white primer on those. I think I had the slate primer. What is this? The light flesh? Yeah, the light flesh. That's what we typically use. I just didn't happen to have this down there, so I just grabbed the. It's basically like a slate blue primer. Ah, that should give you, yep, a bunch of good miniatures to learn on. That's for sure. Now, where is our... These are the flats. The royal... All these brushes are just the synthetics, right? I think these are golden Taklons, whatever. So these are the flats that we turned into a filbert brush by cutting down the edges, right? Now what we're going to do is we'll just take our quick dry white, and I'm not kidding when I say dry brush. Not kidding. Less is more. More is way too much. Because look at how much of that's already starting to mix. Look at how much of that's already starting to mix here. Here, let's go back so we can hear the sound of that being ground into the brush. Let's see, Starks, Boltons, and some Lannister stuff. Okay, that's good because those halberd guys and the Mountainsmen, those should be pretty handy for you, I think. I think you'll get a kick out of doing those. Now remember, we also want to try our interference colors here on stuff like the blades. Now, at first I was thinking, well, we'll make those look kind of icy. But I think maybe we'll also give them that little bit of juice there, that little extra juice with the interference paints. And as you could see right away, look at, yeah, that's mixing with what's on the brush. It's all good. I mean, it's a pretty darn fast action there. Here, let's, whoops, where did that go? Altered Man art. I haven't actually played an Isengard. Well, there's several different Isengard lists that you can do. I am not a big person with infantry blocks and lots of pikes that just sit there and don't move. For me, my favorite thing about the Isengard list would definitely have to be Saruman and Grima. And I know that in a tournament setting, people don't use, especially they don't use Grima. But then tournament players just, well, it's not my scene. And a lot of times there you get way too much groupthink because tournament players also didn't realize just how powerful the Easterling Cataphracts are with Amdur and the Black Knight and all that other kind of stuff. So to me, the Isengard list that I would prefer would have things like the Crows, Wargs, Grima, Saruman, pretty much everything except for giant blocks of pikemen, which of course that's usually the first thing people get when they do an Isengard list. Let's see, so those are just the synth. Yep, these are from the big old brushes. Whoops, right here. There we go. What, 30 of them in there for about 19-ish bucks, something like that. Because what I like about Grima is that he just sits there and cries into that handkerchief the whole time, and he just bums people out. And I love the fact that he just sits there, cries into the handkerchief, and bums people out, and makes them spend even more might. Because what do people want to do? They just want to march right to the center of the board, get into a big old slog, and just exchange might points back and forth. Hey, Calvadia, how you doing? Happy start to the week for you. So yeah, there's something about they always like to put masks on the Dark Elves, don't they? They really are all about those masks. Here, let's hit our ice here. we're going to come back to the ice too. Look at all that stuff mixing in there. Which is why we're going to come back here and get some more of that white, and then we're going to come back to these areas again and make them look more like facets. We're just trying to get some discovery here. What kind of shapes are we actually looking at? What the heck is this thing? What is this? Is this supposed to be a cloak? Is it a spell effect? What's going on? Why is this thing looking like this? And again, you can see how much of the pre-glaze is mixing on there. Hey, Rhapsody Studios. So folks, be sure to give Rhapsody Studios a follow. Yep, typical stream days. Monday and Fridays tend to be around this time. Saturdays, that's when we try to get that earlier start. And then Thursday is the late start, and Thursday is also the sculpting streams. Let's see. he just cries into Eowyn's handkerchief, and he's just bummed, and he just bums everybody out so much that it costs double the might points. Yeah. Anytime you want to do those heroic moves and heroic this and that and the other, well, that's great. Spend 2 might points to do it. The only time I ever got to use Grima in a game, let's just say that Boromir was losing might points left and right. I think that was when he had 6 or something like that. Look at this, folks. We got Not J in the house, which means I do believe we can say that I think it is this Saturday, the Rockies War Room podcast, they begin their season 3, right? This Saturday. That's going to be 8 p.m. Central, Rockies War Room. So be sure to also give Rockies War Room a follow. And then Rocky's been. Now, you guys aren't going to be doing any gameplay stuff on the Warlords of Erewhon this coming week, or next week, are you? Let's see, I might have to move my building figure stream. So you're going to try doing it tonight at 9 p.m. Central. So, folks, Rhapsody Studio is going to. Oh, that's your building stream. So, Rhapsody Studio, you know what we've been talking about? Shall we say, not YouTube friendly terms that I would have to use while assembling. There were many not too friendly or YouTube friendly words that I was uttering when I was assembling these. There was pieces flying around all over the place. Oh yeah, this is not safe for streaming. Yeah, I would never. Now for you it could be a whole different story because I think you were saying you sort of like the assembly part of it. It's sort of therapeutic and stuff. For me, it really just yeah, it just makes me want to go. What did what's her name do to the big city in Game of Thrones or something like that? That's pretty much what assembling miniatures does to me. Makes me want to go do that. Now, speaking of fellow streamers and also fellow oil painters, do we have Kalini here? We do have Kalini. Hey, Kalini, how are you doing? Sorry that I didn't get to join in on your stream. I was very furiously trying to get stuff ready for doing these on stream. So, folks, be sure to give Kalini a follow. I'm sure you probably already are if you're watching at this time, and if you like oils. If you like oils, you want to give Kalini the follow. Oh, look at all that pre-glaze. It's mixing in there. And I'm sure as you've already been warned, you have, I'm sure, been forewarned. We use oil paints here all the time. All the time. Now, you'll be playing Friday night, a Hex Encounter game, Space Infantry, Federation, Lock and Load. Now, when are you guys going to be doing your, are you guys going to be doing gameplay eventually on the Victory at Sea stuff as well? Because I'm sure Rocky probably already answered that, and I'm just spacing on the answer that he gave me. And if so, I apologize for that. Hey, Iron Raven Painting, how are you doing? And get welcome, Raiders. So, Kalini, if you got any, well, I'm sure you don't have any Instagram pictures right now because you just finished. But if you've got any other stuff, work in progress things that you'll want to post, feel free to post that sort of stuff in the chat there, and Discord links, I suppose that's what that would be. So we're working with the oils here, and we're onto a new warband here. And what we're going to do is we're going to paint our bases up sort of like this. I believe this is from Kings of War right here, Mantic Games. Actually, this is on the YouTube channel. And we're actually going to use the pretty much the same oil colors. Oh, thank you very much, Iron Raven Painting. Now we got our, this is two colors that we have not had on the palette in months. Literally, the cobalt blue here, the ultramarine blue over here. It's been forever since we had those colors on the palette. Now we have already done our our wonderful stage of all the pre-glaze, where we put some colors on and then we wipe them away with our sponges like so. Because things must be messy before they can be neat. And that other little ice elemental right there, that was done in very much the same way. We slapped the stuff on there and then wipe that away. Might actually just throw a little bit of phthalo green out here too, just to have some. It normally lives over here, so we'll just throw a little bit of that out there. I still got to make a new container for myself, because Kathy has some of the existing containers. Now we're just going to take where's our other, there it is. Another one of our homemade filberts. Again, it's just a flat brush, 60-cent brush. We cut the corners of that. It's okay to cut corners as long as you're making filbert brushes. Yep, not JS to head out, because in 48 minutes, Rocky's War Room goes live. So folks, be sure again to give Rocky's War Room that follow so you can see them when they go live. Now, we're going to start doing a little bit here with our mixes of white, and this is going to be much more opaque because, again, blue, any kind of blues are going to be some of the most translucent colors you are going to find in the oils. That and magentas. Pretty much blues and magentas are going to be the two most, definitely going to be the two most transparent. Translucent, whatever term you want to use. The earth tones, by their nature, tend to be a little bit more, they tend to be more opaque. Greens, depends. But reds and yellows, those are going to be much more towards the opaque. Much more opaque. Now you're doing an unboxing tonight. So yeah, Kathy right now is actually, she is in a Discord hangout with the Pyro Club. Just hanging out there. She will be doing her oil paint stream tomorrow. At least that's the plan, as always. Now, we're not just going to be using the cobalt blue here. We're going to dip into some of our phthalo, some of our ultramarine. You can see we're starting to pull out some of these facets right here. Oh, thanks, Kalini. So, Kalini, what kind of stuff have you been working on lately? And again, I'm sorry that I did not get a chance to hang out in your stream. I got the notification, and I was furiously trying to get these things primed and ready to go. Literally primed and ready to go while you were doing your stream. So sorry I didn't get to hang out. Here, let's just snag some of that ultramarine blue over here, and then you'll see just how much more red-ishness is involved in this. A lot more red. So Rhapsody Studios, it is More Than Dice a podcast. She doesn't stream as Kathy. She streams as More Than Dice a podcast, because she's part of the crew there, and it's just she doesn't necessarily want to have to deal with setting up all of her own stuff. So she does that with the crew there. Oh, let's see. Working on the nomads. Boy, that I'm trying to think. What was the last time I was painting Infinity stuff? Was in 2005, I think. So let's just say I'm maybe a little bit behind. I'm a wee bit behind. Maybe just a bit. I think you can kind of get the hint that this is going from a little bit, from a light on the bottom to more of a darker towards the top. And you'll see a lot of that happen here. I'm also going to take some of that mid-range blue mix and start throwing that into some of this stuff here too. Airy Plotter, how are you doing? Nomadic Chris. How you doing there, Nomadic Chris? I think we've
So say we all.
hit a lot of that stuff. We also have to give Harry Plotter a little salute. Thank you so much for that sub. That is appreciated. Rogue Trader, okay. Did I just see mention of that? Oh gosh, the Joan of Arc game. Yeah, I was so disappointed when the person that had gotten the Kickstarter stuff, who has extreme, I guess you would call it hobby ADD, immediately sold all the stuff off. I was supposed to be painting that stuff, and he just sold it all off. Wait, you did what? He just sold it all off. Glad you're doing well there, Dramatic Chris. I'm gonna take me some lighter colors. Also gonna play with a little bit of phthalo green in here. Touch of the Prussian blue. Yeah, something like this here. Something like that. We're gonna move you out of the way. And there we go. We can't be all just that reddish blue. We need to get something that's almost got a little turquoise to it. A little bit of turquoise. Oh, the WGC Infinity Group. Holy smokes, WGC is still around? The War Games Consortium? I thought wow, they're still around. Okay. I didn't know they were still around. And now we're gonna do this absolutely everywhere. Just gonna pick a few strategic places. And by the way, look at how that's not light. This seems light when we paint it on here. Rest assured, not light. It's a middle tone at best. A middle tone at best. I'm trying to think the last time I painted it. I think maybe there might have been some in '07 or '08 or something like that, but oof, that's pretty much it. I think I might have painted some tags or something like that in '07, '08, and that's about it. Everything else since then, not Infinity. We'll bring yeah, a little turquoise over there too. So also it's going to start to separate these two surfaces here. Now I'm also going to, I can turn up my light just one more step. There we go. And now let's start to work on some lighter. Let's get really actually light here, shall we? And the nice thing about brushes like this is you still have a chisel edge. And let's just start throwing some of these lighter facets in here. And I might even do something like this here. Yeah, let's just do some of that, and then we'll just use our blending brush, right? That's what the blending brush is for. Zip Zap, how you doing? How you doing, Zip Zap? Oh, Nessie, did you guys get as much of that snow as we did, or is it a little bit more gentle on you guys than it was here? Because we definitely got pretty well smoked here, which is why I've been spending so many hours shoveling snow. All right, so let's go back. We got our blending brush here, right, as always. Yep, Zip Zap. Do I have a section of it here? Yeah, we got some chunks of it here. So there's some chunks of that Sculpey. Now, this was pretty darn thick. This is one of the thickest pieces of Sculpey that I've ever baked for this kind of a purpose. But you can bake this stuff pretty thick. Obviously, it's going to take different baking times. And when you bake it this thick, it gets pretty darn strong, I'll tell you that. Now it starts to take a little different personality on. We've got our blending brush going. It's still snowing since last night. Yeah, Nessie, now I don't know if you guys are having the snow drifts like we did here. That's why I had to go up on roofs and all that kind of stuff. Because if big snow drifts start to melt too fast, that's when you get ice jams, which I'm sure there's a whole bunch of people in this stream right now that have no idea what an ice jam is. Let's just say it's something you don't want to have happen. So let's look at the difference now here between these two. See how one starts to form more of a facet. Back to some of our lighter color again here. And as you can see, we're not painting specific areas, right? We're just kind of slapping some of that light color in there. Same here. So we're picking out certain areas for this. And some of this over here, some there, some there. And then we've got, again, our blending brush just waiting in the wings right here. So yeah, basically the ice jam, that's essentially what happens is that the snow on top melts really fast and your gutters are all full of ice and the water seeks its, well, the easiest place to go, and the easiest place to go is under the shingles and under your roof and into your house. Yay. That's extra fun. So that's why you gotta knock those drifts off before they start melting. Now we're also gonna go back with some of our dark as well, and that's gonna be a nice translucent color too. So we're working towards the translucent right now. We're just using our lighter stuff here. That is we have had, well, the thing is we've had 70-degree days in February here. The thing is the next day it's 20 below and there's a foot of snow on the ground. So we do have those warm days here, but you pay an extreme price for that here. Altered Man, what was it we say that it's oils are so easy to blend? It's actually illegal in like 20 different states. It's just so easy. They just that big acrylic, of course, is trying to make it as illegal as possible. They don't want you having any of that fun. No problem, Aussie. There's a whole bunch of different. Yeah, I've got a bunch of different videos on the Sculpey basing, and this is something that we've been doing. Oh my gosh, for a long time. It keeps getting more and more evolved each time we do it, but it's really not all that complicated, right? And you can do some very fun stuff with it, can't you? And man, it's pretty darn easy. I guess I also have to keep in mind that there will be snow over the top of this. Gotta keep that in mind. Altered Man, you can sort of do that. You can. Well, we're going to be putting the dark stuff in here too, so there will be some more on top of this. The problem is the more of those oils that you're going to stack up there, the more you're you're getting to the territory of where you just can't put any more on, or it's going to take a long time to dry. So you don't want to have lots and lots and lots of paint sitting on here. That is why, as you can see, we're working on this as dry as we possibly can. That is always the, oh gosh, what would you say of all the things that the constant refrain is less paint, less paint, always less. No, thanks, Ossie. I appreciate that. Oh, there's all kinds of fun things that happen with snow. Um, all the salt that is used to salt the roads that corrodes the bottom of your vehicle. So I guess apparently there's places in America where cars don't rust and has nothing to do with rain. It's all about salt. because that road salt will eat away your vehicle. Here, let's do so. Boy, I was really hoping to have some pictures posted or just something I could show you guys of the War of the Ring filming area, and well, the terrain board doesn't look all that different than some of the pictures you've seen of it. The difference is that actually I have the lights, so you get a little bit more of a behind the scenes view of it. So for Thursday, I'll try to have, well, by Thursday, there's also going to be much more of that area finalized. So there will be more to see. Look at this. Look how easy this is here. Look at that. Does it get any more easy than something like that? Yeah, Calvadia, it was definitely the last storm. They predicted this, that, and the other, and it was just like, okay, that was snow, whatever. This other one, this one was a real one. Now, the other fun thing that's going to happen is on Thursday it's supposed to get warm, which means it will rain, which means massive melting of snow, and then it's supposed to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 degrees at night, which means that's all going to freeze solid. So all of that stuff will turn into a massive sheet of ice. Let's see. Yeah, now because of that War of the Ring, using that as the campaign generator, oh my god, we're going to have to make all kinds of terrain. We're even going to have to start making dwarf terrain. All right, so we've got some of the lighter stuff here. Why don't we go the opposite way, get some of the darker stuff? Calvadia does not miss it. Calvadia says they do not miss it. Now, what we're going to do here is we're going to take some of this here cobalt, and we're going to find ourselves some nice areas where we can really get in here. Because remember, cobalt it's the umber of blues, right? And you can see we're just going to throw a little bit of that into there. See how that looks more like the facet of a gemstone? so think of it, that's kind of what we are doing here. We're painting gemstones in a manner of speaking here. But we don't want all of that to be cobalt blue. We'll take some of our Prussian blue here. Let's throw some of these. Here, let's get a bit there. All right. Blending brush time. At DiMarino, how are you doing? So let's see what kind of fun chapters of the Book of Wapo we can find. Oh, look at that. Huh? Huh? I'm not saying, I'm just saying. Look at that. Don't you wish it was that easy? I wish it was when I had to do this stuff when I was doing acrylics. Yeah. But then again, big acrylic doesn't want things to be easy. Big acrylic hates things when they're easy. Let's see, where do we... oh, look at that. Less is more. More is way too friggin' much. Way too much. And of course, the only way we get these soft blends is to not crush the brush. We caress the brush. And we also... you gotta let the oils do their own thing. Let them work for you. Like we're doing here on these bases, right? The oils are doing all that work for us. Are we doing lots of layers? No, we're letting the oils do it. And have we not been dry brushing the heck out of this? Yes, we have been dry brushing the heck out of this. And, of course, no layering the oils because they do it themselves, right? When we did this right over here, how many layers do you think that would have been of just regular old acrylic paint? That would have been a whole bunch of layers, wouldn't it? We saved the layers, we saved time, we saved pretty much everything here. You save so much time. It's unbelievable how much time you save. So, DiMarino, I hope that you're doing well. Look at, we can go even darker in here. A couple of these guys. Oh, maybe even a little phthalo green with our Prussian blue here. Yes, right there. And then we still haven't added some of those the edges there, right? So we still have the edges that we can add and some other little fun extras. Yeah, let's do. We need that to be lighter down in there. Where's our brush with our lighter stuff on it? There it is. Here, let's just throw something lighter right in there. Like so. Blending brush time. So see what we got there? Just a big old blob. That big old blob. Oh my goodness, look at this. This is why we don't layer. This is why we do not layer. Didn't have to. That's smoother than anything you could layer, I'll tell you that right now. By a lot. Definitely smoother. Where is our... Here, let's just get this... Oh, and I know folks, maybe not so much lately, but that whole cobalt turquoise thing, yeah, I had a suspicion if you just took something like phthalo green and mixed it with cobalt blue, you'd have yourself a cobalt turquoise. Well, sure enough, that's it. So yeah, just phthalo green, cobalt blue. Darn near every starter set comes with something that's like phthalo green, if not phthalo green. Just take that, mix it with your cobalt, you got yourself cobalt turquoise. Save yourself some funds. Here's a little bit of our ultramarine blue. Now, pragmatic shark, they're way more resilient by orders of magnitude because there's a reason why oil paintings have lasted hundreds and hundreds of years, and there's a reason why oil paints is what people use to paint their houses with. Because acrylic paint, again, of course, if we joke around with big acrylic and all that kind of stuff, one way to get you to keep buying more paint is to have that paint not stick to your house or just get worn away really easy. So there's some of our bolt action stuff here. Is it my American? Yeah. So these guys right here, that M18 Hellcat, that was painted in oils over 4 years ago. I've dropped that thing several times. That's not a plastic vehicle. That is a solid resin and pewter kit. That gun barrel, almost everything on that turret is metal. And everything, that is a solid chunk of resin there. And that's been dropped a couple of times, and it has been extremely resilient. So definitely, to me, the oil paints, it's another area where they win. It's literally one more space where they're very efficient at just, well, not coming off the miniature. So that's what people ask. Oh, man, you don't paint gaming miniatures with oils. I said, you bet I do. I'm not a big fan of paint coming off my miniatures when I handle them. The oils, they're way less likely to be coming off than something like acrylics would be. So it's another plus, yet another plus in just a universe of pluses. Let's get this over here. Now let's see, my French bolt action army, half of that was painted in oils, and I'm telling you, the only paint that comes off, if it comes off at all, when they get dropped or something like that, it's going to come off the acrylic ones. Of course, primer has a lot to do with it as well. And as always, we use the Badger Steinerres. Steinerres for life. Now, Pragmatic Shark, I would think so. Well, look at this. Let's say you only painted the bases with the oils just to try and get used to them. Think of, it's nice and easy here, right? Nice and easy. So yeah, you could definitely use the oils just on the bases. There's some miniatures. Let's see, was it this one? Yeah, this one here. Well, as we know, Creature Caster changes deadlines all the time, and it went from yeah, I got 8 days to paint it to you have to ship it tomorrow. So that was when the oil was dry, and I finished that one off and this one off in acrylics. So you can paint acrylics over oils, you can paint oils over acrylics. Once it is dry, it's just paint. Once it's dry, it is nothing more than dry paint. So you could definitely give them a try on some bases. Look at how much fun we're having with the oils here on these bases. for sure. We'll just keep gearing up some of our lighter colors on these bases, and we haven't gone to our lightest color yet at all. I mean, we have a long ways that we can go. You do have to realize, though, that with the oils, your light colors, those are going to be your opaque colors. Dark colors, going to be translucent. Galan, there's no varnishing between layers because we're painting it all wet into wet. But if you're doing the, I think you're asking if you're going to paint the oils over acrylics or vice versa, sometimes I will. Most of the time I don't even remember to do that. But the same anti-shine that I would use on my acrylics, I use on the oils. So you could put this on there and then paint your acrylics over the top of it, and it'll be just fine. But most of the time, I'm just painting the oils directly onto the acrylics directly onto the oils. But if you're really concerned about it or something like that, you can always go in there and just hit them with the same anti-shine that you're gonna do once the things are done. Here, let's just see if we can really do something here. I think what we need to do is we're just gonna hit this, make this lighter, and then we're gonna switcheroo what we did over here just a tiny bit. Spider-Man, holy smokes. My goodness, Spider-Man. It's been a couple of days. How have you been doing? I hope that the vacation was fun. That must have been one heck of a vacation there. Thank you so much for that sub. That is appreciated. Thank you very much. I thought so. I thought it had to have been months. As in, like, since September, oh, maybe September or since October, perhaps. Oh, look at this. Look at that. Ah, there we go. See, we're doing a little bit of a stippling thing here. Look at this. Easy, right? It is the easy button. Now let's see if we can just take some of our blue here. See what happens with that. Or for Orktober, was it Sporktober? I think. I could swear we called it Sporktober, something crazy like that. Yes. Well, I guess. Now, hopefully, you got yourself all kinds of fun pictures and stuff from that, so that you can look back on that and remember it. And hopefully, you were able to at least somehow stay in touch with your hobby vibe there. Ah, there's Stila now. There's Stila. Yes, well, Stila, after being frozen yesterday several times. Yeah, because I think I spent 4.5 hours yesterday shoveling, knocking snow drifts off of roofs, pushing people's cars out of ruts and stuff like that. Yes, we it was mighty frosty. Mostly because of everything getting wet. So folks, be sure to give Stilla Rebel a follow, because Stilla always tries to do some fun experiments when she's doing her painting on her channel. With the oils, of course. So Steel, were you able to have a chance to do some more experiments? Oh, and then tomorrow is the day. Well, wait a minute. That's today, right, Steela? Today you're chucking the beans, right? You're throwing beans today, aren't you? Because it's got to be February 2nd for you already. Now this yes, it's darker, but not quite so dark. But look at that, huh? That look like a gemstone now? Does that not look like a gemstone? Do we have another? Yes, we still have this one here with the biggest faces on it. And this is and Steeler, you'll be intrigued to know that there's actually ultramarine blue out on the palette here. Yes, there's ultramarine blue out here and cobalt blue. together for the pretty much the first time since that guy. Let's see. Steel only needs 8 more to hit 250 or 200. So 200, so we could maybe get Steel a hype train. We could get Steel a hype train. So I'm going to take my green. We're going to, and then that's phthalo green. That's with the Prussian blue. 2 colors that are somewhat towards the translucent side. Also, 2 colors that are pretty darn potent. The beans, the beans, the beans. And she's got a few more test pieces printed. Okay. Still later tonight, I'll send you the pictures of some of the work areas that I was able to create in filming here. Look at that. Huh? I know people are talking about airbrushes and this and that and the other. It's like we just don't need that kind of stuff. We don't have to deal with airbrush things. We don't need those things. I mean, there's nothing wrong with those things. I have those things. But are they really necessary when you see this stuff? I mean, look at that, right? Do we really need those? I don't think so. I think we can just do them with our hairy sticks and the oils. Let's see. That is, yes, so late last night I was able to actually, now these are rudimentary, they are not final, but we have an area for filming the battle reports with the lights, with the electricity, even 2 computers, or the computer and a monitor in place, a secondary monitor. There's even some shelving units going on. The War of the Ring filming area, that is, even with a backdrop in place, all the electrics needed. And the printing area, all with the electrics in place. It was a very complex thing to try and make sure that the electrics were there and all this, and things were far enough apart. Look at this. Huh? All those little facets. Oh, and by the way, it was just an X-Acto knife. If you're wondering how all that stuff was carved out of the Sculpey, it was just an X-Acto knife. That's all it was. Nothing else. Nothing crazy. Now here's a bit more of our ultramarine blue. Ultramarine blue here. Blending brush time. And it just, look at that. I see this and I think of all the times I've had to do that with acrylics. And it's just, it is murderous by comparison to this. It's so easy with this. Unbelievably easy. Back to our blending brush. Oh, Valfera, you didn't get to see the Minas Tirith. Oh, Stila, I didn't. Oh, my goodness. I think I sent, I know I sent it to Armored Wolf. Nessie, didn't I send you the Minas Tirith pics? Yes, we had these 2-foot snow drifts. So I made Minas Tirith out of the snow drifts. Yes, we did that. We made Minas Tirith out of the snow drifts. I'm going to take some of that, some of the ultramarine blue here and try to darken that up. And then we're also going to try and do something like this. To get a couple of other like facets within facets here. Okay, so I did. I thought I did. That was the only difficulty with that is by then my gloves were so wet. They were already soaked through. So I might as well have just been doing that with my bare hands, pretty much. Which, after having shoveled snow for hours, my hands were pretty much frozen. So that was a little bit interesting doing that. Now we'll also work in some dark here. Then do we need to do any more over here? Okay, I think. Oh, nope, we're not quite ready yet. I also want to try and get some of those lighter edge markings on these two, because that'll let me know how much more do I need to make this even darker. Because before you notice I'm making all the dark colors in here before I try to lighten things. make those darks before you try to add the lights. Someone wanted to see what purple could get from that and red versus the darks. Well, you must have had some interesting results, I'm sure. It's not like I always liked ultramarine blue. I always liked it, but it was something I used all the time with watercolors, but it just got less and less use when it came to things like the oil paints. There it is. Blending brush time again. Just let that blend in here. Like so. Back to our lighter stuff here. And that you could see how dry that is. I mean, there's that little paint on that brush. Nah, I didn't. I'm sure you saw that coming, Steeler, right? I'm sure you saw that coming. Yeah, Velfera, it was definitely getting mighty chilly. The temperatures were warm. It was, I don't know, it was probably about 31 or 32 or something like that. So it wasn't cold. It's just once your hand, and I was sweating too. I was sweating like crazy. Actually, what was more likely to wipe me out was going to be up on a ladder trying to knock the drifts off the roof. That was the more hazardous part right there. Was being on the ladder that's buried in a snowbank, covered in snow. So the ladder's covered in ice. We're knocking snow and ice off of a roof. What could possibly go wrong? I can't imagine. I can't imagine a single thing going wrong with that. What's not going to go wrong here with this ice is we're going to take our blending brush here, move this around. See that kind of a stippling, like a scumbling action? Look at that. What I'm trying to do here is almost make this look like you're looking through this at some of the stuff underneath. So that's why we're trying to get some unevenness to this. That's why we're also using some different colors of blue here. I'm trying to make this darker to indicate maybe you're seeing some of the water underneath here kind of coming through. Look at that, huh? So this starts to look more translucent because it's narrower, it's not as thick. I might even throw a little bit of the indigo here. Yes, I'm going to do that. I am going to do that. So now it almost is going to blend with what is here, right? Hey, Bethany, how you doing? Bethany, well, you're if you can watch it all, you're going to be safe from object source lighting. This is not the Scions of Flame whatsoever. Maybe if I know it's got to be super hot where you are, so you might find this somewhat refreshing. It's like an icy. Look it's all ice. It is all about the ice this time. I'm gonna go into more darks. Hashtag more darks. Why not? Kenna, there is something about obviously Egyptian violet to me. I think there's something extra about that. I'm sure it's just the fact that it's all hand ground, whatever. But that violet, that's just got it. That just has it. In fact, to me, it sort of reminds me of, oh, what the heck was the Reaper color back in the day? What was that color? It was a blue, but when you added any kind of a white to it, it just started to turn purple. It was almost like a color shifting blue in a way. Speaking of which, we will be using those. So, Bettany, I don't think you got a chance to see the interference paints on this guy here. This was our Ossiarch. I'm going to try. That was the interference blue and interference green. I'm going to try and use that on these guys here because I thought, why not? So I guess this is the. Well, remember we were talking about doing these with the whole ice theme? And the person they were for was very enthused about the ice bases. And The only other time I've really had a chance to paint something like ice with the oils was this guy. So we're getting a chance to kind of reprise that just a little bit, which is very fun. I'll just make some of this. Let's darken this one up here and this one. We might need to darken some things here. So Bethany, you must. It's kind of funny because I've basically really gotten a chance to see what it was like to be you. Bethany has the heater on and the fluffy boots. So I have been struggling and struggling to get those areas, those new areas ready. And just kind of seeing those, just kind of, man, I really wish those were done. Man, I really wish those were done. So it was definitely a window into your world of the last several months as you were waiting, just raring to go, waiting to get your stuff, your areas all set so you could start working again. And then you start seeing those little glimmers of hope because stuff is sort of, you can start to see the end is near. In a good way. The ending in a good way, not the other type of ending. Why don't I make sure I save some of that cobalt blue there? All right, so I think we've added. No. There's some other light we can add here. I can't get the blue or green yet. The green one, I have to say, the first time I used it, I wasn't so sure about it, but it was the situation I was trying to use it in. When I used it on that last figure, it was, oh wow, it just seemed, it was like, how did it get so much better since the last time I used it? So I think I just had to adapt to it, I guess. All right, Steal It, you go get your morning stuff done. We're not going anywhere here. Nobody sleeps until everything gets done. If they're going to add effects to the bases or just painting them, there's probably going to be some ice added to these Valfera. I mean, some snow. I don't know if it's going to be the crushed glass variety or the, oh, what the heck is the other stuff? The green stuff world. But there will most likely be. Now that's the crushed glass right there, so we might add some crushed glass. Let's see, but then something like that should take 10 minutes, takes 2 hours, and then it'll be another week. Yes. Yeah, Bethany. Well, the last night was the first night where there was something to look at, as in, okay, look, there's a table with terrain on it, with lights. And oh, look, the computer that I'm going to need to run all that stuff is on the same table with a monitor attached. So it was, and then, oh, look, actually today I was able to take photos with the photo booth in its new location. Doesn't sound like much, but for the last 3 weeks, I've been taking pictures with the photo booth precariously balanced on top of a laptop. So that was less ideal. Yeah, look at this. Look at what that does. I mean, how easy is that? Look at this. So the one thing I do recommend, and Dick Blick is always having sales, or like Michael's coupons, right? The 40% off. You could get something like this, a starter set. I got this over 4 years ago. I am still using it today. In fact, I'm thinking that ultramarine blue is what I'm using right now. The makeup sponges, definitely. They're cheap. They're going to be handy. I'm just using the same synthetic brushes that I would use with my acrylics. I do recommend a very high quality odorless paint thinner right here. Now this is from Speedball. It's the Mona Lisa brand. If you can't get that, the MIG Ammo odorless thinner, that is okay too. As far as brush cleaners go, it's the same stuff we use for acrylics. Look at that, dried acrylic and oils. No vapor, no nasties. Actually smells really good. As Megan says, the danger zone. And now once you get the starter set, you're probably going to want to expand on it. And as we know here, I will always recommend Indigo and Terra Rosa as some of your very first non-starter set colors. It also kind of depends what's in your starter set too, but something like a diazonine or dioxanine violet is another really fantastic one to add to that. So I would suggest those three for sure. If you're just going to get anything, get those three. Now, we just added some darker stuff there, and look at this. Even now, blending brush. No layers. No layers. Not needed. Why do layers? Why torture yourself? What do we do? You know what? We're maybe going to take some of our purple there. It's the Egyptian violet. We'll mix some of our white with it as well, and let's maybe hit some of these skin tones with it just to make something different here. It's not like the skin tone's going to be purple, but I'm just trying to get something that's a little bit different from all the blues here. Also trying to figure out what is skin and what is not skin. Apparently this is skin here. Apparently that is too. And that. But that, I don't know. That is not skin. That is not skin there. Also going to want to try and get some of those interference paints into here too. And I'll just leave that. Not going to keep hammering away at that. Just while I was at it, I thought, okay, well, let's play around with that a bit. I think I can still add some more darks here too. Some of that, well, now it's more like a cobalt turquoise. I think that one could use it. Blending brush time. This one right over here. And again, it makes it all so easy.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you very much, Pug. Thank you so much for that follow. Gandalf appreciates it. Hello, little hobbits. Oh, that will freeze my ganja. I must leave. Thank you very much for that follow. That is appreciated. Now, we're gonna just... I think we might try to go with some of our lights along the edges here. See what that's gonna do for us. So... pop this right along the edge here. We haven't done this yet, and now you see just how much lighter that can go. And then we're also going to sort of bisect that in a few places with some brush strokes of our white there. We also don't want these to be complete and total, just solid lines. We want those to be broken up as well, sort of indicate that the ice is broken up. The other thing that I recommend, Foss, is that there's certain miniatures that are easier than others. If you're going to be starting with oils for the first time, I would suggest some of those. Thank you so much, K-Sauce. Hey, how are you doing? So figures like, where the heck did he go? Here he is. Well, see how we got these big old broad surfaces? Look at same kind of thing. So some that has big surfaces like that where you can sort of play with the oils, mix them together. There's a couple other things that I will also recommend as we welcome in our raiders. K-Sauce, how have you been? I hope that you're doing well. I don't know if you've been partaking of all the snow like the rest of us have, or if you are relatively snow-free or completely snow-free. No, Bethany, thanks for watching. I hope the rest of the work is not too crazy. And hopefully see you on Thursday. So thanks again for the raid, K-Sauce, and folks, be sure to give K-Sauce a follow, because we want to support all of our Twitch friends. We got to do that. So, K-Sauce, what have you been doing the last several weeks here? Because, gee whiz, I haven't had a chance to see you in either of our streams here for a while. So hopefully things have been going okay. Again, we're just doing, see this? Not every single thing gets the same width. Not everything gets necessarily lit quite to the same degree. And then with the oils, as you can see, we can also blend that line in too. So not too busy. Well, that is good. That's good. It's been definitely way too busy here. That is not unusual, though. That's sort of normal. Sometimes the things that make up the busy are more unusual or exotic than others. Now here, you see how we've got, look at some of these lines right in here. That sort of breaks up that face, right? That's what we're going to start doing here. Hey, quiz. Yeah, there's not been much sizzle here. I suppose that it won't be all that long before I'm sweltering here again. I'm sure it's not going to be long. Or I'm just going to wish for it to be a good 10 degrees or so at night. 10, 12 degrees. And as you can see, we're focusing most of the attention as far as these lighter lights are concerned, just in a few areas. See that? We didn't do that line all the way down, like draw it with a ruler or something like that. Nope, didn't do that. And of course, with the oils, as we do this, as we draw that line, it's semi-blending with what's already there, which is a good thing. See that? We're getting almost like extra facets out of this for free, literally just by dragging this down. So we're just going to drag that thing. That's it. That's all we're doing. That's all that it takes. And all of a sudden, instead of having to paint every single little facet in there, we're just getting some more for free. We didn't have to sculpt everything. So 12 is downright balmy there. Yeah, it's so funny because, well, one of the things I have on Instagram, it's just a map. It's an Instagram map site, and they just happen to show average snowfall over the U.S. And of course, on the western side or eastern side, I guess, of every lake was the heaviest snow. So on the Michigan side of Lake Michigan, that's where all the heavy stuff, that's the averages. And over here, definitely not that heavy because, well, we're on the east side. And I mean, until something weird happens and the prevailing winds don't blow from the west anymore, that's always going to be pounding you guys first. Now, the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to start to thin this down. And as I thin this down, I'm pretty sure what you're going to see, yeah, look at that. See that there's a gap here and a line here. So instead of me just doing a straight line across this whole thing, I said, nope, I'm going to break this up. I just broke it up there. Valfera, it's pretty much, I would say, the ultramarine blue. Actually, ultramarine blue, yellow ochre, burnt sienna. So ultramarine blue, burnt sienna, and yellow ochre, those are the three that I just hardly ever use nowadays. I can say that once I start painting more terrain with the oils, that's going to change because I might want the earth tones more. Also, I'm going to be saving all the stuff that I want to use for miniatures. So you'll probably see more of the yellow ochre on terrain when it comes time for that. So if I'm painting the buildings or the Rohan houses or whatever, you'll probably start seeing stuff like yellow ochre, burnt sienna, just because I'm trying to save it for other things. Now, Umber waits in the shadows. What's also waiting in the shadows is a little bit of film noir here, which should be very interesting. Let's get a couple. Oh, let's get this because there's you can see the greenish-ness in the corner, so you can see the greenish-ness and the bluishness. Boom. And these could be red for all we know. They could be whatever color. They happen to be blue, but now you take away the distraction, right? The distraction of the color. all you see is value, right? Film noir has value. Valfera, I always Terra Rosa, because it does so many things. It's also something I use an awful lot on things like skin tones. But if you're gonna use starter stuff for skin tones, it's probably going to be yellow ochre, burnt sienna, probably white, and then something like a raw umber, or even maybe a little bit of ivory black in there just to make sure that it's cooler. And I have a whole bunch of videos early on before we had the Terra Rosa, so you could just go back and watch some of the earlier sessions, and that's where you're going to see me working with not Terra Rosa, because guess what? Um, the Burnt Sienna and Terra Rosa are both Pigment Red 101. Now, of course, the it's not going to be quite as opaque as Terra Rosa, because Terra Rosa is a super opaque color. It's one of the few things that don't say cadmium or titanium on it that is basically a full-on opaque color. Burnt sienna, not opaque. Yellow ochre is more opaque, but still not opaque. I think we're all set up there. So do what now? There's your little bit of film noir for you. And I did put some foliage on Mr. Giggles. I tried doing some water effect. Oh, the first layer of water effects on him. Come on down here. So we're still waiting for the first layer of water effects to dry, and then we'll throw another layer on there. We also just, again, did some grassy things, some flocky things, that sort of stuff. Oh, geez, Valfera, it should be. There's multiple brands that have it. It shouldn't be super hard to find, but if you're looking for just out of a starter set, burnt sienna and either yellow ochre or raw sienna, all of those tend to be in starter sets. Burnt sienna, raw sienna, and or yellow ochre, all those tend to be in starter sets. So see, we did another one of our little cut marks like so, right? Now here, the paint it's getting thinner, as in thinner, we're using thinner to thin it down. Whereas before, thinner just meant, well, almost like a dry brush, right? That was more what we meant by thinner in the initial phases. Now this is more, it's just a bit on the wetter side. Now, and I didn't, as you can see, that's not totally smooth right there. See? Before I would have actually tried to carve all that out of there, and then I realized, no, there should be some breaks in the eye. That shouldn't all just be pure crystal, because it's not actually crystalline. It should be not just crystal. So, lessons learned. I used to just sit there and try and carve all of that stuff out. And then I realized, no, that doesn't actually look all that realistic. Wolfwoman, that is not something that I would advise. Basically, for the oils, the whole point of it is to let them cure naturally, because they don't evaporate the way water does. So that wouldn't do anything. Actually, all it might do is just cause the stuff to crack, because it's heating it up instead of just letting it cure. And that's why we work on multiple things at once, or really big things all at the same time, so that you don't really have to worry, okay, I really need this to be dry. If it really needs to be dry, then maybe that's where you just kind of do it with acrylics. But with the oils, yeah, you definitely don't want to fool around with trying to make it cure faster. I'm sure Gamlin has it, Velfera. It's not an uncommon color. But Utrecht, Valfera. Do you have Terra Rosa? Do you have a brand of oil paint? Uh, Rembrandt might have it. Maybe Liquitex does. So it should be others besides Winsor Newton should have that. Now there's some colors like Asphaltum. Only Gamlin makes that. Nobody else makes it. Only Williamsburg make the interference paints. So there are some things that only one company makes. Now here we're just gonna look at this. We're gonna take these straight down here, and then a couple that go across this way. So say we're breaking that stuff up. Just like You Can't Quit Me says, you just have to wait. And my typical response is always, if you need fast drying oils, there's always acrylics. Those are fantastic fast drying oils. Unfortunately, oils, they will not dry fast for you, which is okay. It's all good. Here, let's try a couple of. It doesn't really matter here because, well, there's going to be that big old miniature going on top of this. So I'm just doing a couple little crazy things like that just for funsies. Goes to Brother Rockwell asks, after all your testing of various colors, if you're looking for the colors themselves, obviously Terra Rosa, well, your Indigo, the Van Dyke Brown, which apparently is the Gamlin fast or Van Dyke Brown, because other stuff tends to be very light by comparison. Don't know why. The Asphaltum, Brown Matter or Asphaltum, one of those two. Those are both very good. I would recommend for sure some kind of cadmium red, some kind of cadmium yellow, as opposed to just the faux cadmiums. Now those are going to be pricey. Those will be pricey.
So say we all.
Uh-oh. I think Spider-Man just did a mass, and we're going to use a whole bunch of this, right? We're going to use a whole bunch of that.
So say we all.
So Spider-Man has done a mass sub thing. Looks like about 10 or 12 or something here. Oh, Fate and Fang is going to get some. The Howe family.
So say we
Boy,
all.
the Howe family. So thank you so much, Spider-Man. That is appreciated. Actually, it really does make a big difference. I know we talk about it all the time,
So say we all.
but I was really surprised at the difference. I mean, sometimes when there's either a bunch of them or there's less, you see the difference. So, folks, it really makes a difference, and it is very appreciated. All of the different paints that we have tried, a lot of it has to do with generosity of people like Spider-Man there doing the cheers and
So say we all.
the subs and all that kind of stuff. So look at this. I mean, is this not easy? Look at this. This is insane. It's insane how easy that is. Let's see. Let's move on to another one here. Let's see.
So say we all.
So all I do, this is the same stuff that I would put on an acrylic miniature. It is literally the exact same stuff. Half the time, more than half the time, I don't even remember to do this. So that's all you would need. Wolf Woman is just, and this again, it's the same stuff that I would put on my acrylics. And I absolutely love, this is the only paint product of any kind that we use from Army Painter because it's that good. And thank you so much. Thank you so much. Do what now? We're going to grab some of those bitses right there. Thank you. There we go. There's our sound for it. So thank you very much for the bits. We might do some more darks in here too, I think. We might do some more darks in there. Now, if you're looking to treat yourself maybe to some paints that are a little bit on the pricier side, there's always the Williamsburg stuff. And the Williamsburg, basically most of the stuff that's in their modern color set Egyptian violet, the, what is that, the brilliant yellow pale, the Fanchon red. Those have been incredible. Those have been incredible. So Rhapsody Studios basically, so what Spider-Man just did is they purchased several subs. So instead of just using their free Amazon sub, they purchased a bunch of those subs. And just like Nessie knows, just got, oh, is this, are we full hype train? Did we just get to a hype train here? Do I need to be, is a train heading out of the station here? Oh, geez. Train's definitely heading out of the station here. Train is definitely heading out of the station. Look at that. There's your hype train. There we go. Hype train, hype train. All aboard. Hype train, hype train. Hype train. Oh, there's a. Uh-oh. Well, we'll just leave the hype train out here so that we can have that running in the background. I just got. Oh, there's my brush. So thank you so much. Oh, look at that. More bitses. Are we going to have to get some more of this? Because look at this. Look at that. It's running dry. And now we're all the way to level 3, which means hype train time. Yeah. Hype train. Hear that train running down the tracks. Actual train. Yep. There you go. Thank you so much, Doc. Do what now? That is appreciated. Let's see. So Ghost of Brother Rockwell, the, where's, oh, and these two. Now only Williamsburg makes these. No one else makes these. And you're gonna see the interference blue and green as Queeze gets in on the act. Yes. Now, folks, as Nessie has said, this is purely medicinal. This has nothing to do. I don't enjoy this at all. It's just medicinal for the throat. It is just strictly to make sure that our throat stays workable here. So no, that's more of our usual drink right there. Unfortunately, I had to save what was left of the rum and barks for Kathy. Oh, pragmatic shark. Thank you so much. We'll just get you. We'll get you me. Look at this. I'm not tired from shoveling snow. He's like, whoa, dude. I think he's feeling blue. Are you feeling sad? I think he's a little blue. Or I think he's got frostbite. You really should. You shouldn't stand on ice like that. I don't think he got like he does not have appropriate footwear. He does not have appropriate footwear. Thank you so much, Robofish. I appreciate that. Velfera, actually, I kept forgetting, but Armored Wolf was nice enough to just go, okay, fine, here. And I believe there's some interference red on the way because Armored Wolf heard me say one too many times, oh, darn, I forgot again. So he made sure that I wasn't going to forget again because I was going to. Now I was definitely going to. Now here we're going to add some more darks into this as well. Because the interference red, there's several things that I think could, now that I've started to use those more, where'd that thing go? Because see how the green and the blue played off of each other? I think the red and the violet could play off of each other equally as well as these two did. And also, I'm interested to see the interference red, as we said. Thank you so much to Banta. I think that could go really well. Well, maybe not with the maybe with the fluorescent orange. Thank you so much, Banta. Actually, believe it or not, it's a different thing because it is different because the iridescents are different. And I also have the iridescent. So it is a different thing. Ghost of Brother Rockwell. I basically phthalo green. Beyond that, everything else is pretty much just the same green mixed with other stuff. So if you got phthalo green, let's say you mix it with indigo, you have yourself a really dark bluish green. If you got yourself phthalo green, you mix it with burnt umber. Or maybe Maybe Van Dyke Brown. You've got yourself basically sap green. So I think you could save yourself a whole bunch of money on greens. Just get the phthalo green. It's common. It's very common. So I would definitely, and I think Nessie, I think you've done that right. You've taken the phthalo green, mixed it with the umber, mixed it with something like the Van Dyke brown. Heck, you could mix it with the ivory black. You could also get some darks that way too. And we have used the iridescent paint and a couple of things. So here on this dark sword, this is one of our tutorial videos here. We used it to basically get our lightest metal lights because it was actually lighter than the silver. And then we also used it here. We used it on these ring rays, see, to get that kind of shimmering look there. So there's a little bit of the interference blue, but also the iridescent paints. And thank you very much, Armored Wolf. That is appreciated. Looks like we might have ourselves a level 4 hype train. So phthalo green, yeah, Van Dyke brown, it really should make you something that is darn close to sap green. I mean, is it exactly that? Maybe not, but then not every sap green is the same color either. We just so we got a level 3 hype train move. I'm not going to click on that because every time it seems like I click on those, weird things happen. So thank you so much. And folks, speaking of the Mechanicum stuff, there is a Mechanicum dice bag that Armored Wolf did. It's uncanny. I mean, as I made that the new chat point thing, and then Armored Wolf is like, "Oh yeah, look at this bag that I did for Mechanicum or Mechanicus or however you pronounce it." I know that there's different pronunciations for some of these things. I guess it's choo choo time. Choo choo time. Did we get to a level 4? Did we get to a level 4? In that case, look at that. The changes. Oh, look at this too. Here. Let's just move this stuff out of the way. I mean, it's a legit train. I mean, it moves. It moves. Seriously, it moves. Oh, thanks, Bitshammer. It's a legit train that moves and does all that kind of stuff. Thank you very much. Just all those little bits go in there. See, this is why I have to get the areas downstairs ready for live streaming because I'm not kidding. We are going to have a bit of a mini bar down there. I think that'll be very appropriate for live streaming games. So that way, when it comes time for all the hype trains and stuff like that, we never run out of fuel. We never run out of fuel for our hype trains. I mean, you don't want to run out of fuel for a hype train. How heartbreaking is that? It's so sad. Ooh, so Valfera. Now, again, folks, Armored Wolf has done a dice bag for this particular faction right here. Now, this is, I want to say, 5 years ago. So this is right before I started using oils. Like literally right before I started using oils. And this is only a tiny portion of what I did. This is a tiny portion. This in oils, oh my gosh. It just would have taken so much less time. It would have been so much easier. Because all this stuff is Forge World. And all of those, look at those open tracks on these vehicles. Every single vehicle is like that. Look at all this craziness here. The oils would have made this so much easier. And there's also, I didn't even include the Titan. There was a Titan here. What was it, like a 14 inches tall or something like that? Yeah, I just couldn't fit it on screen. It was just too big, too tall. And then there's this thing. That stupid ray gun by itself probably weighs 2.5 pounds, maybe. It's basically like painting 6 Land Raiders because each of those tracks is about 1.5 inches, almost 2 inches wide. And you can see there's two sides to every track. Look at that stupid telescope sighting thing. Then there's a pilot. There's a whole control panel there. Oh, and by the way, there's also a plasma gun that points backwards. It's nuts. And that articulates. That thing actually articulates in the middle. Can you imagine if I had the fluorescent oils and all that kind of stuff for doing that thing? It would have been so much easier. So folks, be sure to check out Armored Wolf's version of the Mechanicus Mechanicum faction. A fabulous dice bag. And it totally matches that army. I mean, it completely matches that. So it's very theme appropriate, I guess you would say, as far as the color scheme goes. And be sure to check that out. You know what? I'm going to make this darker here too. And that. And that. And even this. It's not just darker, I'm also making the edge sharper. So you were able to check out some of the highlights there? Yeah, who is that? Who is that sneaking around? He's like, uh-oh, it's getting cold in here. I'm feeling a chill. And folks, be sure to give Mike Disney a follow because you can see just how dapper he is. He is the dapperest of dapper dudes. So be sure to give Mike Disney a follow. All right, so folks, be sure if you have not followed Rhapsody, be sure to follow Rhapsody so that you can go check out their stream and that you get notifications for when they go live. Just like you also need to do the same for Mike Disney so that when Mike is doing his fabulous art and miniatures, that way you don't miss out. You don't want to miss out. Now we are adding some more of our green in here. Some more of our green. So I hope you're doing good there, Mike. Let's see, Dr. Gunn. Let's see, Dr. Gunn used to watch a lot of lore vids before I found him. Wapple. Yes, he is the dapperest, right? Right, Megan? He's the dapperest. Especially when it comes to sports gear. Yeah, I thought we still had a quiz in here with Megan. Now I'm gonna bounce on over to this one right here. So let's get some of those. It's not just about making the edges, but also see those little inserts there, those little extra inserts. We need to do some of those as well. So I hope that everything is going good. But I'm gonna actually throw a little bit more of the Gamlin quick dry white out here. Now this is a case of the fast matte, for whatever reason, doesn't seem to work as well as this. They're both by Gamlin. I swear it's the same company. One just seems to work better than another, and they're supposed to be basically slightly faster drying titanium whites. Neither of which has safflower oil, thank goodness. Steel is back. And hopefully Stila brought enough for the entire class. Hopefully she did. Let's see, acrylic primer is the same color as my 3D prints. Do what now? Actually, we used to, gosh, I think you could maybe see it in this picture here a little bit. So that's actually Stynylrez primer with and ghost tints added for color. So that is just Stynylrez primer and ghost tints. There is no paint on that. That's all from Badger, Stynylrez primer and ghost tints. That's all it is. And actually, I've got a couple of videos on the YouTube channel that show that. And that's actually me using an airbrush. Heaven forbid an airbrush, yes, for painting most of it. Hey, Voxeletto, how you doing? Nice to see you back. Hopefully your Monday went well. Oh, gee whiz. Well, that's what happens when you flay a mime. It takes forever for that mime to dry. That's for sure. But the fast matte, it didn't seem to be any more matte, and it didn't seem to be any more fast. And then I got the quick dry white, and I tried. Now, who knows? Maybe it has something to do with how thick or thin it was. That I can't be sure. What I can be sure of, see those little extra lines we're tossing in there, just like what we did on this guy. And again, this is on the YouTube channel here. See, Nessie knows it's going to use this. This weekend you're going to be using on some terrain. But I wish I had my terrain assembled so that I could do the same thing as you there, Nessie. Well, it really doesn't matter because to try and create those other areas, I basically destroyed the airbrush area. So that will have to be reclaimed, but that's not entirely uncommon with these type of projects. Sometimes you destroy one area to create two more. Well, yeah, let's get some like this, and then as we were talking about before, see, we just kind of cut it here a couple of times. Let's cut it this way now. I mean, it literally looks like a little chop mark, almost like what was that? Chips on a sword blade, right? That sort of thing. It is, I think, what was it? Furniture Yahtzee. That's what Kathy calls it. Now, of course, we played a much more deadly version of it the other day when, with our near-death experience when we were moving the filming of or the gaming table, and the three different potential causes of death. I was visualizing a Midsummer Murders like thing with the coroner showing up, and they're all just kind of figuring out like how the heck did this guy do this to himself. So was he suffocated? Was he crushed? Was he impaled by steel, or was he impaled with glass, broken glass from this cabinet? And why did he get himself trapped in this thing? That's what happens when you try and move a 7-foot table into a 7-foot 1-inch space. You too can have a similar experience, kids. So we have officially made a modification to the measure twice, cut once. It's measure the right thing several times, and then don't die. So again, we're doing a couple of these little cut marks over here. Let's maybe see if we can't do something here across the front of this too. Oh, do we have Pigeon? We got Pigeon. How you doing there, Pigeon? I think we just had. Did we have we had a level 4 hype train, didn't we? Yes, we did. Yeah, all the way to level 4 on the hype train. Again, a few of those cut marks, and you can see how we got nice and dark over here too, right? And the thing is, there's still a long way to go. This was just like the bare minimum just to get some areas potentially, maybe even usable. There is much more to go. We are just barely getting started on that whole adventure. So it really is just the beginning, unfortunately. I wish that was the end, but it's really more the end of the beginning. Yeah, Pigeon, we had a whole bunch of choo-choos because Spider-Man came in and just started dumping gift subs and all that kind of juicy stuff, and there was all kinds of bits flying around. We had a Bitskrieg. You know what happens when there's a Bitskrieg? All of a sudden the trains started running. Where's our? We haven't forgotten our blending brush. No, we have not. We have not, because that just needed to be a little bit darker there. Little scumble. Nice and smooth. Nice and smooth. Blitzkriegs lead to trains. Who would have thought? Now, there's some of our phthalo green right here. And again, phthalo green, look at, that's a dark color. That's going to cover things. And we just turn that into kind of a bit of a liquid here to make it even maybe a bit more translucent. And then we're just going to stipple this in like so. Ah, there we are. So it's more than just making that darker. We're also trying to shift that color just a little bit. Ah, look at Temple of the West is here. So folks, if you want to see something that's very near and dear to Temple of the West's heart, you just have to go back to our last stream, our Saturday extravaganza, where we're painting Relic Blade. I need to be seeing some more relic blade stuff here. So where's our dwarf bard? There he is. If you need to be warm on a cold winter's day, there's a dwarf bard to make you nice and happy and warm. Look at that. Don't you feel warmer already? Oh, thank you so much, Temple of the West. We have some colors out on the palette that we have not had in a long time. First, the ultramarine blue and cobalt blue. Two colors that have been not present on the palette for a really long time. I just sometimes things work out that way now. See, I just put those couple of dark lines there. What we will do now is start to break those up a bit. Any brush can be a blending brush. I know we kind of focus on that larger one, right? Well, this one's a bit on the smaller side. So there we go. See that? Just it makes it look like there's more fracturing going on here. Now we're going to go back over to the ultramarine blue. Speaking of ultramarine blue, we're going to use that not just because it is darker, but it is also more of a red. So we literally have a reddish blue and a greenish blue next to each other. A little extra contrast, right? A little bit of extra contrast. And speaking of some contrast here, we'll throw that dark there and grab our blending brush as we welcome in Sarge. How you doing there, Sarge? Yeah, you guys missed out on all the fun snow. That is really a bummer. See, DiMarino needs to make another order of oil paints, and you need some cadmiums. Well, DiMarino, boy, I would, if you can swing that cadmium scarlet, I think you'll like that because, fire aside, I think for some of the really intense reds that you need on some, like, okay, British red, right? You need to do red coats. I think you would really like that cadmium scarlet as a highlight color for those. I think you can't go wrong with some cadmium scarlet for a whole bunch of those uniforms. It's going to be pricey. We know that. But I think it could be worth it. And actually, DiMarino, that's the... Well, where the heck did you go? There you are. Because as you can see, it has enough yellow in there to make it not be pink, but it's not too much yellow to where it just becomes orange, right? It's certainly not fluorescent orange. So that's something I'm thinking that you might enjoy. Yeah, Sarge, we were hearing something about 60 degrees down there in Texas. Holy smokes. That is way too... Oof, yikes. That is way too warm. We don't want that for January. Well, at least not around here, because that only leads to bad things. Very bad things. Alright, so we did a little bit of indigo there again because we're almost trying to make this look a little bit more translucent. Actually, I'm going to do this. Yep, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do a couple more of those, actually, here. Yeah, so DiMarino, that's where the cadmium scarlet could be handy because it will push it in that direction without pushing it too far, if that makes any sense. Whoops, that's not my blending brush. This is. Do we have a Wombat Combat Prime here? I think we do. We have WCP in the house. Wombat Combat, welcome back. How are you doing? We're having some fun with ice here. After having way too much fun with ice and snow the last 2 days, shoveling all that stuff. Gee whiz, I don't know. I might have to make a picture of Minas, our snow Minas Tirith there, just so that people can see that. All right, back to our blending brush here. Now we got these little bits of dark here. What are we going to do with that? We're just going to scumble that. Look at this. Look at that. And that's got more of a greenish-ness to it. A little bit. Look at that. It's just nice and easy. Nice and easy. How's about we get a couple little things like so over here? Yeah. Something like that. Again, it just starts to make this look a little bit less like it's a piece of stone, right? A bit less like stone. So yeah, that's it's like you need just enough of the white to keep it from the orange, but not too much white so that it becomes too much like skin tone, because that could also happen too. It's a little bit of a balancing act, that's for sure. So again, sometimes darker line, not always just the lighter lines. Sometimes darker lines are very, very helpful. Very, very helpful. Bit more of our dark there, and then some there. No, no, whoops, I almost, but I don't want to zonk all that ultramarine blue there. Again, this is first time in forever that we've actually used the ultramarine blue. Let's not just wipe it out. So, so Mike, if you've got some stuff that you've been working on, whatever, and if you got any more of the chibi, I don't want to say chibi Marvel Crisis Protocol, but you know what I'm talking about. If you have any of those that that you got on your Discord or something like that, that you want to chuck into the chat, feel free to do so. What I also want to do here is we're going to get some of that indigo working. Some of these surfaces here. Now remember, stuff like the armor and other things I really want to give. I want to give the interference colors a shot. I want to give those a real good chance to do some stuff here. And you can see, look at this is kind of a, look at, that's how much paint is on that brush. Not kidding. This is how you manage your oil paints, right? This is how you, well, A, not have it take 3 weeks to dry, or even 3 days to dry. I've been going since 3 a.m. Yeah. Yeah, Sarge, we did have, I think we went all the way to like a level 4 hype train or something like that. There was definitely a Blitzkrieg. Spider-Man came in, just literally Kool-Aid man the chat and just went in there with a whole bunch of gifty subs and all that kind of stuff. Creating mischief. Now these, I had thought about making these lighter, but I'm kind of liking the darker stuff. Also want to get more of this Egyptian violet in here, which will make it darker. Yeah, Sarge, it was pretty crazy. It was pretty nuts. I'm gonna go this way. Well, actually, what I'm going to do here. Let's see what happens. Something like this. Our Egyptian violet. That darn Egyptian violet is so powerful. It actually nukes titanium white. And that's how insanely just intense of a color the Egyptian violet is. It literally just takes titanium white and just kicks it right in the face. Or somewhere else, which is slightly more incapacitating. Yeah, let's throw a bit more of that up here on this top section. Like so. Still don't know what in the world this is. Is this like a spell effect, or are these cloaks, or exactly what the heck are these supposed to be? I just don't know. Yeah, it's that the only, and they're not really chibi either. That was those My Little Scythe sort of chibi type figures, but not really chibi. There's also, and I think I might have a T-3485 or something. There's a, what are they, the Toon tanks or something like that. It's basically like the chibi version of armor or something. We have some of those here. Let's see. Bitshammer says, I believe their cloaks turning into smoke. Okay, because here, this will have to get this one attached to the base. Because I mean, a cloak here, but then it kind of does that. So I was thinking of having that kind of turn to frost, maybe? Maybe some kind of frosty type thing, which means, you know what, I might just throw some more cobalt blue out here. And yes, I'm just going straight from the tube because I don't have enough in a container because, well, I couldn't tell you when the last time I used it was. I have no idea when's the last time. Outside of Mr. Giggles, that was the only other time. All right, now, ooh, there we go. There we are. That's a little bit of our cobalt blue mixed with some of our titanium white, and we're also going to probably throw some of our green in there too. And I might even, who knows, maybe we add some kind of frost or whatever to the cloak as well. Where's Mr. Blending Brush? There you are. So thanks, Bitshammer. Thanks for the info. That was very helpful. I kind of got the impression that's what it was, but sometimes I just don't know. And it's nice to know for sure. That's very helpful. Yes, and just like Megan says, Mr. Giggles right here. Mr. Giggles is called Mr. Giggles because he's a fun guy. Very fun. And yeah, we're kind of letting the water effects dry here on his base. All that is literally nothing else besides the Liquitex Heavy Gloss Gel. That's all it is. Do what now? Just had a very appropriate little shroom right there. Oh, and look at this, huh? Okay, check this out. See how smooth that one is? Look at these two, they're not even meeting here. We will make them meet, and we'll also blend those out. Is that not fun? Is that not just so much fun? Look at how easy this gets. I knew that these guys were going to be so much easier to paint with the oils, and I'm so glad I was able to carve up these bases. Now, I would say at least the Friday show is going to be another batch of these guys. Depending on how many we get done on the Friday show, we'll either have, well, no matter what, the last batch of these will probably be Saturday. But if there's only a couple left, then we'll do, these plus maybe some other stuff too. So there could be some additional things for Saturday besides just finishing these off. That lore trivia. Yes. Well, it's really handy, Bitshammer, because sometimes I have a lore question for Lord of the Rings. Oh my goodness, why did I just hear this? Oh, haha. I wish Loim were here, but Armored Wolf is going to appreciate this for sure. So I was listening to it was basically a solo playthrough of the War of the Ring game, and one of the cards that he pulled was something like, it was basically death to the Fogiel, to the Forgiel, and it's like, oh my goodness, after all the what straw heads, right? That's what it translates into, the Dunlending insult to to Rohan. Oh, that was spectacular. That was absolutely, when I'm like, I can't believe it. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I said, did I just hear that right? Did I just hear the word Forgil on a card? Oh my goodness. Now here, again, we don't need cobalt turquoise. We just made it. Phthalo green is going to be in darn near every single starter set. Or something maybe Viridian or some kind of close approximation. Cobalt, okay, you get your cobalt blue. You already have your phthalo green. You got yourself cobalt turquoise. And look at that nifty little green color that's going in there too. Well, Bitshammer, yeah, all the AOS stuff. I know nothing about the AOS. I know a little bit about the Ossiarchs because, well, that's the new faction for me. It was literally their consolation to me for destroying all of my other fantasy armies. So I know a little bit about the Ossiarchs. Everything else, we don't have to feign ignorance. We're just ignorant. All right, back to our freshly made cobalt turquoise. So we got We got some purple there. We got our cobalt blue. You know what we're going to do? We're just going to pop some of that turquoise right in there. Bam. And I might even play with my white balance here just to make sure you get... I think now, yes, I think you'll get to see that green a little bit more. Now, looks like Velfera has to go hit the sack. Yes, yes, go lose that pillow fight. So Velfera, hopefully we see you Thursday. Hopefully we see you Thursday. Thursday, of course, that is our sculpting that. Oh man, that is so much fun right there. Now, this was what we were sculpting on our last Thursday. We're going to be working on some smaller stuff, I believe. And we might even be doing some, we might be going back to some conversions again because I have a Minas Tirith box that came in. Some of the scratch sculpts that we're doing might also be smaller scratch sculpts. Oh, look at that. From the purple here to the turquoise here. And it's all very dark. This looks light. That is not a light color, I'm telling you. Might look as if it's light. It is most definitely not light. And we're also going to get some of this turquoise into, well, whatever that is. And whatever it is, I have no idea. But it's going in there. A little bit turquoise up here too. Just cause. Just cause. Spreading around some of that purple here. Again, that is our Egyptian violet that we are going to spread around. Like so. I'm going to try and get some more lights in here. Where's our... That's not... I don't think that's actually the one. We're looking for this one, I think. Yeah. Lighter still. Up here. And there. So again, instead of that becoming smoke, we'll just say, it's becoming ice. Now also too, this is, well, it's as thick as I have right now. It's not out of the tube thick. It is out of one of my containers thick. We'll call it that. But even there's at a certain point, just says, you know, I don't want to, can't really stick there. Let's see. I'm unreasonably slow about getting projects done. Well, Bits Hammer, it's part of it is the, well, geez, how many hours that we do this every single day for so many years. It does, it gives you a way to kind of blast through things that otherwise might really take longer. There's also just the oils themselves. They make it easier, right? Because this was so easy to do. You just don't mind doing this. When you know it's going to be a slog, you tend to, if it's going to be a slog, your mind just kind of mentally makes that slog go a little bit longer too. So just knowing that the oils are going to make things easier kind of helps to make everything go faster. There's that too. I mean, obviously, aside from things like hunger and homelessness and all that kind of stuff, that also is a strong motivating factor. But even that wouldn't necessarily be quite enough. There's something about the enjoyment of it that definitely helps. Okay, we're going to do some... I'm thinking of getting some of my turquoise over here. Yeah, we're going to do that. We're going to just take this. We'll pop that into some phthalo green over there. That's going to go right here, maybe. You can see that. It's going to go right there. That's all over wet paint. All that stuff is wet paint. But even if it was dry, guess what? You can still do lots of really interesting glazes and mixes and smooth things. You really can. I used to think if something dried, there was basically no point. And then I realized, no, that's not quite it. Even if it has dried, you still have an opportunity for some really fun things. Let's let some more turquoise work its way into maybe even the shadow areas there. Ah, look at that. Yes. Let's see. Bitshammer did some blending from red to phthalo green in minutes on a test miniature. Yeah, now Bitshammer hopefully. Oh my gosh, the with the non-metallic metal stuff, just that idea of okay, what should be reflecting here? Yeah, okay, what's next to this armor? If it's red, well, it's red. If they're walking around in the middle of the woods and Armored Wolf sent me a picture because he knew how much I would enjoy it, it was one of those armor guys walking around in the woods, and the armor was green. I mean, they literally looked like Treebeard, a very shiny Treebeard, because all of their armor was so shiny and gleamy it reflected every twig, every tree branch, everything in the woods, and it was glorious. It was hilarious. All right, now we're going to take some of those. Let's we're going to take our blending brush, and as you can see, we kind of cut away at some of those highlights, right? We're going to take some of these guys here. We're going to manage these. It's more about brushstroke management than actually just specifically blending the colors. We could potentially let these sit here for a half an hour or two if we feel like we need to. Let's go back to some of that very light phthalo green. Oh, the floaty thing, the night haunts, the floaty night haunts. So now the interesting thing is that it'll still have the reflectiveness. It kind of creates an additional challenge because now you have to manage the shininess. It can't be too shiny. But if it doesn't have some kind of reflected light, some kind of reflected color, it's going to really lose that metal look. So that's kind of the challenge. That will be kind of the challenge there. The challenge here is to try and integrate, get some of the purple down here, get some of that turquoise up here. That is our challenge here on this cloak that is turning into, well, some form of ice here. And again, if we use the frost stuff on this, maybe that could be an interesting way to use that frost. Now, where's the so look at the difference in those colors. Here, that's just pre-glaze. That is just pre-glaze. Look at this. That's just a couple of seconds there. I mean, it's really not long at all. Blending brush here. So there's more brushstroke management I want to do over here. Again, it's not about blending the paint. That was just a bunch of brushstrokes there. And I know people say, man, I keep seeing all these brushstrokes in what I do. I don't see them in yours. Well, it's because I'm literally going back in here and it's like I'm buffing the brushstrokes out. There. Just buffing those brushstrokes out a little bit at a time. Now I'm going to go back in here with something that's a smidge lighter. I'm going to go back up here now with some of my turquoise, because I think that could be interesting. Oh, yeah, that's going to be interesting right there. And I think that's actually really, that's genuinely showing up on screen. That's good. Right here. But then I want it to go more towards the purple there. So turquoise to purple and back again. And then we also want to start messing around with some of the interference colors. One of the reasons I wanted that to be turquoise there is because I was thinking of going with this Egyptian violet here for the skin tone. Like this. And perhaps a light skin tone at that. And by light, I mean really light. Maybe that'll make them look nice and icy or something. I don't know. I don't know. But also not just going to layer this. So because you can see I went a couple levels lighter. A couple levels lighter than I ordinarily would, especially if I was doing that with acrylics. Now I might also, I don't know, maybe even throw some kind of tattoos or whatever on the skin. We can do that too. Best thing is we don't have to decide now. I'm going to go back into the Egyptian violet again, and I think we've got something here that's sort of a in the middle. Yes, we do. There we go. Let's move you out of the way. Just let those two blend together, and we go a little lighter here now. Can you see that? Ah, good. I wasn't sure if that was centered enough for you. So for the folks that do the streaming thing, and it's hard to keep the miniature on screen, in focus, whatever. My hand is actually touching the table, so the miniature's not going anywhere. This hand basically touching that hand, so the miniature's going to stay here. I have set the focal point for that spot. It really does. It prevents those wandering miniatures, those wayward wandering miniatures that just want to march right off screen. It's for whatever reason, it's something they like to do. As we welcome in Roger, how you doing, Roger? Roger, welcome back. Hopefully your Monday was was reasonably chill. I mean, it wasn't like it was cold here. It was chill. Now, speaking of chill, what we wanted to do, where the heck did you go? You're over here. So what we did on that sword, but we're looking to do that here. Looking to do that here. I mean, just having boy, that ice is very fun. I think I'm going to use the crushed glass on that because the crushed glass has the transparency. Ugly, how you doing? Nice to see you. On a Tuesday morning. All right. Interference blue. Oh, you know what I haven't mixed it with yet? Wow. Cobalt blue. Holy smokes. Wow. I thought it was I thought the Prussian blue mixed with it was pretty intense, but this is too. My goodness. Get this on here. And that we also need to have some dark, and that means maybe some indigo. Oh my goodness, that's going to be very dark. It does lighten it up though. Ah, there we go. So there's our darker blue. Not Queez, it's just the secret weapon, crushed glass. Yeah, it's the secret weapon, crushed glass. And I just get well, I don't know what you want to, I don't know what size necessarily you would call it, just those kind of individual containers of it. All right, now let's do our green interference on the other side here. It's kind of a, actually, do I have a, oh, here we go. That's the size of the container right there. So that's about, and there should be two of these containers. No, there's our, this will be what I'll be filming tomorrow. I'll be filming this probably tomorrow and potentially uh, Wednesday too to finish off the Army Painting Series 22. Yeah, Army Painting Series 22 to finish off the Lumineth. All right, let's get some of this green. A little bit of that phthalo green in there. And I want to have these two different iridescent colors. Ah, there we go. Thank you very much. And there is a link for you, Quiz, because of course our moderator is always right on top of that sort of stuff. There is your link. And you know what? I'm going to also put this over here too. And over here too. So we're going big time on the interference, I think, here. First Warcry warband with interference colors. Hey, Tanzanite, how are you doing? Welcome in. I hope that you had yourself a good start to the week. We're just having an absolute blast here with the whole icy look and everything else. See, Harry Potter is holding your hand against the table like that. Well, Harry Potter, I don't know if you've had a chance to see this. So, bigger, smaller. So now this is one of the cheaper ones right here. This is only about 40 bucks on Amazon, or you can get it in Office Supplies, Office Max, Office Depot, whatever those kind of places are. There are more expensive ones. There's more expensive ones with variable lights as far as the temperature, the brightness, that sort of stuff. So you can go more expensive. This one only magnifies 3 times. I have one that's actually a 7 times magnifier. But again, that one is very pricey. So I don't think you need one quite that pricey. Oh, let's see. The Light of Ethereum from Luminous Stuff. Animated suit of armor could be really fun object source lighting where the source is inside the character. Tanzanite. Well, I hope that that's nice and mellow for you. It's kind of a nice way to relax and hang out. Almost like you're painting with a whole bunch of your closest friends, which is definitely very fun. I'm gonna head on back over here to the blue interference blue right here. A little bit of the interference blue there. And that basically the idea of keeping your hand in one place. Oh, the other thing too, whatever those keyboard rests are, where you can put your wrists on there, whatever. That's my arms are resting on that too, so it helps keep the arms in position. It keeps them from getting tired. So that's maybe something else you probably want to look into. And those things are dirt cheap. And especially don't want to spend a whole bunch of money on one because, well, it's going to get all covered with oil paint anyways. I probably have seen that pigeon. I probably have seen it. I never remember what the names of any of those things are. Plus, I got a little bit distracted since they're doing. What are they doing? The where they'll actually made to order stuff, the Lord of the Rings stuff, and I got distracted. I was looking at that, and then I realized that it said please allow 180 days for delivery, and I went, well, while it probably won't take that long, I know that I could sculpt them all myself in half that time. So I just said, you know what, and it would be more fun. So I'll just do that instead. Yeah, just like you was saying, it is definitely a really great community there. Coming from YouTube as I did, the difference is unbelievable. It is a massive, massive difference. So I think if you're going to be coming from one side to the other, going from YouTube to Twitch is way more fun than than doing the other way. Coming from YouTube is very much a not super friendly, happy place. Yeah, that is exactly it, Pigeon. Well, actually, it was 180 business days, so it could be more. It could be more like 120 days. And that's when I said, you know what? I'm just gonna sculpt these myself. Because wouldn't we all want to see a scratch sculpted Lurtz? Wouldn't we want to see that? Lurtz sculpted from scratch. Pincushion Boromir sculpted from scratch. I don't know. I think those would be all very much more fun to just see. Please wait 6 to 8 business months. Now again, some folks, they like arrive in a week or two, but then I'm pretty sure that their country of origin probably UK. I'm thinking not a lot of those folks live where I live. They're probably just like, yo, store, such and such. You're in that person's area. Look through your shelves. See what you can find. Oh, thanks, Aussie. Yeah, these again, it's just the Sculpey that we carved, and we've been adding some of our purples now, and now we're starting to add the interference colors to things like the blades. So, and another little example of our icy stuff there. Absolutely love those. I just wish I had these. I had an entire Blood Bowl team with all of this ice stuff on. Oh my goodness. Man, would it have been so much easier. Now, oils just make everything easier. That's just how it goes. Bring in some of our lights here now. Let's see if we can throw some edges on the blade. I'm not sure what we want to do yet with the mask or scarf or whatever, but okay, the dagger's in the way, so we'll just try and work around the dagger here. Also trying to make that skin tone a bit lighter. Oh, let's get some light. Yeah, some light on the hand here. Not too. Can you see the thumb? I guess we can still see the thumb. So we'll make that lighter. Let's get some light on that shoulder now. If we can't, yeah, we can get that shoulder a little bit lighter. We'll go back in and we'll just do some blending things with that too. We don't necessarily need to use our giant blending brush. We can use some, heck, we could use this brush if we needed to. Boy, that little crossbow pistol there is bouncing off of the brush. Oh, let's see. Pigeon says that light of a there. Now that's not the one where he's just kind of floating off of the whatever the other critter is, right? Yeah, I'd have to go look at it and see which one it is. I really don't really I just don't peruse the AOS stuff at all. Actually, I've been looking at so many STL files now. That's I actually have been looking at way more STL files than anything else. And especially now after doing what's the one called? Oh, the printing goes ever on. I think that's the name of that one. Although I might still, I don't know, I might have to start saving money for a new printer just in case the one that I have is something tells me there was something not quite right about it from the start. We'll find out maybe next week. Now see, starting to put some darks in there. We've been adding a whole bunch of lights. We don't want to forget about adding darks. Darks are very important. When in doubt, add some darks. I mean, yeah, we're having fun with all kinds of interference paints and all that sort of stuff. Ah, it's the hollow ghost armor that was in your realms, Lord Bog. Okay. I'm never sure about the names, so that is, and it happens with all, you should see what it's like with miniature companies. Like, so do you have this or do you have that? I don't even know what you're talking about. I have no clue what you're talking about because, of course, they've had meetings about that stuff and they know their product inside and out. I'm not in on any of your meetings. I don't know what you're talking about. So it's always kind of one of those hilarious moments as we add some more of our violet here. So Fosse, now I don't think you've actually seen any of these. Now this goes way back to the time when I did 2D art for, well, still technically longer than miniatures. So this kind of goes back to the 2D art days. This is our watercolors on hot press watercolor board. Also, watercolors on hot press watercolor board. This is some pastels here. Kind of had to abandon the pastels and even the oil paints so that it was easier to scan them and turn them into prints. So, and then this is, like I said, I was about 13, 12 and a half, 13 or something like that when I painted that. That was with oils way, way back in the day. And here's some more spacescapes also painted on hot press watercolor board. And I did a whole series of these little baby dragons. I think there was 8 of them, 7 or 8 of them, something like that. You can see all those on the blog. And I think this is our, yes, that's our little landscape there. Tharsis, the Sea of Tharsis, City of Tharsis, and Olympus Mons in the background. And actually, this is something we did in June. That was a quick little birthday present that I knocked out for somebody. And that was just using regular miniature paints. So we've it all started out, yep, just like you thought there, 2D art, and it just kind of has migrated over to the 3D side. And I don't know if you've seen, we've done a lot of sculpting here. So where's the Great Beast of Golgoroth? There you are. So this was a scratch sculpt right here, and every Thursday we do sculpting streams. Now, obviously we do a lot of conversion type stuff too. So we have things like this where we sculpted some musculature and some other things on the horsey there. Now what I'm going to also do, I think it might even be time, we're going to show you the brush cleaner here. I think it's time for a little review on our brush cleaner. Oh, thanks, Fuss. I appreciate that. Yeah, we started doing the miniatures in, well, 2001. It was kind of just, it was for fun and for some of our friends. Then 9/11 happened, and all of a sudden it became survival because that just destroyed our 2D art business and everything else. Very much in the same way of what's going on now has wiped out conventions and everything else. That is what happened to us back in 2001. So we had to adapt, and it became all about the miniatures. So you could see that was very quick, right? No problem. This has no nasty smell, and again, it works just as well for dried acrylic too. Now I do suggest, and I have where's my little spray bottle here? So you just want to get some water on your hands and just kind of rinse that off, because now I don't care, but some folks, where's that brush handle here? Yeah. So it'll maybe take the paint off your brush handle. What do I care? It's a stupid brush handle. Aussie, just one thing I can say, the 2001 2002 experience is that there were conventions held in 2002, but nobody went, or if they did go, they had no money to spend. So that's just something to think about. I don't know anything. I'm not going to say anything. Just like we had to adapt back in 2002, well, that's why I'm going so heavy into the Twitch thing. Because just like with the miniatures, we didn't have to drag ourselves and all of our stuff to an art show like Celtic Fest, which was canceled. I can just stay here and do Twitch things. So that's if you're wondering why there's just so much effort going into the live streaming of the games and everything else, it's just something that it's a little bit of insurance policy. Hey Drax, how are you doing it? How are you doing? So folks, you need to definitely give Drax a follow. So Drax, sorry that I couldn't keep watching the rest of your stream last night on Gaz. So is Gaz done now? Or is it just kind of like, well, we'll let him dry, we'll seal him up, we'll get to the next thing? because I was moving more furniture around. I actually have a printing area now. I actually have a photo booth set up. Well, the photo booth just set up in a new place. I just need to do the basing. Well, that's good. Now, of course, again, Aussie, I don't know anything, but I will just say that we've been on the Adepticon committee since basically 2007, and there are meetings all year long. And these are not, you can't do these via Zoom. You have to be in the same room because you're working on stuff. You're building terrain, you're doing this, you're doing whatever. It's physical stuff. You cannot do it via webcam. And if we can have those meetings during the year, well, again, you lead to the inevitable conclusion. So let's just add some more of our phthalo green over here. Oh, Drax got 6 more tubes. Gonna try out some of those colors when you get a chance. Yeah, Drax, Gaz was looking really fantastic. He really was. So, dang, that was looking mighty fine. Yeah, you have to be really jazzed about that. And I get more of that phthalo right there. I'm even gonna, crazy as it sounds, I'm gonna take a little bit of that off-white yellow. That is the brilliant yellow pale. That's also gonna go here. Basically, I want to kind of accentuate the green in that a little bit. It's mostly white-ish, but there's still that little bit of yellow in there. Just a teensy bit of yellow. And now we get a little bit of sparkle there now. Here, how's about we, speaking of some sparkle, let's see if we can lighten these things up. Yeah, Drax, now did you get to, well, you have the Gamlin Van Dyke Brown, right? And I'm pretty sure you got the indigo. Those two together, that's what I'm mixing together right now to make myself essentially a black that's blacker than black, because it actually has a color to it. Just something about that. And we're just going to kind of do a little bit of a glazy thing here. Again, had enough thinner to make it kind of go just all over the place there. Maybe even back here. And I might even do this on the hair. Yeah. Yeah, some more over here too. Skin lighter, hair darker. All works. Now we did our turquoise down here. Question is, do we want the same thing there? I'm going to maybe see what happens. I'm going to go back over here. Cobalt. Oh, what the heck? Oh, that kind of almost grazed that out a little bit. That was the cobalt blue mixed with the brilliant yellow pale. So there's just enough of that yellow in there. And you say, well, why the heck does it gray it out? Remember, cobalt blue has more red in it. So instead of making it more of a green, because again, there's some red in there, now you're essentially taking red and green and mixing them together. That's going to give you more of a grayish brown sort of a look. So I'm just going to see if I can't capitalize on let's do something with this here too. And some of these things, I'm just going to have to fool around with them when I have all of my lights on. I cannot turn all of my lights on because it'll just kind of blind you guys, and we don't want to do that. So we don't actually have the magnifier light turned on. I have the magnifier, but the light part of it is not turned on right now. I wish I could. It would be way better for me if I could, but it just unfortunately doesn't quite work. Back to some more Prussian blue. Yeah. Let's just do some Prussian blue here. I need to separate these two, and that should be just enough. It's also translucent enough that actually It doesn't necessarily wipe out all of the interference core that just happened there. We need to do the same. Actually, we need to do the same thing over here. Now, Drex, do you have another stream schedule for tonight then? Hopefully you do, because then maybe I can actually get a chance to hang out or something like that as I just keep moving more stuff around. Well, if anything, I gotta dig out my airbrush area because that just got wiped out over the last week. Okay, that's good. You know what? I'm gonna put some indigo into that too. I'll get some indigo into there. Yes. Because we needed, wow, we needed the edge contrast there. Now I feel like I got the edge contrast there. Oh, thanks. It's weird because, well, now if this is just me myself, I'm working on the entire warband at once. Here, I wanted people to see all 4 of these done by the end of the stream. So where's our? Ah, there we go. So we're gonna move along pretty soon here. Actually, I think we're gonna move along now to the next one here. To the next one. Let's see what we can do on this. Wolfwoman, let's see. Oh, go back and check out some of these streams because all of these units of 4 guys, they all get painted in one stream. The bases, the movement tray, and the guys all get painted in one stream. And we did that how many times? 5 times, I think, because we're doing it was with the Dothraki, right? The Dothraki Screamers and all the Targaryen cavalry and such. So yeah, go back and watch all of those sessions. You'll watch entire units painted in one stream. Again, for me, it's kind of essential. We have it's a matter of roof and food and electricity, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, actually, well, we've been working on all of these. So we've been working on all of these, and there's a 4th one that we started 3 hours and 12 minutes ago. And by the end of the stream tonight, these have to be, well, they won't be completely done because we still have to do snow effects and ice effects and other icicles, that sort of stuff. And there's obviously some things I'll be doing with my lights turned on that I can't do here. But yeah, it is definitely, it's got to happen fast. And what's going to happen fast here is a bit of our Egyptian violet laced with a little bit of white. And then that's going to be, so I think we want this to be turning into ice or something like that. I guess we're going to have to do that now. Let's take a little bit of this cobalt blue. And let's just throw this down here. This is the nice thing about the oils is we can make a big old change. We were to say, okay, well, that was supposed to be darker. Now it's going to be different. Yeah, so all of these things, like our really giant guys here, these we painted these last week all in one stream. The Herdstone, that was all in one stream. And what Beef in the Hole is referring to is this, I'm just past it, there it is. So there you go, that's the Kalila bust right there, a Kara Kalila bust. That was done how many? That was done back in May or something like that. Yeah, it was done back in May. That's half the size of a human head, weighed about 20 pounds. Oh, thanks, True Sausage. Thank you. Now let's make this lighter on this side. Again, we're looking to go more towards the cobalt here. If we want that to be more like ice. It's really wild going back to this cobalt blue here for the first time in so long. We'll let this wander up that, again, that letting the oils do their own thing. Let them mix as they will. cobalt in there. Now, how's about we get some of our greens involved? And again, this is going to require the thorough cleaning of a brush. I mean, look at this. It doesn't get much more thorough of a cleaning than that. That's it. Just using a paper towel. If we start screwing around with cleaners and everything else, well, guess what's going to happen? We're going to get too much liquid in that brush, and we won't be able to do this kind of dry brushy type stuff here. And this is I think an area where stuff goes wonky for people, because they come back in here with way too much liquid on the brush, and they end up wiping away what they painted. Instead of adding to it, they end up subtracting, because again, too much liquid on the brush. Not too much paint, too much liquid. Like True Sausage, we were just desperately trying to find something different to do with these guys than just, oh, look, they're in a cavern, or they're dark. And something about these just, I don't know, I thought it would be interesting if they're kind of dancing around on ice floes or something like that. Could be very fun. Oh, thank you, Aussie AC. Thank you so much. My goodness, we're going to need some replenishing of that, and I'm telling you, I am not joking. We used to have a full-size refrigerator in the basement. We stopped doing that because it would get so cold down there that the thing would freeze. But I think a little mini refrigerator downstairs, I think that would be just perfect. Especially when it comes to live streaming terrain and playing games. I'm just going to see if I can actually find, let me see if I can find that picture really quick. Boy, that's going to be difficult to do here. Let's see if we can find it here. Come on. I think we're almost there. Oh, yeah. Here, let's see if we can get this to show up on screen here. We'll have to turn this light off. So, there we go. So, yes, we had some of our initial lights set up there. So that is our, well, basically where we're going to be filming the battle reports and such. And we're going to turn this off. Turn that back on. And there's it requires lights from every different angle. I've got a couple of big umbrella lights that are going to be the overall lighting effect there. Oh, thanks, Aussie AC. I also have, what I didn't have before was these transparencies that have color on them. And the idea is that it can influence the color of the light. So if I want to have a dusk to dawn scenario, and we want to make it look like the sun is setting or something like that, we can actually make it look like the sun is setting just by the lighting itself. All right, let's go into our turquoise again over here, just like we did on the other one. Let's get some turquoise into here. And then we'll go into our purples and such, and look, see how that's mixing all on its own. It's literally mixing on its own. See, Aussie AC, the War of the Ring game is fabulous with the action dice and the cards. If you want to just get a little bit of a flavor for it, there's tons of gameplay videos on YouTube. You can check those out and see what that looks like. And I think it's going to be very efficient for creating lots of interesting possibilities for the campaign. Literally, instead of it just being like a boring game of Risk or something like that, I think it's going to be way more interesting now. We're also going to need is some of our indigo here. We need to get some darks here. We're going to darken that up before we throw the interference colors in there. Same thing over here too. Back to the interference colors. So we've got interference blue. We'll mix that with our Cobalt blue here in this. See what happens. There we go. Do that on the top. Yeah, I'll do it on this part over here too. Because I was watching another playthrough here, and again, this was a solo playthrough. It was just one person, and by the just the way the dice were rolling and the cards that were being pulled, all of a sudden the evil player just couldn't move armies, or he could move armies, but he couldn't do anything. He said, "Well, I guess we better stop the ring from moving." Next thing you know, he stopped that ring cold. That ring wasn't going nowheres. But on the flip side, all of a sudden it looked like the elves were about to invade. I think it was Dol Guldur or something like that. So it was basically the dice and the cards all of a sudden determine, well, maybe this whole ring thing's not going to quite work out. Maybe we should just go attack stuff. Captain Narthandus, it's interesting that you should ask that because it was a couple of years ago when I actually got the chance to try, the only chance I ever got to try the Chimera colors. As a watercolorist, they were very fun. So they reminded me of working with watercolor paints. The irony is that Chimera sent the Chimera colors here while we were gone at ReaperCon, and I had a stop mail order so that they would not be coming here while we were gone, yet they still tried to deliver them, and they ended up getting sent back to Spain, and I never saw them because, well, since there was no Adepticon, they never got a chance to hand them to me because that's what they were going to do, was just deliver them in person. And obviously that never happened. So yeah, that's I don't know if I'll ever see those. They were fun to work with. Avocado kids, look at that. Oh, our last few little drops here, looks like they're going to Avocado kids. Folks, another person you need to follow. Speaking of terrain and stuff, folks, you've got to follow Avocado Kids because you get the finest in harmonica and terrain. You can't get much better than that. So, Avocado Kids, I hope you're having yourself a decent Monday. Hopefully, not too tired from all the streaming sessions. Obviously, we got very much of an icy thing going on here. Lots of icy stuff. We're starting to get into our, oh, what the heck are they? The interference colors now. But I was enthused, and actually they were gonna. There was some busts in that box too. There was all kinds of stuff that I was gonna be working on, and it was literally at our doorstep while we were 980 miles away. And then it got sent back, and we never saw it, and probably never will. Is what it is. Oh, look at how that is crazy. That's the interference green mixed with phthalo. There. So Avocado Kids, there was definitely a lot of progress made on the various areas. The one of the last major things that hasn't been set up at all yet is the terrain building area, and that's, well, that will get set up when I rework the airbrush area. So yeah, when that it was originally supposed to be the terrain area, and then it got turned into, well, just a bunch of storage. It couldn't be used for terrain because of the proximity of the 3D printer. Now that the 3D printer has been moved, now I think we can finally start setting up that area for terrain as it was originally meant for. Who would have thought? Now let's just get some of these. I'm just going to add a few more darks into here. We're going to have to go back in, get some lighter skin tones on there. By the way, I am a guest judge this month for Encounter Terrain on Instagram. Well, there you go. That's, well, congratulations. That sounds fabulous. That's got to be really cool. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna let that be just darker too before we come back in here with our turquoise. Remember, like we did a little bit on this guy and his feet right here. I'm gonna put a little more, and this is phthalo green mixed with some of that ivory black here, and we're gonna get some more of our more glazy stuff going on, like that. Bit more over here.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Oh, thank you so much, Nedably. Thank you very much for that follow. Gandalf appreciate. Oh, again, not appropriate footwear. See what happens when you don't wear your gloves and your boots. Let that be a lesson to you, kids. Now, I think we're going to go into here now with our interference blue a little bit more. And on this side, too. Wow, did that really talk about a color shifting thing happening here on this crazy little crossbow? Oh my goodness. It just started to mix with the color that was on there. The interference colors will be a little bit weird the first time you use them. I'm not going to lie. It's the first time I used them. It was crazy. Let's see. If green and black, what color would that be? I'm not quite sure actually what exactly the question is, but it would be phthalo black. There you go. It would be phthalo black. No, it wouldn't. It would be phthalo green black because, well, that's what it is. Or it would be ivory phthalo green black. Or it would be phthalo ivory green black. Any one of those. Yeah, let's put a little bit more of our interference this way. Now, the nice thing is that, well, phthalo green and ivory, but they're both translucent, but the phthalo green has all kinds of intensity, so it can basically take the ivory black and just give it the color that ivory black just doesn't have on its own. Ivory black really has no color on its own. It's on the warmer side, and that little bit of warmth of the ivory black also makes it so that the green is a little bit less of a green. It just makes everything darker, but again, it has some color to it. That's really, really, really important. Hey, Rex, how are you doing? Yeah, avocado kids, there's a lot of, well, where's our Easterling? Here we go. So this was the joke about when we were painting this guy, and we made the color ashen gray, which was nothing more than ivory black and the brilliant yellow pale combined. That's all it was. We just combined those two, and the whole idea was behind that theory of don't bother buying gray paints because you can make way better gray paints than anybody sells. And the joke was, well, let's see who would buy ashen gray if we just took ivory black, mixed it with the brilliant yellow pale like we're using here, and gave it some kind of name like ashen gray, and who would buy it? Be like, oh, ashen! I love that color. That's a fantastic color. I have to have that. So that was one of the more humorous things I had thought to do was just literally have a jar of paint here that says ashen gray on it. It just avocado kids. I'm sure you've run across all kinds of terrain stuff where it's those leaves, also known as oregano, right? The fall leaves, which are basically oregano that's stained brown, and the summer leaves, which is oregano that's stained green. So there's a lot of stuff that is AKA, I guess you could say. There's an awful lot of products that are just like, yeah, they're just this. That's all they are and nothing else. Ah, we just uncovered. I think we just uncovered one of Avocado Kid's secrets there. Yes, indeed. Avocado Kids just raids the kitchen for maybe a little bit of tea leaves here and there. I know one of my last basing videos, we were using parsley flakes. Yeah, not kidding. I was using parsley flakes. That is no joke. Now, what I actually, I, with the larger stuff, that's where some of the leaf cutters are helpful because the green stuff world leaf cutters, it's almost like they have a small size of every leaf, and then they have kind of a mid size, and then they have sort of the big one, which is kind of helpful when you're trying to do, like a 72 mil, and you want to have some kind of a leaf thing there, but you don't want to look too small because you're using 28 mil leaves for a 78 millimeter figure. Ah, the ye old ground black pepper. Now what we're going to be doing here is going to wander back over to our Egyptian violet here. Touch of that one. There we go. I think we'll just make that lighter and try and mix into there. Okay, that's better. What's happening here? What's going on there? A lot of this, that's just still pre-glaze that hasn't basically been touched at all. And now, just like we did with the phthalo green and the black, well, what's to say we take some of the Egyptian violet here, which is even more intense than the phthalo green, and we'll mix that with the ivory black, and that is now as intense and as dark as Egyptian violet is. It just got more intense and more dark. Because there's got to be some darker areas on this thing. We need some genuine extreme darks here. How far does it extend down on this cloak? I don't know. Probably not all that far. Where's our blending brush here? That's flying around right there. Yeah, I'll use that one. And now we're just going to take this, and it's just as much about the brush strokes as it is the blending of colors. We have that phthalo green that's in here. Well, there's a little bit of a line there where that brush stroke was. That's all gone. It's as smooth as an airbrush would have done that. I know people ask me about the airbrush all the time. I used to always just say, well, I pretty much just used hairy sticks. Well, now the hairy sticks are even more powerful because we're using oil paints and hairy sticks all at the same time. And we're going to do the same thing here. See where we got that lighter down towards the bottom? We're going to do that because apparently our cloaks are becoming, well, snow. So let's do that. Let's see if we can't do that here. We'll take a little bit of the white here. It's going to mix with some of our phthalo. What the heck? We'll mix it with the phthalo for right now and start to get some lighter highlights on these guys. And over here. And over there. Back to some more phthalo. More of a mid-tone here. Welcome in Zen for one. How you doing, Zen for one? Nice to see you. I hope that your week got off to a good start. Hopefully the Monday didn't have too much Monday. There was getting to be a little bit too much Monday here. Hoping that Tuesday goes a little bit smoother, a little bit easier. Now back to our blending brush here. Again, it's all about the brush strokes, the colors, not worried about the colors mixing, just trying to kind of take away some of the brush strokes, that's all. Business travel again for Zen for one. Well then, business travel, every day of business travel is a Monday, I think. I think it really is. I'm looking for, there it is. We're going to just throw more of our quick dry white out here. And that's from Gamlin, by the way. That is from Gamlin. Throw some of this out here. We've got our Egyptian violet that's going to mix in there too. And now we'll get some lights up here on the top of his cloak, which apparently is turning into ice. But if his cloak is turning into ice, no wonder he's just so cold. I mean, he looks so cold. So the Monday work as usual. And hopefully it's not too much of a pain. Now he will also do a little bit of that kind of stippling stuff, right? Because I don't want to say it's one way to work past the whole thick over thin, thin over thick, but it's one way to not have to adhere to it quite so much. We are going to get some lighter skin over here, though. I think I probably need to do that on the other hand. Maybe I already did that. Might have done that already. Make his fingers a little bit lighter. That's also going to affect how we see this blade right here. So best to, oh, so we did do the other hand. Then we got to figure out what is going on here with his clothes, which you can see there's a little bit more of the ivory black on this. That's fine. We don't necessarily, all these guys have to have their boots being the same color. That's not really essential at all. Looks like Kathy is done with her hangout. And good night, because Kathy, I'm sure, is going to go turn into a pumpkin so that she can stream tomorrow. And do her usual thing. Oh, yeah, that's also bear skin. So, and not bear skin, just bear skin. So let's do that. I think we need to get some of that down here too. Yeah, because for whatever reason they like their pants that aren't really. No wonder they're so cold. These pants have an awful lot of hole in them, or awful lot of holes in here. That's why they're so darn cold, man. That is not exactly appropriate winter wear. Why are you walking around on ice floes? You got this big heavy cloak on and you got pants with a bunch of holes in them. That doesn't sound like good planning. I think we'll make that even lighter here. See if I can't just throw a bit. Good, good. Right where the eye is there. Okay, we'll go let that interference go. Just sit there a little bit. Might come back and throw some glazes over the top of that. A little bit of interference green. Just throw that on the handle maybe. This also needs to be a bit lighter. So the interference colors, they can be a little weird to work with wet on wet. Now Avocado Kids, we haven't been able to do anything with that yet because we had to rebuild all of those areas first. So that area that I was just talking about, the terrain area, that's where the Proxon goes. Because it wasn't enough for it to just have a space. It also had to have a space with plenty of electricity and its own, what would you say, its own power source, right? Because we don't want to be tripping circuits and all that kind of stuff. So that is going to be the last area to set up. I'm hoping to actually maybe be able to set up part of that tonight. And then get the Proxon down there and make sure there's plenty of space for it. Oh, Captain it's just they're walking around with bare sleeves, no gloves. Clearly, their boots are not very heavy, and that's why they're kind of turning blue. It seems. Why are they're walking around on the ice and they do not have the appropriate wear. They should be wearing heavier boots. I mean, gee whiz. Let's get some of that black and green together again. I mean, geez, I was cold enough shoveling snow here in the city with wet gloves. Can only imagine what's going on walking around with no gloves on. Now, honestly, I'm in no hurry to get those because I already have the Windsor Newton. I'm sorry, I already have the Gamlin silver, and I actually have a bunch of oh, whatchamacallit. What are they? The old MIG ammo stuff. So I'm not not anytime soon gonna be buying any more metallic stuff because, well, it just I don't do enough of it to justify having three different versions of it. And I think you weren't here earlier. Basically, the company that's was supposed to be making the oil paints with me, I haven't heard anything in months. So I'm not going to be spending more money to experiment with things I already have because that the whole idea of all those experiments was to, well, provide data so we could make the paints, and then all of a sudden it's like, wow, looks like I guess the paints aren't getting made. I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but yeah, I won't be buying those anytime soon. That's not to say I won't at some point, but just after seeing the silver, and of course we've had folks say, look, the other ones are okay outside of the silver. I'm just like, yeah, mm, I'll I'll judge that at some point. That is not now. I'll just have to judge at some future point. Yeah, I'm gonna get some more darks down here. And that's the phthalo green mixed with the black here. And now actually I'm going to take that cobalt blue. Yeah, we'll take some cobalt blue here and we'll take some of our... Why, bring that over here into that cobalt blue. We are having a lot of fun rejuvenating the cobalt blue here. I haven't used that color in so long. I mean, outside of Mr. Giggles there, we had not used this in a long time. It would be interesting to experiment with, but again, the 95% of everything that I paint has to be non-metallic. So if I was to buy all of these containers of oil paint silver, I would have about 30 years worth of stuff to work with, which is nice, but I don't quite need that much. Now there, who knows? Maybe Dick Blick has a super sale or something like that, and I'm able to maybe capitalize on that and snag something like a... Oh, the other thing too is that Aussie is that I don't use golds and all those other colors. If I need a gold or a copper, I'll just take Terra Rosa and mix it with the silver, or Terra Rosa and mix it with the iridescent or something like that, and just make my own. So that's another reason why. Just like when I need something like black and steel, instead of buying the black and steel, I'll just take some indigo and the silver, mix just a tiny bit of silver in with the indigo, and I have black and steel. It kind of goes along the same thought process of the cobalt turquoise, right? If I have cobalt blue and phthalo green, basically I have cobalt turquoise. And what I also with the whole TMM thing, as soon as you start to fool around with those other colors like the copper and everything else, you're moving away from TMM and you're just kind of just doing metallics now. So I guess that's a super long way of saying that those wouldn't serve a whole lot of purpose, at least for me. Now, for somebody else, that could be a whole different story. But even that's I never really liked working with metallics where you were using gold for golds and this for that. Once I discovered the metal medium, all of a sudden, oh, that was so much more fun. Let's we'll blend these guys together. Oh yeah, there we go. But I had to wait on that. Had to wait on that little blend right there. Okay, now we have to set this guy aside just like we did. Set this one aside. Just let that paint have a little while to kind of sit in the proving drawer, right? Sit in the proving drawer. Now, what do we got to do with this one? I think we're going to start hitting some of those darks just like we did before. Here, let's maybe even do a little bit of glazy things here. No, Avocado Kids, it's I just wanted to not be on the same thing that's maybe running the the same power strip that the computer is plugged into and like the airbrush and that sort of thing. Not super worried about that. It's just because there's so many things plugged into. Oh my gosh, there's a lot of things plugged into the. There's all kinds of lights and stuff plugged into that same thing. So if we go, yeah, what the heck? Well, let's just leave it on a separate deal. But I'm really looking forward to using that. That's going to be amazing. Yep, Avocado Kids. I think I've got at least. Oh man, how many? I know I have at least 4 or 5 airbrush specific videos on the YouTube channel. Now we don't use it in the way the standard thing I guess you would see the airbrush being used with. It's mostly very elaborate priming. You know, like where is she? Where is she? So I think yeah we've got a video. Oh no, it's not Angelique. It's the other one. Ah species the species bust. Yeah, that was on the YouTube channel. And that's all using primers and ghost tints from Badger. I mean, I've used gee whiz, the airbrush that I used on the 2D art stuff. Like let's see, here we go. Like on these guys here, that's one of those Pache external needle brushes. That airbrush costs somewhere around $240 or something like that. That I used to use on these guys over here, because you could actually get pencil thin lines with that. These airbrushes that people talk about now, let's put it this way, that Pache external needle brush, you compare it to the brushes people use now to do so-called detail stuff, and it's kind of laughable. It's like basically comparing the Proxxon to a utility knife. Not kidding. It's that level of different. That Pache external needle brush, it's actually one of the reasons why I use such high PSI, because you actually use the very high PSI on that external needle airbrush. Oh yeah, Avocado Kids is especially pricey considering that price is from about 1991. So in today's dollars, that's probably more like 300 and something bucks. Here, let's keep going with some of our darks in here. Maybe we'll just darken that down too. It's going to make, the darker we make this, the lighter the skin tone gets without having to make the skin tone super light. And I had a compressor that actually had a little foot pump on it, and you could actually control the pressure of the airbrush just by that little foot pump. That was, oh gosh, that had to be close to a $200 compressor, and it was tiny. That was a very small compressor. And again, we're talking about stuff from a long time ago. Now, let's do this. Let's take cobalt blue. Remember what kind of glazy things we were able to do with that on our Mr. Giggles there. Let's do that here. Let's do some of our cobalt blue here. I'm curious to see what the heck happens. And then I think we'll throw some of our interference colors over the top of that too. Yeah, we'll let that sit there, and then we'll throw some interference colors over the top of that. Yeah, let's do some dark stuff down here. We'll just take our Egyptian violet here. Egyptian violet's plenty dark. And then we can go back and let's do something on these blades here that looks a little bit more like our icy stuff. How's about some of the phthalo green here? And then we'll remember we got to get into our interference phthalo green over here. On this side too, without smashing into the brush or into the other side. Ooh, you know what? Let's do some of that down here. I'm going to get some, before I forget here, I'm going to throw some indigo down to that water surface there, just to remember. Okay, I think that helps. Now let's try and go back here with some of our lights. Also trying to utilize some of the, all the way over here. Add a bit of that phthalo green. There we go. That is, wow. That is so intense. That's the phthalo green, also mixed with the interference. Throw that over the top here. Again, trying to give these a little different look. Unfortunately, again, I would love to be able to do more of this on my own stuff. I'm going to try and use the interference paint on my Galadrim elves for my Lord of the Rings stuff. We'll see how that works. And we can always try a color test figure. If we like it, that's fantastic. If we don't, no big deal. We'll just paint over it. Not a huge loss. So that is going to be our interference blue mixed with indigo. Wow, and this is again, it's sort of like that black and steel we were talking about, right? Look at, that's very much a metallic dark blue there. And then look at then they're going to mix together here. Look at that. So that's almost more of a non-metallic metal thing that we just did right there. That's it's not like I don't like the TMM. I kind of like it. It's sort of not sort of fun. It is fun. It's what we get asked to do. And so often we are trying to match people's armies or do whatever. We kind of have to work within those parameters. Now this is our Prussian blue here. That's going to get mixed with some of that interference blue. And that's going to make it a very intense. Oh, yeah, that is really intense. It is funny, though, that the interference colors, when you just get them right out of the tube, they're horrible. They're all just, they look all dried out and everything. It's the darndest thing. Ah, there we go. So that is very much like what we did here on this blade. That's our interference green, the interference blue right there. So it sort of looks like non-metallic metals, yet it is not non-metallic metals. I'm going to throw some more of this back here, over here. I'm going to start to put some indications of that here on this mask, helmet, face thing, whatever that is, don't know. I'm also going to see if I can get this any lighter with just the addition of some of the interference green here. Can you see this? Looks like it can. Oh, yes, that does. That does. So I think it was the Necron series where things kind of clicked. That's where I just started mixing the interference colors directly in with stuff like the phthalo green, just to see what the heck would happen. And I went, wow, that's pretty incredible. Now this is going to be even more of the phthalo green here. So that is really dark, but it still has a bit of a metallic look to it. But that's even more straight up green right there. Which, oh gosh, where's our, there we go. So you can, and now that has a little bit of the violet too. But we're not going to put the violet, so it's kind of like this here. See that? That is all the interference colors all mixed together with our regular paints. Same idea there. And again, that is part of our latest army painting series for the Patreon page. That is our Lumineth. And again, the other series where we really did some heavy duty stuff with the interference paints, the Necron series, and also the Ossiarch series. So plenty of experimentation going on. Let's see if we can't make that skin tone lighter. We're going to take this and with that, we'll just sometimes I will just clean out the brush. Again, that's that little bit of brush cleaner. Not really using the thinner. I just use this to thin the paint. This is now, what, 5 days I've been working with this thing? It's just a water bottle cap. Literally a water bottle cap with just that much of the thinner in it. That's all I need for days and days. So clearly, you're not going to have a big gallon jug of that. I know people say, well, that's all expensive and it's this and that. And like, well, how much of that were you fixing to use? Because you only need a tiny little bit of it. You'll obviously use more of it to kind of do your pre-thinning on your paints. That I understand. Beyond that, you don't need a whole bunch of it. And again, just trying to get some lighter skin tones in here before we get back in there with our blending brush and knock some of that down again. That is the brilliant yellow pale mixed with some of the purple there. And we don't want this to all just be purple skin tone and make it all Slaaneshi. Well, we're going to go back in here with some blue as well. We will get back in here with some of our blue. Not to worry. Lighten up some stuff here on the shoulders and shoulder blades. I think the hands also could stand to be a little bit lighter too. Yeah, these fingers right here, let's get those lighter. Egyptian violet and our brilliant yellow pale. Still not the lightest color. I mean, we can definitely go a lot lighter than this. But we try to keep those highlights in our back pocket there. Just hang on to those. Oh, I see. Okay, that's we need some dark going back over the top of this. Okay, we'll just do that right now. Right there. That starts to make a little more sense then. Again, the darker that is, the lighter the skin's gonna get. Can After a while, you just can't lighten things anymore. You can only lighten them so much. And I think we might even use maybe this guy, a little bit of a blending brush right here. There's a whole bunch of little crazy brush strokes in here. This should help get rid of a bunch of those. Side benefit, also mixing a little bit of our blue that's just sitting there already, just waiting to be used. Same over here. Sorry, and same over here. Can you see this here? I think you can. There we go.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Wobbling Goblin Hobbies. Hello, little hobbits. Are you a Are you a half? Are you a goblin? Oh, I'm telling you, they should wear the correct footwear. You'll freeze. It'll be the death of the hobbits. No, wait, that's Boromir. It'll be the death of the hobbits. So, what's a hobbit? Sounds tasty. Especially since they don't need their legs. Okay. Now, I'm going to just throw some almost more of a gray. Well, we won't go full on ashen gray, but we will mix our little black and green mix with a little bit of that yellow. Thank you so much for those bits, Avocado Kids. I want to drop right in here with the last little bit there. Holy smokes, that was the last, literally the last drop there. It's all gone now. It is all gone. But thank you so much, Avocado Kids. Actually, I'm going to have to start painting up hobbits now. If we're going to be doing the War of the Ring game, we're going to have to start painting up hobbitses. Well, at least including it in all of our battle report stuff. And of course, well, the game itself has a few miniatures, just a couple, or maybe a couple of hundred, something like that. So we will be, needless to say, painting some of those on stream. Yeah, we'll be doing that because, well, there's a lot of them to do. And you talk about the ultimate batch painting there on stream. Yeah, that's going to be the ultimate batch painting there. That should be really interesting. And guess what? There's lots of horsies, but there are also 9 Nazgul too. So I don't know if we're going to try doing something a little bit different with each Nazgul. I think I might just do the Witch King a little bit differently, so that we have kind of a very clear identifier for the Witch King as far as the miniature. Rex, there's nothing different really with the feathers than I would kind of approach. I don't really approach surfaces all that differently, whether it's metal or feathers or whatever. There are some videos. Now, of course, I don't have that. But if you go back and watch some of the sessions on those Valkyries, and go back and watch some of the sessions on, oh, what were they? There's Valkyrie, oh, and the Griffin, that Reaper Griffin. Now, there's tons of videos of, well, even these. There's 2 of these on YouTube. So, feathers there. So, those are for War of the Ring, Rex, the War of the Ring board game. Now, there's a couple of the Dark Sword figures that also have feather stuff going on here. So, let's see. Not that one. I think it's going to be, there we go. So there's, actually that has color shift paints, that one on the right. And there we go. So there's some of the Dark Sword videos also have feathers. Not some, a bunch of them do. So yeah, those plastic minis, those are from the War of the Ring board game. And we are using the War of the Ring board game to provide a campaign setting for our Lord of the Rings miniatures game. Because otherwise, you just kind of have the same armies doing the same thing over and over again. That's why I can barely watch battle reports on YouTube anymore. It's pretty much just two lines of infantry smashing together with nothing else going on. No, Rex, it's just like we've been talking here for a few weeks now. Well, actually, several weeks. And the idea is that we want to have a campaign, as in building armies, holding territories, that kind of stuff. And the idea is GW, they did way back in the day, many years ago, a very simplistic, basically a couple of D6 charts and a hex board for a war, or basically a whole Lord of the Rings campaign. It was interesting, but the more I looked at it, it was basically like a game of Risk. And all of a sudden now, when you incorporate the War of the Ring board game, not only do you have a fantastic map, but you also have all of the action cards and all that other kind of stuff. Oh, Rex, nowhere near. They're, for as tiny, they're just board game miniatures. So as tiny as the Lord of the Rings miniatures are, the War of the Rings miniatures are half the size of those. So they are definitely way, way, way too small. I wasn't sure if they could be when I was just watching battle reports on YouTube, and as soon as they showed up, I went, nope, can't use those. Oh, that's basically what they did, Trash. It was very, 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 very simplistic. I was looking for something that would actually drive the action because since I have to play this against myself, I needed something that would influence the action more. So in War of the Ring, and I was just watching another playthrough video, well, there was, because remember, nobody starts out at war. In War of the Ring, even Mordor is still not technically at war. They can't just invade somebody. You have to use the political track. And if you don't get the right dice, well, you can maybe move your armies around, but you can't attack anything. And also, too, the War of the Ring board is ready made. So instead of, because I had those tiles, I think you heard about the Hexton Hills tiles, Trash. Remember those? I was going to use those until I realized that I needed probably like 1,000 of them. And I said, well, there's no time for that, and there's no space for that. And while they had a nice little hex thing that you could photocopy, it just would have looked horrible on screen. And the War of the Ring game, with all of those cards, that's the key. Again, is that the War of the Ring game drives the action. So as much as I might want to invade whatever, I have to kind of pay attention to the cards. And if the Fellowship is about to move into Mordor, it doesn't really make much sense to be screwing around, say, in Arnor. And that was what was really, really, really cool about the War of the Ring game. And the depth of it. Well, there's also the action dice. So if you don't roll any muster dice, well, you can't make any new armies. Leaders can only be in certain places at the same time. They can't be everywhere except for Nazgul that can kind of fly anywhere. So the more I learned about the game, the more I realized, oh, this is the way to go. Because what inevitably happens in, well, games of the like the Mighty Empires and stuff is somebody starts building an army over here, which means the other guy builds an army in the same place, and they just keep building armies there. Now I remember, I think we still have a White Dwarf magazine that has a couple of those tiles in it. But you've, Trash, you've got some of the Hexton Hills tiles, don't you? They're actually really nice, and they're making a bunch of new ones, I think, right? Yeah, let's make that a little bit. There we go, making that a little bit lighter now. We'll have to come back in here with some of our darks too, but first, before that, we're going to take our blending brush here. It's basically going to be post-Hobbit. It also depends on just what I'm able to secure miniatures wise, because essentially now it means I would seriously have to have one of every army, and I have almost no dwarf stuff. I have, for some reason, I have a box of dwarf rangers, but that's all I have for dwarves. And I am definitely not going to be spending the, I don't know, was it 1,200 hours to do an Iron Hills army? Because of course the Iron Hill dwarves are in, they are in the War of the Ring game. So I'm just gonna have to scratch sculpt that stuff. So I know there was a few folks that sent me some links to some 3D printed dwarf stuff, even 3D printed ghost or dwarf goat riders. But I still think it might just be more viable for me to just sculpt those real quick myself, because I can only do so many of those Patreon stuff anyways, and it's not like you would be needing a dozen of those goat riders either. Uh, I do believe that the army, what, the Men of Dale or something like that, I do believe that's a plastic box set. Unfortunately, I think the Rivendell elves, that is Forge World, but I think I have the, what's it called? The Printing Goes Ever On. I do believe their chapter 5 and 6 have basically Rivendell themed stuff. Now I'm going to keep going here with lightening up the skin, right? Because we had kind of gone in there and softened the initial lightening that we had done. Now we'll come back in here and I have to decide, okay, how much does it get lightened? Also, is that the assets just the right consistency to stick there? Trash, they were they are way better than the GW. I mean, even if this wasn't plastic, which it is, and so easy to put together, it's nice and light. It's strong, right? I don't have to worry about it breaking. There was no giant seams to fill or anything like that. So these things are a huge, I love these things. So you're going to be seeing an awful lot of, well, let's see, right now, my entire Umbar army is the Corsairs. They're all, what's that, fire forged. Those Mongolian figures work incredible. So easy to put together. So easy to put together. I even filmed the process of putting one of them together. That's how easy they were. With no swearing or anything. They were so easy to base, and actually I've got, it was $30 for a box of 12 of them. The Mongolian Goat Rodeo. Well, I guess they're gonna have plenty of goat's milk. And that was what's that? The fermented goat's milk or something like that. Isn't that something that they drink? Now this crazy mask. I'm gonna try and get the interference paints in there. We'll see if we like that or not. I don't know. Only one way to find out, and that's the try. We've got the indigo with the interference paint already mixed in. We'll try and put some of that as our dark in here. And now we're going to try and go back in with some light. Ah, the corn alcohol. There you go. But as I was watching some of well, I looked at the game setup. So the game setup, again, just check out a couple of the gameplay videos. You'll see just how crazy elaborate that is. Let's put it this way. I know I mentioned it earlier in the broadcast. One of the event cards is actually it's a done lending card. So this is in the Warriors or Warriors of the Ring or whatever it is, the one of the expansions, and it actually is it's one of the insults, the Forgoyle insult that the Dunlendings call the Easterling or call the Rohan, the Strawheads, which I just think is absolutely hilarious. Now I'm going to try and get some of the interference green into here. See if we can do that now. As a wee bit of a highlight in a few places here. There we go. And I'm going to say that the ears are also part of the crazy little mask right here. What the heck? I'm going to say that, yeah, I'm going to say they're part of that. Won't put it now. I'm not going to put it over there, but let's see if we can't. If we can't lighten up that edge just a smidge. Now the interference colors will be, they're on the thicker side. I mean, no matter how much you thin them down, they're still going to be on the thicker side. There. Ah, now we're starting to see some of those lights. Now we're starting to see some. And now here, we're going to go with more of just a straight up kind of phthalo green with a little bit of the interference green. And then now, there we go. Yes, that's what we're looking at. That kind of creates our reflected light look here. Yes. I'll get some of that over in here too. All right. And what I want to do is, while I'm thinking about it here, we want to get this thing. Where's my other base? There we go. I just want to get this thing stuck onto this base here so that that glue has a chance to dry real quick like here. Where's that pin? Don't mind handling this because all that is just some pre-glaze sitting on there. Alright, well, we won't be able to see too much more of the painted base, but just going to shove this down in here a little bit further. There we go. Well, we can still see a decent portion of it, right? Yeah. We'll let you dry. While we go back to this again. Play with some more of our phthalo green with our interference. Get the underside of this going now. Oh, I guess what's the other thing too? There's that whole hunt for the ring, and sometimes the evil player, they want to go attack stuff, but all Sauron cares about is looking for his stupid ring. And you may want to, you're sitting there right on the gates of Minas Tirith. All you need to do is just blow down the door, but you can't do that because all of your dice are elsewhere screwing around for that stupid little ring. And you don't get any choice. It's just the way it is. And I thought that really makes more sense than just like, okay, I would really just love to see the Easterlings wipe out whatever. Well, yeah, that's great. Probably not super narrative, not much of a story to it or whatever. It's just kind of like, okay, there'll be a bunch of Easterlings and they'll attack Rohan. Yay. What's more interesting, though, is to see maybe the Easterlings have to go up and attack the Iron Hill dwarves because that's where the Fellowship is, or to block them or something like that. All right, let's just I'm gonna get a couple of darks down here on the feet, and then we'll switch over to that other one, and we gotta start getting caught up on that. We'll come back after this paint has sat here for a little while. But we got this big old cloak thing to work on. Very much like we did here, right? Oh, thanks, Achilles. I was thinking of doing the interference stuff there, right, and over there. The hair stuff, I don't know, maybe we'll fool around with making that also darker too, which means we'll take some of our indigo here. And we'll start doing some glazes with that. More glazes here. Darken this up. And you can see we're just kind of letting that paint just touch it, right? Then we'll let it flow into all those wonderful crevices all by itself. Just let it do that. That already makes a difference. And now I'm just going to take some of this blue and green here. We'll just darken that up because it is a little bit nice to have the darker color there initially. Now here, Egyptian violet, probably in a lot of these areas too. Darker there. I mean, I just remember from the other ones that we did, we're probably going to want to have some of this Egyptian violet over here. And these guys. And we're going to probably be doing a lot of our blending brush stuff too. Here's our time for some cobalt blue. We'll mix that with some of our white over here. Because if this is supposed to be turning it into ice, we'll go with mostly cobalt blue and our phthalo green down here. We also want that to have a bit of a, well, this shard thing here even looked like ice to me. It really kind of did. Achilles blade, I did throw a couple of references. Whoop, that not there. In the corners like here and over there. I couldn't really. I basically looked up frost elves just just to see what would pop up. That's really all that came. There wasn't a whole bunch of options really. And I did want to feature the interference colors just as far as a lesson goes for people. Also, because this is the idea behind all these war bands that this person wanted to have them be different, to be like very different from each other. And this is one way to make it really different after all the flamey stuff on the Corvus Cabal and then all the glowing stuff on the Scion or the Scions of Flame. We were just trying to make something a little bit different here. All kidding aside, I was kind of laughing at myself when I typed that in. I thought, there's nothing that's going to show up. There was actually more that showed up than I thought. I was surprised at how much stuff showed up. All right, where's that ultramarine blue? Actually going to get some ultramarine blue down in here. Yeah, why not? Back to our cobalt blue. Oh, that's it's interesting that how red that is. Now I'm going to throw some of the Egyptian violet into here. Like so. Here, let's snag a little bit of that. Really get some violet in here. Letting all that mix together. I'll let some of that violet get into here. I'll let some of that get out here too. A little bit of it onto the here. And I'm going to take some of that same color, throw it over there. We'll probably hit that again with a bit of a glazy thing. Let's lighten this stuff up here. Maybe take our white and our... Nah, go with a little bit of the Prussian blue here, I think. Yeah, a little bit of that Prussian blue and hit this guy. We're just going to start lighting up this stuff down here. But we're not going to do this in the whole layer by layer. We're just going to take this and we're just going to let these things mix together. Like all this stuff. You can see it's mixing on the brush. It's already mixing on the brush. Then we hit it with a little bit of our blending brush and it should mix even more. So again, instead of a whole bunch of layers, hashtag no layers. We'll probably do some glaze things even over the top of this as well. Back into our phthalo green here. When we hit that with the blending brush, because the phthalo green is sitting underneath there, well, that's what it should do. It should blend together. Okay, that's armor. I'm looking, is there any actual skin showing? Just maybe just the hands. That's all I'm seeing. Yeah, that's all I'm really seeing as far as, well, and okay, here on the arm and shoulder, where you guys can't really see it. This is what we call blind blending. This really puts the blind into blind blending because I can't see anything that's going on. I know something's happening because there's dark paint on the end of that. So something happened there. I'm going to go back over here into some of the Egyptian violet here. Just like we were lightening up some of the stuff over here, we'll do that on this side. And we're going to do the same thing with our blending brush that we'll do on the front with all of that blue and turquoise and such. Drop a couple of these like so. There we go. And here, let's throw some of our couple of lights right along there. Again, you can see it's mixing with that dark purple that's already there. This is where you save the time with the oils because, heck, we already have the mid-tone just sitting there waiting to be blended. We have our green, we got our purple, and then we're going to probably get some phthalo back up in there, phthalo green back up in there too. We'll throw out just a few hints of our lighter Egyptian violet down here. I think we're also going to throw some glazes over this to darken that down as well. And that might take the form. We'll just do some indigo stuff here. Some indigo and boom, make that darker. but we're not brushing this on in that traditional sense, right? We're just kind of touching it there, letting it flow on its own. Darken this down too. Back here, all that stuff. I think we just want that to be darker. The more darker that is, that'll just be set into the background more, because this cloak stuff here, that's really gonna have to take precedence. Blending brush time, I think, at least the first round of it. So see, we got all of these rough and nasty things here. We're going to use that same kind of scumbling action here. We got to make sure we dry off that brush or wipe off that brush with each one. We don't want to stick this in any kind of liquid or cleaner. Well, if we do that, instead of just blending these things, what we'll do is we'll just annihilate them. We'll just slowly wash them right off of there. We pretty much don't want that to happen. And then we do a couple of these, and then we have to get in there and wipe some of the excess off of that brush, because it is picking up paint each and every time we do this. It is picking up some more paint. This is why the miniature becomes your palette. Your palette is just a color storage device. The color is just sitting there so that you can get it on on this palette and really work with it. So you can see how that got suddenly smoother. How's about we do some of that same kind of stuff over here on this side. Again, it's about brush stroke management. There was some brush strokes there. This is getting rid of all those brush strokes. Just scumming them all together. Look how nice and soft that just got. Nice and smooth, right? That just got smoother. See, we got a couple of brush strokes right there. Those are just going to go right away. They're gone. It's the end of that. Brush strokes gone. More like so. Alright, what's going on up here? This, I am going to do more of a motion this way. Part of it is just how that's sculpted right there. And I just need to drag these lines this way more. And I think that worked out pretty well. And Avocado Kids, it's sort of just like, if only water pours were this easy. You know, if doing the resin pours for water, can you imagine if it was that easy? You and I we'd be doing a new lake every week. We'd be doing nothing but rivers all day long. If resin pours for water was that easy. Oh my goodness. And who knows, maybe somebody has a material or knows some way that does make it that easy. But I don't think I have seen that person yet. Or maybe they just don't have a YouTube channel and they keep it hidden from the rest of us. Yes, that's is it crazy, boy, those water pours. I think, well, that's one of the big reasons why I just started using the Liquitex Heavy Gel. I said, you know what, the heck with water pours or resin pours. I'm just going to use this Liquitex Heavy Gel. I think my next little experiment, speaking of the airbrush, is if I can maybe make the... I'm going to go back to this turquoise bit over here too, I think. If I can thin down the Liquitex Heavy Gel enough to be able to do that sneaky trick with the airbrush where you basically make waves, right? Because have you ever done that with your water effects where you take the airbrush and you spray it on the water and it pushes it and it just kind of looks like rippling waves but spreading out instead of just kind of the brushed on waves which look a little bit more obvious? I don't know if you've ever tried that. More of that turquoise in here. Yeah. Need to get some turquoise over this way too. Because I think I just, some preview or whatever popped by and they were doing the airbrush thing, pushing, maybe it was on Instagram or something, and they were pushing around the water effects that way. All right, let's go a little lighter now. Maybe not a little lighter, maybe a lot lighter. And like I said, we will take that and we'll also then do the same kind of thing we did with our blending brush elsewhere. We'll do it there too. Electro, that's well, that's Luke of Luke's APS, right? It has to be our favorite hummus, right? Because Luke's APS has all of our favorite hummus. Wasteland soil. Enjoy. Oh, let's see. What are those? The asparagus. No, oh no, it's roasted pine nut. Roasted pine nut. Wasteland soil roasted pine nut hummus is the absolute best. The Mesa. That's a Boulder Creek Railroad. Okay. The straw labeled bully because it pushes that stuff around. Now here, I'm gonna see what do we want to do now with some of these here. These tiny little chains. Let's see what happens with those. Yeah, I've seen. I think I've seen the Boulder Creek guy. It's been a long time, but I think I've seen the. Oh, look at this. Speaking of people we've seen Bill Robertson now. Bill, how you doing? Nice to see you back. Not quite sure how weather stuff has gone for you, if you've had to shovel quite as much as we've had to over here, which has been a fair amount, I have to say. And we'll lighten up these little aspects of these. This is one tiny little chain right here. That is a tiny, tiny little chain. Oh wow, there is a little bit of a dagger sitting there too. Now Electrofunk, I only ever saw a few episodes, well, on YouTube anyways. But Kathy Malott and those guys, they did something. It was sort of like the Great British Baking Show, but it was with model railroaders. And they would have these team of people, and they would throw these challenges at them, like literally just give them a bunch of junk, and they would have to turn that into some kind of, not just a model railroad terrain, but it would have to be functional and movable, and they would all these crazy challenges to it. And I only ever saw, they didn't even have the complete set of episodes, but I don't know what it was. I think it was called maybe the Great Railroad whatever thing, something like that. I'm going to take some of my, again, that is our interference blue that we're mixing with our cobalt blue. Yeah, well, I use plenty of junk on all of my terrain. Most of my terrain is made from junk. Not kidding. Oh, okay. Yeah, it was on YouTube and they had maybe 3 of the 5 or something like that. And it definitely, I mean, there was intense action. We'll put it that way. It was very intense action. There was some people that were really, you had people yelling at each other and doing all kinds of stuff. And a little bit like the British Baking Show, you had people that maybe it looked good, but it didn't tell enough of a story, or it looked good, but it wasn't movable. And sometimes, well, not sometimes, all the time, they were running out of time, just like the British Baking Show. Yeah, let's get a little bit more of this. Again, the interference blue here if I can. And then we'll try and darken some of this stuff down. This is our indigo, again, mixed with the same interference, but also a whole lot darker. I think we could probably use some, yeah, we need some Salo up there maybe. You know what, first maybe I will try a little bit of a cobalt blue glaze up there just to see what happens. Just as, oh, that actually. That might just be the trick right there. That might, oh yeah, that was a good choice, I think. Because it does give it a little bit more of a reddish look. It was not a radish, but reddish. Throw some of that down here too. It is very much the umber of blues. It really kind of is. It does the same sort of weird task that umber does. As sort of a, I don't want to say a late stage, but a later stage glaze. It just seems to work well for that. And we'll throw more of our blue down here again. And now we've got our violet up here. But first, a little bit of cobalt here. And this is why I always say you can thin the oil paints, but you cannot dilute it. It's not going to act like a glaze in acrylics. So this is cobalt blue that is probably 90 some odd percent thinner, and yet it still covers there. And it's a transparent paint. It's already a translucent paint. We have thinned it like crazy, and yet it can still cover. That is not how acrylics are going to work. Very much not the way. See if I can add some lights here with my, I'm going to throw out some new interference blue if I can. Is this it? There it is. I think we have plenty of the interference green. Let's get a little bit of our interference blue out here now. I'll let that mix with a little bit of this and let's see what happens now. Just realizing more about how those interference colors work. It's the darkness part of it is very cute, just like, let's say you're using, was it the turbo dork stuff, right? It's important there. You gotta have enough darks in there. You can make this as light as you want. It's not gonna do much unless you also have the corresponding darks there. I have to wait to add those until some of this stuff has a chance to just kind of cure a little bit. Not necessarily dry, but just cure a little bit. And I know there was the question that came up about the whole making these things dry faster. That is not something you're going to want to do because they just don't evaporate the way water does. So you're not going to be able to artificially reduce the drying time on this. If you need it to dry faster, you just work on either a whole bunch of things at once or just do acrylics. But I definitely advocate working on lots of things at once. Now we're also going to try and lighten this a bit here. And then we'll have to also hit that with our blending brush for sure. That little bit of lighter stuff that we did there. Let's see if we can actually gonna turn up the brightness on my camera just a bit here. I realize I have it turned down just a smidge. That's better. Let's see what we can do on these armor pieces right here. Yeah, that was when I first started to use this stuff. I didn't realize that you could paint that way with it. I thought for sure it just had to be over something that was really, really dark. You couldn't really use it to do any kind of shading necessarily. Not like how we're going to take the our indigo here, mix that with the interference blue, and just make an insanely dark, basically a super dark interference blue. And I mean, that's going to be dark. There. That is very dark interference blue. I might even throw some of that up here too. The darker that gets, the lighter everything else is going to be. 'Cause that's the thing that more and more as I do more of the true metallics or whatever, you start to realize you can't really highlight anything that has the metallic stuff. You can darken it down though, and that's where things like metal, medium, all that kind of stuff comes in. Okay, now I'm just going to look back here. Fortunately, I can throw a little bit of snow on there, whatever, and just fill any gaps that there might be between the cloak and where the base is. I'm going to take, I think, oh yeah, that's right. I know I did some of our phthalo up here. Not a whole bunch of it, but there was a little bit in some of these folds. Now you can see it. It's a suggestion of it. That's all. It's just a little bit of a suggestion of it. Doesn't take a lot, just a little bit, that's all. Color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere, right? Now this is a little bit of our turquoise here. I think we'll let that even work its way out here before we really try to lighten up that area. Let's see just how much we can lighten that up. I think we still have a ways to go there. And I'm also gonna, this is pretty thick as far as the paint goes. That's relatively thick, and sure enough, it sticks there, no problem. Look at that. No problem whatsoever. We can start to maybe throw some highlights onto the hair. Let's get some lights over here. There we are. Yeah, see, that's starting to mirror what we had going on down here. I think I might just throw some very light things down. And not everything has to be an interference color. Nah, I don't like that. Make that change. It's not like I don't want to say sometimes you have to kind of deviate from your original plan. Because I kind of advocate sticking with the original plan, but there are times where you say, well, you know what, I really thought that was going to work, and it's pretty clear that it's not. Okay, I will just make a little adjustment here. I think I see people, that's where you end up with the Gandalf the White with the glowing whatever, the glowing staff, where the staff, the light from the staff is darker than the white of his robe. And they said, but his robe is white. So, well, when you shine a light on something, yes, you light that one area, but everything else then becomes in shadow. So yeah, your brain's saying, yeah, he's wearing white. Well, it's not white anymore because now you're casting a light on it. So not light anymore. Speaking of lights, we can take advantage of this now. And I think we're starting to see more and more shape develop into this with each little set that we do. I think you can see what we're about to try and get here. That's the line on the bottom part of the mask slash helmet, whatever that is. See if I can't pop some more lights into the here. So these are things I typically, after I do something like a glaze, I don't have to wait for them to dry, but I do have to wait for some of that liquid to just kind of subside. And then I also have to go over it with thicker paint like this because, well, you can't get much thinner than a pin line wash. It will require you to go just thicker here. Again, that whole idea that thicker paint is going to stick. What is going on here too? I think I'll lighten up this. Had hoped to keep it more turquoise, but I think it is with what's going on with our ice. If we want this to be like our ice, I think I just have to maybe hit a couple of bright highlights here. Okay, blending brush time. Blending brush time. Especially this one out on the end, because we have sort of a line there. See, it doesn't necessarily wipe out the line we had. It just softened the edges on either side of it. So I suppose, but maybe I shouldn't even use the term blending brush because, well, I guess you are blending brush strokes together too. But I think because there is so much attention on blending with the oils that I don't want people to forget about the potential of this thing to also then mitigate brush strokes. I mean, it's a very powerful tool for that. No doubt about it. Egyptian violet here. Let's lighten this up a touch. And I'm going to maybe try and do the same thing here with some parts of this. It's almost kind of like a warmer. But yeah, purple can be a warm color, especially when it's next to, well, stuff like blue. Well, and then you put some kind of green next to it, and now you've got, well, sort of a de facto green-red contrast. Not exactly, but sort of. Couple of lighter lights now on this. I don't really want it to be armor, but it should probably have a little bit of a shininess to it. And then on the other set, maybe that's where our phthalo green works its way in there. I can see that I actually have to throw some darks over here. I'm looking back there. I don't even think we got some pre-glaze there, but that's not a big deal. We'll just, again, throw a little bit of a glaze back here. Do we want... Yeah, I'll just do some darker stuff down here too. I think I had to... No, this wasn't the one. I think maybe it was another one. I had to kind of fudge what was in the arm just because it was a little... It would have been too fragile. Not a little too fragile. It would have been a lot too fragile. Okay. Now I think I want to get some kind of something lighter there. I might just do this. And we'll just throw some of that right there. And we might even... Now we'll go back to our regular blending brush right here. So the idea is we'll take that one brush stroke and we're going to leave that sharp side as intact as we can. Let's see how we took that and we were to drag that right down here. This is why we do not need those layers. We just don't need those. See that? A lot of that just taken care of very easily. Now what's going to happen with this stuff here? Again, there's just some brush strokes that I don't want to see there anymore. And that takes care of those. Softens that up very nicely. I guess. Oh, I see that we need to do a little bit of our interference colors. There's just a little tiny dagger that's attached there. I'm just going to hit that real quick. Just give me a second here. Take some of that. We'll mix it with the cobalt blue. That's the interference blue mixed with the cobalt blue. And I think we got some of our darks in there. I'm going to see what happens with our interference green. We'll do a little bit of the phthalo in there. Now that's got a little bit of our white in it too. Now the white can really kind of screw around with those kind of effects, so I try to avoid having the white mix in. It's just something I've been experimenting with just to see, are we better off just with the straight up the green by itself, the interference green by itself. I could also infuse it with a little bit of the, oh gosh, what's that stuff called? The iridescent. I could throw a little bit of that in there too. But we're still trying to mess around, still trying to learn with this stuff here and see what kind of properties there are. I'll hit this just real quick with that green, and now this is our very light green. Let's see what happens when we put that on the helmet right there. That is definitely, that's definitely lighter. All right, no doubt about that. Let's see if I can't maybe throw some more highlights on the here. I'll catch you later, Bill. Hopefully we'll see you on Thursday when we do our sculpting stream. Sculpting stream, most likely, well, there'll be some conversions for sure, depending on what kind of bits that I have. I am hoping to try to do some scratch sculpting of basically 28 mil size figure, because we've done the big guys, right? Those are, I hate to say it, those are the easy things to scratch sculpt. What's hard to scratch sculpt is basically 28 mil size stuff. Oh, look at the, well, one soldier leaves, another one comes in. That is Thistle, folks. Be sure to give Thistle a follow. So Thistle, did you guys just mostly stay with the ice there, or did it actually turn over to snow? And hopefully you didn't have to do too much shoveling and have any kind of weird setback with your wrist or anything like that. Let's see. So Thistle, I hope that you're doing well. And I know you were saying that the wrist just keeps on getting stronger, more endurance, all that good stuff, which is fantastic. When I wasn't crawling around up on roofs and doing snowdrift stuff and everything else, I was able to make more progress creating those work areas. It won't be too long before we're able to, well, hopefully tonight, I will be able to set up the terrain area, which means that the Proxon will actually have a place to live and do stuff. Yeah, I know you were saying it would just kind of rain, rain, and rain. You guys definitely did not get what we got, that's for sure. This was quite the pounding we got here. All right, now these also, boy, what do we want to do? Are we gonna make those the purple? No, I'm gonna maybe go with a. Let's see what happens with a lighter cobalt. So we'll take this and let's dive into a little bit of our cobalt blue here. See what happens. See what happens. I think it's gonna have to be on the thicker side as well. Oh, let's see. Mini oral arts. I was wondering when it comes to fires, is there much of a difference in the steps? Let's see. Now, do you mean the non-realistic as far as that it's dark in the center and it gets light when it goes to the outside? Because we have tons and tons of episodes here. Because in addition to the Cavalry channel and the Lord of the Rings channel and the Food Network, it's also the Object Source Lighting channel. So there are literally just dozens and dozens and dozens of examples of different types of object source lighting. Stuff like the Balrog, the Witch King. We even have this one right here, which was a white light source. Stuff like the Corvus Cabal, again, more of our light source stuff going on. So there are tons and tons of those. Oh, let's see, we've got, oh, of course, our, you have stuff more like these guys where the glow is sort of internal. And then we just did this one last week right here. So we just did this. There's tons and tons of object source lighting here on the channel. Where did that guy go? He goes over here. Now, actually, you can go check out now. This one's on the Patreon page right here. But let's see if we got the Scions of Flame. I actually did post, or I do have the picture of the Scions here. One second. It's going to take me a little time to find that. One second. There we go. So go back and watch that unit right there because we did every color of object source lighting. We did magenta, purple, green, blue, turquoise, dirty green. We did all the different colors. So I think there's a couple of those. Oh, and actually the Nocturna bus. That's another one that was more of a purple. So yeah, there's tons of those. There's also other ones on the YouTube channel as well. So I think you could maybe go back and check out some of those, and that might be helpful for you. Hey, Melina, how are you doing? Nice to see you. We're having well, since we've got so much snow here, it just seemed to make sense to be doing some ice themed. What are these? The Khanites here from the Warcry, one of the new the new Warcry boxed set, I suppose. I guess do they still call them? Would they still call that a starter box, or is it just a box set at this point? I don't know. What do I know? I don't know these things. What I do know is I need to get a little bit of my light color back here. And also over here too. And then up here. Now, okay, I'm glad Miniature Arts, I hope that's helpful for you, because there's just all kinds of different not object slicing, there's object source lighting. Yes, words work fantastic. Thank you so much. Here we've got, these are the, where's your other one? There we go. So these are the 4. We started these, 5 hours ago. They were nothing but primer. There was no colors at all on any of these. And we kind of started out with our bases. We did our pre-glaze, hit the bases so that we could get all of the fun little icy things going on. And then we've been working on the miniatures ever since. Now, this one definitely has kind of the most things going on with these crazy cloaks that are also spell effects too. Now, I think we need to also do something here on that edge. We'll wait on that, but this needs... I think we added our darks in there. I think we went in there with our Egyptian violet. I think we actually got to just... We've got to go lighter with our Egyptian violet here. Let's see if we can do that. That Egyptian violet's so darn potent. Doesn't take much of it to nuke the white. Hey, Urk Dad, how you doing? Nice to see you again. Nice to see you. So I'm fairly certain that the rest of the painting streams here on Friday and Saturday of this week will be focusing on... There's, what, 6 more figures to do in this warband. So we'll hit those others... Well, no, there's only 5. Okay. So who knows? I think Saturday we might also be painting something else. Who knows? Maybe. On Saturday we also paint our Friedrich the Great. This is our chieftain that we sculpted here. Because, well, look at this. We already have the base painted. We painted that, was it Saturday? I think we painted that base. Amongst other things. Well, where's our... Yeah. Still super happy with these figures. Those historical Mongol figures, and they were such a fantastic substitute for those Khanite horsemen. Absolutely great. Love those things. So, Urkdad, I'm glad that you're doing well. Glad that you're doing well. We had a whole bunch of snow come through here, so Saturday and Sunday we spent a lot of time shoveling. I think yesterday alone was about 4 hours worth of shoveling. There. More of this. That's a little bit, again, of our Egyptian violet down there. This also, now because we lighten this, something's got to give over here too.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Well, thank you so much, Moochie. I appreciate that, and so does Gandalf. Gandalf says, "Oh, that will freeze my ganja." He's getting away. He does not like these guys so much. Yeah, it was the drifts were definitely a big thing. If it just fell normally, it would have been different. But you had all the wind and the snow drifts, and that kind of well, I suppose if you were out in the country or something like that, it would be different. But when the houses are only 4 feet apart and everything is such close quarters, you put some 2-foot snow drifts out there. That's going to make things interesting. The snow turned to rain over there. That's... Oof. To be honest, I would rather... I can live with this more than the whole snow and rain thing. Because either way, it just makes things more crazy when you combine the two. I do not like the two in combination. Actually, I would just rather have the snow, period. So it was to hit that a little bit lighter. Now that was a case of where we took the plastic glue and actually just kind of buried that in plastic glue. After the plastic glue dried, I basically went with my sanding sticks. So instead of that's the other thing I gotta get is the Vallejo plastic putty in a tube, not the usual just paint jar style. I need to get it in a tube. And I'm fairly certain the only place I can get that is from the Micromark catalog. Another thing I have to remember. Here, let's see if we can't highlight there just a pinch more. Oh, thanks, Moochie. Now, I hope that you're having some fun painting and you got some really neat things to work on. And, well, geez, what are you painting right now? we've been talking a lot, I guess, because this is essentially the 20th anniversary of us starting to paint miniatures ourselves this year here. We kind of focus on what did we learn over these years, and how did the industry change? And when we think back to, wow, it's pretty incredible to think what's possible in the miniatures industry now that we never could have imagined 20 years ago. Basically, as as far as miniatures go, you definitely have flying nuclear powered cars. It's like all that kind of the crazy stuff that you envision in the past. Well, that's it's exceeded anything that I ever thought could happen, which is really really cool. It's more toys for us. Speaking of toys, let's make sure that we get the hair on this particular toy. I'm just gonna assume that's hair. And do I want to? I'm just looking over there. There's just not enough happening there. Might just have to go with some standard old highlights here. And I know just we've been talking a lot about, well, let's see. What if you had realized you could have just taken the oils and painted the miniatures with oils 20 years ago? It certainly would have been helpful, but I don't know if I could have. Somehow, I think all those years of doing the acrylics first just made me realize, okay, what are the real advantages of the oils? If I had started out with those, I might not have actually really known what the advantages were. Oh, an owlbear. Oh, that's Uchi, that's so funny. Where's my owlbear family here? So this is a recent tutorial video that I just did, and of course, doing it while it was doing all the snowy stuff. We had to do them with snow and make them snowy owls, snowy owl bears, with the little guys and the mom and everything like that. So just had to do that just for fun. Now let's see. So the third project was the Stormcast Eternal. Oh, the beginner kit. Okay. Yeah, I keep those are now they kind of snap together a little bit. That's right. I keep thinking of the more elaborate Stormcast that I've been assembling. Now this thing over here, I want to try and get some more of the Prussian blue and interference blue into this. Let's see what happens, and then some of the green. So we'll start out with this here. Interference blue mixed with a Prussian blue, which is again a really intense blue. I suppose it does. I am a little bit curious to know what would cerulean blue and the interference blue in combination. What would that have done? Maybe we'll try that at some point, but right now this is our phthalo green mixed with the interference. Ah, that's the press fit ones. Okay, yeah, that's it is nice that they do those for folks, especially with the whole initial beginning stuff, because this right here, trying to get this thing put together, that is definitely a little less ideal for folks that haven't really dealt with miniatures before. It would it was enough of a challenge just dealing with this thing, putting it together last night. I don't think I'd want someone who hadn't put miniatures together before many, many, many times trying to deal with this thing. Okay, that the green is doing it. It's being helpful. Yeah, it is creating that little bit of a shifting there of the color. And let's see if we can lighten it up now. Maybe here. We're just taking some of the straight up interference green here. Throwing this in a couple of areas. So the interesting thing as we do this, it might not necessarily lighten it up a whole bunch until you move it. And then all of a sudden it will dramatically lighten it. Got this gauntlet over here. Might have to go in darker with that part of the gauntlet right there. Also, this thing needs something happening to it. Let's go Van Dyke Brown here, maybe. It's somewhat dry, too, as far as the application goes. Yeah. I want to get this side of it, too. Again, the pre-glaze there, it was a little bit hard to get that into some places on this because we didn't have it stuck to the base initially, right? Because we wanted to be able to actually, well, it would have been tough to paint the ice back there. I mean, I could have pretty much, I guess, kept that on there. Thanks, Aussie, for hanging out. Hopefully see you Thursday. Hopefully see you Thursday. And as far as the scratch sculpting goes, what I'm hoping to be able to scratch sculpt is a couple of Blackguard of Barad-dûr and a couple of black Numenorians. We'll see if I can make some armatures for those. Hopefully that all works out. Hopefully it does. Well, you'll find out immediately when you come in if we're able to get that armature stuff to work. Because we'll also potentially doing some other conversions. I also want to do a Aragorn as the whole King Elisar type thing. Just like Melina was saying, we've been at this for 20 years now as far as the miniature painting goes. So you definitely want to, and I remember what those were like, the ones we did 20 years ago. So definitely want to give yourself some slack for sure. Because we didn't know anything about basing. There's so much that we did not know anything about. So I'll see. Hopefully, you have yourself a good night's sleep. I need to get more of the phthalo. I want to get some right over here too, I think. Where's my... There it is. Not too much, but there. Okay. And the interesting thing, when you get something like it, well, a green and a purple, they mix together, you get yourself a gray. More of that phthalo green. Maybe a couple other spots. So there's, interestingly enough, that cobalt blue glaze that we did not all that long ago. It looks like it's dry. It is not dry, but it sort of looks that way. All right, more of the phthalo down here too. I don't know how much lighter we want this to go, but I don't know. Let's see what happens. I'm going to take some of my white here. Well, it's white mixed with phthalo now. And I'll pop this down here. Yeah, I think this could stand to be lighter here too. Just thinking of it, not necessarily reflecting the ice, but if it's supposed to sort of be almost becoming the ice, we should have it be similar to some of the colors that are down here. Only makes sense. And I suppose I know that someone asked about reference, whatever. I did have this. This is actually on the YouTube channel. It was a session from a long time ago, probably April or something like that. One of our first streams way, way, way back in the day. My goodness, it seems, part of it seems like we've been doing the Twitch thing for years, and then sometimes it feels like it was just yesterday. And then there's times where that first stream feels like, compared to now, what it's like painting miniatures now versus 20 years ago. Just had no clue what to expect. I mean, I sort of had researched Twitch and all that, but the first stream I ever watched was my own. So there was definitely things to learn. As we lighten this up too, maybe a little bit more on the underside of this too. Yeah, so I think that definitely helps. And I'm not sure, I guess this does actually extend down. So I'm not quite sure how you're supposed to base that thing on just the regular flat 40 mil because, well, I don't know. Maybe it does just sit there flat. I don't know. It didn't seem to. Going to try and work some phthalo into it. This is our lighter phthalo again. Don't want to mess around too much with that. We are going to use our blending brush here though. Yeah, this is all over interference stuff, so I have to be really kind of gentle with this. Very gentle with our scumbling here. And I think that's starting to, yeah, that's starting to, again, it's about the brush strokes. I'm not trying to actually blend any colors here. All I'm trying to do is soften brush strokes, and it looks like it did the job there. This could use some reflected light. We have a whole bunch of midtones and darks. Well, actually, you know what? Ironically enough, I am going to start off with a darker color here. First, we'll reinforce these darks, then we're going to go the other way. Very helpful. Damn glad I did that. Let's see, Melina's supposed to stream for the game store I work for, but I don't really have a clue how it works either. Melina, it's... Now, I did live streams on YouTube for years, and this is very, very different than YouTube. I mean, it's massively different. Structurally, some things are the same, but the biggest difference is you have the chat, you're interacting with that. Then there's things like the chat point rewards and so many other aspects of Twitch that YouTube just does not have. And Twitch is way more interactive than YouTube by orders of magnitude. More interactive. The other thing about Twitch is that it is way more of a community. YouTube is sort of it's very protective of one's own turf, whereas Twitch is all about sharing the audience, quite literally. People have raided here. I know whenever we finish here, we will raid somebody else. So the audience gets passed on to the next streamer. We try and shout each other out and try to be really as helpful as possible because it really is better. You would think, well, you don't want more streamers because that's more people distracting folks. No, you actually kind of do want the more folks stream, the more people will want to watch and the more it grows. There's the technical aspects of things, and really those don't matter quite so much as the interaction. That's one of the reasons why people come to Twitch is that they're not just there to sit there and watch somebody. They can actually ask them questions, talk to them. That's what makes it way more fun. Now, Melina, well, that's fine because I'm sure. Well, and two, just the miniature painting in general in Europe is such a big thing. I think you'll have plenty of audience there, even if it is in German. Now, I don't know if it's more helpful to market as German language. I don't know if that's even a setting in Twitch or not. But I would imagine there'd be a lot of folks that actually be very happy to not have to screw around with English and just be able to use their own language. They would probably actually be very appreciative of that. I want to take this interference green here. Now again, I could take some of the iridescent white and put that in there, but I'm going to just go with this. Let's see where this takes me here. Now I know, well, folks like Stila, yeah, that's a person whose native language is Italian, who's living in Japan, who translates things, who streams in English. And that is 10,000 times the brain power that I could. There's no way I could do that. I couldn't even. Just thinking about it makes my brain turn off. Can't even conceive of it. What I can conceive of is I'm liking the fact that those got. But see how it's light until you twist it and turn it, and that it's not anymore. That is the difference of the interference colors, and that is every time we use these, we learn a little bit more. So again, this was the last, and when it dries, it will be obviously it's way less glossy, but you're left with all of those fun. Look at that. You got green on the shoulders there. You got the blue. There's even a little bit of purple in there. And then as you twist this around, green, blue, back to the green over there. I really never thought I would be using interference colors on a semi-regular basis, that's for sure. We'll use those a little bit more here on these top edges now. What's going on with this gauntlet right here? I'm going to take that same interference green. Whoops, maybe not that thick. And that's it. And it's weird because sometimes you're painting, and it's like nothing's happening. Well, all of a sudden you're out, because like over here, look at that. That's very bright green over there. I've looked at it and went, whoa. It didn't look as bright when I was first painting it. I think the question might have been asked a few times. Do the oils dry any differently? Some colors might, some brands might. Sometimes it's hard to tell what the difference is because obviously it's sort of on the shiny side. And what is the optical delusion of the shininess versus is the color really changing at all? It's hard to even describe it, Marlena. Now these are, in some ways, they're like the color shifting paints, like the Turbo Dork and your Green Stuff World and all that. But there's 4 of these, and Williamsburg, as far as I know, is the only company that makes these. The idea is that you mix this or you paint this over something. So here's another case, and now this is just the blue right here. So you painted the interference blue over purple. So see, as you turn it this way, see the armor becomes purple. Now it's blue. You've got this blade over here that looks like regular non-metallic metals until you do that. And all of a sudden now it is blue. It's super, super translucent. I've been actually now mixing it with other paint colors. And also, too, it has been thinned just like all my other oil paints. So this is just oil paint out of a tube into a blister pack like this, mixed with high quality thinner to the consistency of miniature paint. And the interference colors work way better when they're thinned. I would imagine that when you're using them on just a 2D canvas or whatever, all I can figure is that you're supposed to mix them with something else because they're useless on their own. The only reason I can even do this is because they have been thinned down like crazy. I didn't know that when I first started working with them. But it's really hard to describe exactly what their whole effect is. Where's my other example here? So here's another one. Now this one has 3 different interference colors. There's magenta there, but see the blue that pops up in a few places? Then you can see the green then blue, and then see there's a bit of the blue down there, and then more of the green as you get down to the scale mail down there, and then on this headdress, blue, green, purple. See that there's more blue over there? So it's really still trying to figure out exactly what the heck's supposed to happen. Who knows? Maybe there is no exact rule about how the heck it's supposed to work. I suppose I could try and do some kind of Google foo and research that. But to me, there is a benefit of just, well, let's put it on the brush, let's put it on the miniature, and just let's see what happens. It does sort of avoid some of the preconceived notions, because boy, we've had the preconceived notions here, and a lot of them have been turned on their heads. Let's see what we can do here. That little symbol, whatever that thing is, the clasp, whatever that is, I think we need to get some more definition of that. That's something I was trying to use the interference colors on, but at least for right now, that's almost a little bit too small to use them on. Hey, Deuce, how you doing? Oh, oh gosh, like, I know what you mean now. I think we tried doing that with stuff like the secret weapon washes. But you could take what would you say are the most common? Well, I guess you could take the red, the green, and the blue. You really thin the heck out of them. You turn them into some kind of, well, like a wash, I guess, and you just see how they mix together. See if they kind of create that crazy oil slick type of a thing, right? Now here, okay, that makes a little more sense, but there's that phthalo green peeking in there. Yes, and amongst all that purple, phthalo green. What's gonna happen over here? So this, no, I don't wanna. I was just thinking about going lighter in there. No, I don't want to do that. I think I will stay out here with it, and that's it. Can always use the blending brush here to manage whatever weird brush strokes are coming in there. This is the. Now, I think they do sell the individual faction box now, but this is the new, I guess you would call it the starter set. Catacombs is the starter set, maybe, I think. And this has the Scions of Flame. So you have the Khanites here, and then you have the Scions of Flame. And we painted all of these guys on stream. Yeah, let's scroll on down here. So here's I think we're actually going to pass by the Cypher, not the Cypher Lords. We're going to pass by the, where'd you go? Where are you? Yeah, we did the Corvus Cabal here. Where are the, gotcha, Scions of Flame. There they are. So that was a crazy one because every single one of them has a different color of object source lighting. Yeah, Stila, how you doing? So yeah, we've got, I think we might jump back to this one now. I just wanted that paint to set for a bit. But the icy band is looking icy cold, and we haven't even put the snow on there yet. So imagine what happens when we get some of our snow and all that other kind of stuff on there too. Oh, the Shadowstalkers. That's what they call these Khanites here. So there's our moderator has thrown up a link for you there. I'm going to actually play around with a little bit of a glazy thing here. Steel, we won't be doing the snow today. That is definitely something that has to wait until this stuff is dried, because it'll pick up whatever, it'll interact with this. So we definitely don't want to have that happen. Oh, and then there'll also be ice little crystals kind of stuck in some things here. So we will have to let these guys dry, Actually, what I was hoping is that these would, well, not hoping, they will be dry by Friday, so I could actually paint two or three more of these, and then also maybe do the snow effects. Either that or Saturday. So be able to do the snow effects on these four. Now, of course, we'll have to wait to do the snow effects on all those ones we paint on Friday and Saturday. Yeah, I'm going to just grab, you know what, a little Egyptian violet with our ivory black here. It would be really fun if I could do the snow. That's why, Steel, I think you saw the video of the owlbear family and the last dark. That's the reason why I did that one in acrylics, is so that I could actually film the snow stuff in the same episode. Because otherwise, obviously, I would have had to wait for it to dry. And having half filmed episodes is just kind of an invitation for getting confused and maybe even losing bits of film. So, as much as I would have loved to paint those owlbears in oils, that was something I had to just like, nope, we're just going to have to do them in acrylics so that we can get to that snow. I'll catch you later, Thistle. You have a good one. Again, I hope that the wrist is doing well. Glad that you didn't have to deal with a whole bunch of snow shoveling. Yeah, let's pop some dirt right into there. And again, this is it's not a pin line wash. It's not, there's not enough of the liquid in there to make it just flow, but there's enough liquid in there to make it very easy to do nice long brush strokes with. All right, we're gonna go back over here to our interference green. Well, that suddenly has become interference green violet right now. It's like interference gray. There we go. Because purple and green make gray. So hey, we just made a new interference color, interference gray. There you go. There's always something new happening. Let's use our interference gray over here for some crazy reason. Maybe even over here. It we'll sell it for $100 a tube, just like our, what was it, ashen gray. That was the color we created, which was literally nothing more than ivory black and some brilliant yellow pale. Now, nifty silver. There we go. How do you, what's nifty silver? What's that? Oh, the secret, can't tell you. Actually, believe it or not, I'm sort of liking my interference gray. I got to admit, I'm kind of liking that. See that, what is it? The whole Bob Ross, happy accidents, right? Yes. No mistake, just happy accidents. That's yeah, that's, you know what? I can live with that. So nifty silver, ashen gray. Our whole line of mysterious, not original paints. There we go. But what we do want to have is something in here that's got color, shading, whatever to it. Now that the dagger in there, you know, I'm going to throw some of the interference blue back out here. Suppose it could have been even more, you know, it could have been really fun to have the interference violet out here, but I thought, you know what, let's just, we did that on our Lumineth and stuff. Let's just go with the blue and the green on this. Keep it closer to the ice. Might not be a bad idea here. Let's get some of the blue over. I can see now that the interference green, when you just throw the interference green on there by itself, it actually is lighter than the blue. It's better highlight, I guess, than the blue. Okay, oh boy. A little more of that over here too. I mean, it is all in shadow after all, so we don't have to go too nuts over that. I think we should probably make some parts of the skin a little lighter here. On our hands. Well, at least the knuckles. Not even the whole hand, just at least the knuckles here. Get those a little darker, or lighter, sorry. Of course, that, speaking of darker, that blade becomes darker the lighter we make the hand. The unintended consequences. Let's make these fingers lighter too. This one here. Yeah, let's just do all this here. What are, I can never really understand what some of, they look like little tinker toys. Little tinker toys. I might even throw some more darks into here. Let that even mix with some of my midtones. I want to see if I can't take that. I do have some of the interference blue back out here. I don't think we've really mixed that with the ultramarine. I'm just going to see what happens here. Well, that is interesting. I'm just going to use that in a couple places and see what happens. Does it really end up just looking a lot like the our Prussian blue mixed with the interference blue or not? Can't quite tell just yet. Put that over here now. Well, a little lighter. I'm going to throw some of that down here too. Hard to really distinguish any major difference between that, say, and the cobalt blue mixed with the interference blue, or even the, well, it looks redder on the palette, but less of a difference when we actually get it out on here. To this palette, also known as the miniature. Oh, there's a couple of dots of it there onto that blade. This is another spot. I think I'll throw it. As much as we liked our nifty silver, aka interference gray, I think we'll throw the, yeah, that just makes a little more sense up there now. Touch of that back here. Now I'm just looking for areas that I might hit with the blending brush again. Ah, down there. Yep. Down here. This stuff. Now it's also fighting a, I guess that is supposed to sit down on the base, because I'm noticing that is kind of flat right there. So I guess it was supposed to sit down. I don't know. It was kind of neat having it floating a little bit. Why not? A little bit of floaty. Okay. Now those are just looking like lines right here, and some dots. So let's they've been there for a while. We can come back and see a little bit of a stippling effect on them there. See the effect that had. Look at that. It just, now there's a nice sweep to those. What about this? Does this need to be a lighter? But I could see that needing to be lighter right there. So let's steal some white over here and see if we can grab just a smidge of Egyptian violet over here. It does not take much Egyptian violet to just completely nuke that. Well, yeah, there you go. That's how little it takes. So we'll just go over here and Try and mix up some more. I don't know if I want it to be really any lighter than that. And let's do some right in this area here. That might be just about as light as we want it to be. That's about it. And what we'll do is as I was going to wait for that to 15 minutes maybe and go back over that with our blending brush and kind of knock that down. I haven't done the iridescent mixed with the phthalo, what that actually, or the Prussian blue, or the indigo, sorry. That would lighten it, so it acts more like a metal medium, like here. So actually, that's what I was doing here. So the iridescents mostly just kind of highlight things. That's what they do really well, is act as kind of like a highlight. As we welcome in Sinister Monkey, how you doing? So Sinister Monkey, yeah, we'll be painting the whole faction this week, but tonight we've been working on these. So we did the icy bases, and then we've been doing all of the crazy interference colors. Like, oh, look at that on that blade. Look at that. All the interference shifty stuff going on. Same thing with that blade too. And it'll get even more shifty as things dry. And we've been trying to make these cloaks here sort of look like they're kind of turning into maybe some ice or something like that, or frost mist. Now I just oh yeah, Sinister Monkey, go ahead and throw whatever you posted on your Insta there. Why don't you throw it in the chat there so people can get a look-see at it. Thanks, Sinister Monkey. Actually, this is an interesting thing because ultramarine blue and cobalt blue came out onto the palette for the first time in, oh, gee whiz, I don't know how many months. Well, many months, let's put it that way. First time in a long, long time. And it's been kind of neat to see them again. We've been mixing it with those interference colors just to, well, see what the heck would happen. Now let's see if I can't pop in some more highlights, maybe onto this. Let's get rid of some of that. Boy, I tell you, you get really spoiled with the oils and the fact that you can do these tiny little things with the oils, even wet into wet. Then you go to do them with the acrylics, and part of the reason you can't do it, and it's only just this week that I realized one of the reasons that doesn't work so well with the acrylics is because the paint is drying on the brush the whole darn time. Now, Muchi, we're working all in oils here. So these are basically regular artist oil colors that I have thinned to the consistency of miniature paint. So they're all just your. So there's the ultramarine blue that we've been using. Let's see, we've got our cobalt sitting over here. There's our Prussian blue that we've been using. So they are basically oil paints that I squeeze them into a little blister pack like this. I take my high quality odorless paint thinner, throw that in there, and basically again get them to the consistency of miniature paint. And that's what you see out on the palette. That is all oil paints out there. And the vast majority of stuff here that I paint on the Twitch channel is all painted with the oils. So all of the, basically, almost every Warcry figure, with the exception of the Cypher Lords, I think, yeah. It's about every one of those warbands have been painted with the oils, and we use them on our Lord of the Rings figures, bolt action, you name it. It's really fantastic stuff. Absolutely love working with it. I'm going to just keep throwing in some of our little highlights right here. Yeah. Because as you can see by my fingers right here, so that's some of that is oil paint that we put on there, well, almost 6 hours ago. And obviously that is still wet enough. that it's getting all over my fingers. But doesn't really matter. Not a big deal. We're just let's move some of these highlights up here. Yeah, just realized that needed some there too. The acrylics are definitely going to dry way, way, way faster. That's to me. I don't know if I would ever, ever, ever want to stream acrylics ever again because they are drying on your brush the very second you try and do anything with them. And when you're trying to stream things on Twitch, there's an endless amount of, well, things that keep you from getting that paint on to the miniature, and it just sits there on your brush. We are going to capture just a couple of highlights right there. Well, yeah, Muchi, you don't have to, again, you don't have to start out doing the oils or anything like that. You can do the acrylics. But the oils themselves, they're, again, I'm painting these. They're already thin to the consistency of miniature paint, so they're not any thicker. Actually, you're more likely to actually lose texture from acrylic paint than these because these are very easy and they really settle into place. They don't remain thick, and because you can mix them and blend them on the surface so easily, it's also very easy to get rid of brush strokes and any kind of excess paint. It's really easy to do that with the oils. That's what we've been doing with this blending brush right here. It's just, oh, look, there's some excess paint there. Let's say, oh yeah, over here it just got a little bit thick. Well, we just do that. See, we just took away some paint right there. You can do that up here too. So anywhere we feel like, maybe there's just a little too much, whatever. Like up here. Remember we did that and we said we're just going to have to wait a little bit? Well, it's that time. So now we've taken away any little bit of an edge that's there. But yeah, Moochie Ball, just just do kind of the simpler stuff first. You got the all that starter stuff right from GW. Go ahead and work your way through that. And then when you feel like you want to try it, there's the oils will always be there. They will always be there. They've been around a lot longer than acrylics have, and they'll be around, well, hopefully long after. Now, we'll try to Prussian blue. Gonna go with the Prussian blue on the stupid little gemstones that are on this. What the heck? I'm just gonna throw Prussian blue there. Prussian blue there. Are there just two of them? There's just two of them. I think there's, there's one over here too. And over there. Oh, and then there's this one. Boom, there we go. So that was just a little bit of our Prussian blue. I'm going to try here. You know what? I want to take a little bit of that white. It's got some of the interference blue in it. I'm just going to see if I can do a highlight there. Now, are you talking about interference violet or the so you must be talking about the interference violet then, doing some experiments there? The indigo, boy, I mixed the indigo with the interference blue, and it's interesting because it could still be dark like indigo is, but it's still, like you said, it still had the iridescent look to it, that kind of color shiftiness, that sparkle, which was really cool. I wasn't sure what was going to happen. I thought, with indigo, one thing to do it with something like phthalo or even cobalt or something like that. So it was a nice surprise to see it play nice with the indigo too. Yeah, Deuce, that's what I did on the Necrons. That was what I did on the Necron. That was what I did with the green. Yeah, I was using the green, and I mixed it with the phthalo green, and then all of a sudden I basically had a super metallic green that was even more intense than, say, taking the Gamlin silver and mixing it with the green. And then that's when I noticed that the iridescent pearl could kind of do a similar thing too. I don't want the inside of that to get too light. No, no, it was tempting to fool around with that, but no, we're not gonna do that. Let's not get too light in there. I'm just going to, again, mitigate some brush strokes on the inside here. I know it is doing some blind blending too because, hey, look at that. It's picking up all that darker color there. It's picking all that stuff up. And now, speaking of Egyptian violet, we'll just take some of that violet here and we'll just, it's more than just darkening that. We're trying to also give it a little bit of a color there too. A little bit of a color. And we'll take this all the way down here. There, and again, we're doing a little bit of snow there, I think. A little bit of snow, and that's just gonna, because again, I don't want to hide too much of the ice. I had thought about doing enough of the ice to be able to do icicles, and then I thought, nah, maybe we don't need to also do the icicles too. Back to a little bit of brush stroke management here. That's again that little bit of a scumbling thing that we do. Little bit of a scumbly thing here. Yeah, those are the cobalt blue glazes we did a long time ago, hours ago. Hey Adamantium, how you doing? Sorry I didn't. Boy, when did you sneak in there? So Adamantium, I hope that you're doing good. Ah, see, we got a couple of dots right here. Right, that's where we put in some highlights. Now Bill Robertson is back because of insomnia. Yes, I don't think we're gonna be. Oof, there won't be any insomnia here. The exhaustion level is at pretty extreme levels right now. There's been a lot of physical labor and, well, very little sleep, if any, the last week here. No, the last 2 weeks. No, the last 3 weeks. Pop this couple of, yeah, a little bit of a dark right there. Like so. Here, let's hit that a little bit too. Yeah, so Bill, sorry that the insomnia bug is getting you there. Hopefully you'll be able to just kind of chill a little bit. Now this is the cobalt blue that's mixed with some of our. Well, I want to see what happens. I don't know. Not so sure about that. We'll do a little bit of film noir here. We haven't done the noir in a while. Should be interesting to see just how. So, violets, greens, blues, all that kind of stuff. Let's see what happens to it when we hit it with our film noir here. Like so. Let's grab some of the other ones. Let's grab these two. It's easy to hold two in our hands. Plenty of light and dark. Plenty of light and dark, especially on these crazy things with the cloaks. But let's especially have them this way because we know there's all kinds of turquoise and purple and blue and stuff, right? Hey, Lamines, how you doing? Yeah, like dude says, what the heck is sleep? It's a rather barbaric human custom. I believe it involves snoring and drooling and all other kinds of stuff like that. Very unproductive. And now our green comes back in there. The purple comes back. All that kind of fun stuff, all coming back. Yes, indeed. Now, what I'm gonna do, let's see if this, let's see if we can do something like this. No, we'll just take this. This is my triple zip. This is the one I'm looking for. Looking for this one here. And hopefully what we can do is sort of use this as a micro blending brush. This right here, I want to just modify this if I can. And yeah, okay, there we go. Yeah, there's a little bit too much of an edge there. So Luminous, I hope that you're doing well. Hopefully Monday was not too crazy for you. What is our oh, nifty silver? Yes, that is our interference gray. our cheesy new color that we developed. Gonna get some of this under here. Let's I don't know, maybe I'll take some of the cobalt blue over here. Luminous, I hope that you had a good weekend. There was a lot of snow shoveling here. Well, that and furniture moving. So, very much exhausted right now. Yeah, oh, that's actually got some of the interference color in there. All right. Oh, what the heck? Why not? Now I didn't get too much of that lovely snow. That's definitely got some of the interference blue mixed in with it, which is interesting. I'll just throw a little bit of that over here too. What is going on with this thing? Oh wow, it was all very dark here until I turned it this way and I went, "Ooh, okay, we already hit that with the interference green." So and that's definitely or no, that might be that's the ultramarine mixed with the interference. That's why it's a little bit different. I'm looking at that going, that's not quite like the cobalt blue. So there is a difference. Looks like there actually is a difference there. Once again, I am just going to take and just shove that down here and just do some mixing of stuff just so that it happens. Again, nothing that's really visible at all. Back to, this is a little bit of our Van Dyke brown. Hoping, and sure enough, the darkness of that helps take the interference green and makes that thing pop just a little bit right there. That's good. I might, yeah, you know what? I'm going to take that same deal here. And we'll just throw some of that onto this. That's what we need. I want to make it like it's a sky earth effect, but I do want to have sort of a light dark, little bit of reflect of that. That's what's missing here. And now I think we've got it. Yes, we do. So see how that's kind of a lighter there. You get this dark, and now it's sort of a reflected color down there. That's, boy, I knew there was something missing there. It's been bugging me for a while. Mystery solved, apparently now. Yeah, Deuce, it's another way that Green Stuff World is not going to be happy with me. Not that I was really using any of the color shift stuff anyway, but there's literally no reason that the interference stuff just is a colossal winner, because it's not, you can shade it, right? Because it's just interference blue. Whereas any kind of color shifting paint, there's those basically two colors within the paint, and you're stuck with them. You're just stuck with that stuff. Whereas the interference violet is just violet. If you put it over green, you will get violet to green. If you mix it with the green, like you said, now you've got a whole different universe there. And that just does not happen with the color shift stuff. It's yet another thing that the oils do better. Are we surprised that we find yet more things that oils do better? I stopped being surprised a long time ago, although, I don't know, this whole journey into the iridescent and the interference paints been very, very wild. Yeah, I'm not even sure that's supposed to be skin there. I can't even tell. Cannot actually tell. I might try to sneak in a bit more light over here. Now this is actually that's pretty darn thin. Maybe not that thin. But if I can just sneak some of that down into here. Okay, yeah. And can't tell if there's... I guess that is supposed to be... Yeah, that is supposed to be just skin there. So I'm going to throw this in here, and then we'll just take I think our 000 here. Now, the Lord will... Now, see... Not only are we Time Lords, but we are literally controlling time and space. We're controlling space. We're controlling everything. We control color, temperature. We control it all. Now insert evil laugh here. You know what? Maybe we don't... We have lonely little Terra Rosa there that hasn't been messed around with yet at all here. So, yeah, let's grab lonely little Terra Rosa and do something with that. Just there. Yeah, that helps. Tiny bit. Didn't have to be much. Didn't have to be much, but just a little bit. Terra Rosa, so seriously, you are going to try to ignore me? I don't know if that's a wise move. I don't think it is, even when you got a whole bunch of icy things on bases. Don't think you want to do that. But I do know there's some other place there where we're going to want to do that same thing. So do we want to darken this down? Yeah, see there's an awful lot of blue there, so I'm going to take the Van Dyke brown here. And here. Definitely down here. And then we'll hit that with the Terra Rosa. That's not what I'm looking for. That one is maybe. Yep, that's the one. Terra Rosa here again. Hit this right here. Right here. Maybe we'll go a smidge lighter. There. And there. Now, what was going on with some of these other items? Remember we said, you know, we're just going to have to let this one sit here. Let that paint set for a spell. We're doing a whole bunch of the iridescent stuff and all of our interference color stuff there. I guess there's some spikes on here, maybe. Yeah, and even after all this time, there's still a fair amount of paint sitting there that we can still mix around and play with. It looks like these are a couple of masks sitting here. And I'm just going to try and pop some lights onto those. That could certainly use some light. Just like this, because there's a whole bunch of areas I think that we need. Yeah, oh, gee whiz, we got these. Well, apparently there's a bunch of these crazy gemstone things too. And the highlights alone, that's not going to be enough. We will have to definitely go back in there, darken some of that. Definitely have to go back in there and darken some of that. Let's see if might just hit those, and maybe we'll just make those lighter, I guess. Not quite sure. Do we need to? Yeah, we're going to lighten up the skin tone a little bit more too. I was wondering, I looked at that and said, yeah, probably will lighten that up in a few places. And I think on this mask here too, I think on this mask we'll do that. Yeah, I realize we got a lot of the interference stuff going on, but I think it needed this extra punch from the light colors there. Now I think here we've gone to the extent of what's possible with the lighter colors. I'm gonna go darker now, and also trying to kind of install some lines here. Not like line as in black lining. This is our, what is that? The Van Dyke brown there. Actually, I'm going to throw some of that on the hair. Now that we know that we've kind of gone a little bit darker with the hair, probably a good idea to do this here. Okay, well, I don't know. We'll just, I think we'll try and get some kind of a lighter color too on the, whatever these things are. They're supposed to be like hair ties, hair bungees. Here, we got this lighter interference grain. Let's see what happens there. Let's see what happens. We'll thin that down just a smidge. I think that works. I think that's enough to get a little bit of lights in there. Yeah. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to look for some raiding partners here, because well, we've been at this now well over 6 hours, and well, I have a whole bunch of stuff to do, and I know our moderator does. I do want to thank everybody for all those cheer subs and bits. There was, well, I think we had a level 4 hype train even here, so thank you very much for that, and thanks for keeping me company on another, well, round of experimentation here. It really was quite the experiment here. Now, let's see. So Drax has started there, and then there's Teals too. I think we just rated Drax. Maybe we'll rate Teals here. So thanks, Steel. Yeah, we are going to be doing some more sculpting. So it'll be, I think, some scratch sculpting, much smaller than our big giant chieftain right here. So more of a 28 mil size. Probably also some conversion too. Yeah, thanks, dudes. I appreciate that. Here we go. So we just had a lot of fun with the icy stuff like this. Ah, look at that. That was really so much fun there. Absolutely had a blast with this. Maybe we'll just head on to Teal's way over here. It does look like he's actually painting some stuff here. And folks, be sure to check out Armored Wolf. Check out his Etsy page, Armored Wolf Etsy page, dice bags, journal covers, barrettes, all that kind of good stuff. Yeah, we're going to get our countdown started now. Now that didn't work out too badly, right? Our ice looking like our ice elemental, and that is just your Sculpey clay, baked, carved. Very nice. And here we go. We're going to raid right now.